evening. It's episode 180 of the longest running episodic, whatever the hell this is. Bobby and I were actually chatting and we ran over time to start off. So I was like, hold on, we got to pause.
Are we late? Oh,
pause.
no.
We got to pause. One of the comments references it as well, so I appreciated that. It's like, we got to pause so I can actually start. I got to start the countdown timer here. All right. So there we go. Justin Bodie was first on the block saying, evening all from the U.S. Good evening, Dustin. David Mercer, good evening to you. Philly Joe, good evening to you. Josh here says Friday night. You know what that means because I'm Carlos's live? Question mark. Fair. There's some spring forward in Canada? Maybe not. Maybe not. Paul says we keep the sub and Carlos will be further behind on the chat than Dustin. Challenge accepted, sir. Challenge accepted. Eric has been canceled? Always. Must be starting at 8-ish tonight. Yes. Tonight it was 8-ish. But our ish was a little bit less generous than the IRP's ish.
Yeah, there is ish.
Yes. Double-ish. Ish squared. But yeah, no, we were just running a little bit long, chatting about a couple of things. I've been trying to keep tabs on a couple of things of our favorites. We'll touch on it a little bit tonight. I'm not going to spend too much time on it unless you guys want to chat on length. I was actually watching an interview with Kurt from Kurt's Card Care. So that's kind of what I was saying to Bobby a moment ago. I was watching one of them. And this is just from earlier today. So I was right at the end of the first, I guess, part one of this. I'll share with you guys what it is in case you want to watch it yourself. I'll include a link in the description the way I always do for these things. Now, in case you're curious, Eric actually had a family thing, so he'll be delayed. As far as I'm aware, he'll be coming on, but it'll be a little later. So he's got a family thing going on because we have to belatedly give him a hard time about his birthday.
Yeah.
That was this week. So we got St. Patrick's Day on the weekend, and then we had his birthday earlier, and we may have told him he's old in a variety of different ways. So it was very enjoyable. That was a lot of fun. Made fun possibly of his cake. We might have done that, allegedly. Now, I did, though. I want to
ice cream, but anyways.
Yes, ice cream. Yes, I do want to give credit though. Josh on Instagram earlier today sent me something that was kind of funny for me. So my alma mater, we always joke about the Guelph thing and Eric's Guelph denial, but apparently, so Josh sent this to me. Now I hadn't had a chance to corroborate it, but Josh sent it over. So and it is a quote, so I'm kind of looking at it. He goes, at University of Guelph, there'll be a campus recovery room on Saturday from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. The room is a non-medical space for students to recover from alcohol intoxication. It's available to quote, help reduce any potential strain on the local hospital. I'm like, yes! First of all, I am so proud of you guys. Secondly, I am also ashamed because back in my day, and this was my kind of response to Josh. Yeah. This is my response to Josh. I go, I just said, it's the responsible thing to do, which it is. It's the responsible thing to do. But I kind of like finding that someone was recovering beside Speed River. If you know, you know. Go look up Speed River, and it's like, listen, it was a normal occurrence after a good night of drinking that you would find some people recovering, possibly beside the riverbed.
Beside the riverbed, yes.
These things happen. It's a university town. What do you want? But they got a recovery space, a recovery room. It's fantastic.
It's a safe space.
Literally. But I think it's a kind of safe space. Look, at this point, you need some safety. You need a little bit of safety after a good St. Patrick's Day beverage consumption.
Yes, I'm sure they were lying in the green.
Listen, but I will say that with the St. Patrick's thing, since notwithstanding, I can never do it again. The green beer is garbage. I hate it. They use like some chalky powder thing. Like it's trash, absolute trash. Just get a normal beer, or get a Guinness if you're so inclined. But like, stay away from that.
How about that?
Yeah, stay away from the rest of that nonsense. But I do remember some St. Patrick's Day past. I just thought the fact that it was a campus recovery room, I was like, yes, guys. These are not the university days of yore. Alas. But anyway, so yeah, we can touch on definitely that. As I said, I saw that interview. Some interesting insights coming out of it. The guy is very much leaned into this. I will say though, I was mentioning to Bobby that he did an Instagram live on the heels of the Victor Wembanyama thing, wearing a Spurs jersey. And I was like, I like it. I like the way you went on this one, sir. I'll give it to you. Listen, he's enjoying it. As far as I'm concerned, this is the all publicity is good. This is fantastic publicity. Like,
he's loving it for sure. Yeah.
They're getting the free ad time on all kinds of places. Sports Card Radio spent like an hour talking about this, and like there's been videos and all kinds of stuff. And it's like, hey man, you can't buy this kind of.
Anybody with a scratch card is going, oh, okay. Hurts.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
It's like they gotta be making some bank. Like they have to be. Like the sales have got to be up. I have to imagine that the sales are robust at this time.
They say
now
I did get one of watches right at this time. We say Kurt's Card Care. What happens? I don't know.
Listen, man, it happens. But So we can talk about that for sure. Definitely no problem doing that. Happy to do so if people are so inclined. But one other thing, I got this earlier today as well. So Eric, before he got called away for a little bit, he did send this over to me, and it made me cackle. And I thought it'd be worthwhile at least bringing up for a couple of minutes. So we'll touch on that. So our old friends, HGA Live,
Still alive?
still alive, and they had an open letter.
That's the funniest thing I think I've seen in a week.
This
Becoming the grading company our customers want.
That's
Well,
right.
Finally.
That's right. That's right. Good evening. Good evening. Well, in
Okay.
Korea, but good morning or evening, whatever time zone it is over there. But yes. So
I guess
look,
they're
I'm not
hanging
gonna.
on. Sorry.
These guys were purchased by somebody else. So this is the new ownership group.
Yeah, I
So
figured
this is their kind of stating their bid. So so look, I won't read you the whole thing because
How
it's
much do you
actually
think
pretty
they
long.
got?
Like, look, this thing's long. Just look at all this stuff here. Look at all this stuff. Look at all this stuff. I'm still going. Look at all this stuff. It goes on for a bit. I'll leave a link if you guys for some reason care, but like I'll give you the shortest. I'll give you the shortest version of this. Okay. They basically said, because the people that bought it were outside of the industry. So they did talk
really?
about the fact, yeah,
They
they're
would
outside
have
of
to
the
be.
industry.
They would have
Yeah,
to
so
be.
they said that they were basically spending time talking to old customers and folks in the industry and everything, basically getting all the feedback and they're trying to learn on their feet, which is dangerous, but hey, hey, they had customers for quite a while there. Trust me, they definitely did.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they did talk about a couple of different things they did. They're getting rid of the 9.5 subgrades, the 9.5, and they're getting rid of subgrades. They actually, if you pay attention at the top here, they've actually got a little scrolling ticker that has the dates of cards expected to be shipped by, depending on when it was received. So they've added that piece to it. Again, they're trying to sell themselves as, hey, we learned our lesson. Here's some stuff we learned, blah, blah, blah.
Well, it's new people, so they haven't learned their lesson yet. The lesson was not to buy HGA, but with Beckett still being out there and surviving, I guess HGA thinks they still have a chance. And I guess that's right. Basically true.
Yeah. So they talked about making some changes on the back end. They bought a new building, got a new building, bigger building. Hopefully one can be seen from space. Hopefully one that can be seen from space. That's my hope personally. So that's important. So hold on. Speaking of, Eric, we're talking about HGA. It's your favorite topic.
Oh, it's the greatest grading company in the entire planet.
That's what the title says, or something like that.
That's what I'm saying, man. So look, like I said, I'm skimming through because I want to capture a couple of things. Here's one thing. Okay, so can I'll be serious here for a second. We've made fun of HGA a lot on this channel, and deservedly so. Frankly, they've given us good fodder.
Okay,
but I'll say this. One of the things that people were all about was the little custom labels, right? That was the whole thing. Cool. Well, one of the things they did early on was they actually developed the concept of having what they call the personal collection slabs, which are literally fancy holders. You're literally paying for a fancy holder, and then you can have the label adjusted to whatever, which I don't think is a terrible idea inherently. There's no grading and there's no authentication involved. It's literally just encapsulating it in a fancy holder with a fancy label.
Yep.
That's it.
For your own collection.
For your own collection, yes. So there's no implied anything else.
Have to.
It's just a holder. You want to crack it out, But it's a holder.
Yeah, it's not graded. I got it.
Yeah. There's no grading and there's no authentication. They're certifying nothing. All they're doing is you want to have a label that says this, looks like this, and we'll encapsulate the card in. I think here's what we'll charge you for that.
Brilliant. That's a waste of money. Yeah.
But it's fine if somebody wants to do it. It's fine to have the option if somebody wants to do that. So I'm all right with that piece. But
one touches work, don't they?
For some people, apparently not. So if they want to do that, hey, there's nothing being promised that isn't being delivered in that situation. In that situation, they give you a custom label. If they deliver that, then they've given you what they promised.
It's so hard to hold back the punches. Sorry.
Well, at this point, it's just be complaining about a custom holder, Bobby. Like there's nothing to that. They talked about having a disco service. I love the fact, though, that one of the things they said on here, which indicates that they're not familiar with it, it's like, we learned that we're going to sonically seal these. It's traditionally done like this. And I'm like, no, it isn't. Sonic sealing is pretty much standard practice for most of the graders at this point. That's pretty standard. So they are offering a discount code for some folks and then showing off a lot of the holders and everything. I just got a kick out of it. I started laughing and I was like, they wrote such a long break. But here's the thing, they're bullet points and they went over like this increases their efficiency by 88%. And they're like going into the weeds. And they're even going into what the apex amount of submissions they received was. HGA topped out at 70,000 cards in 1 month.
Hey, that's
What efficiency problems did they have when they were really getting cards?
They actually got backlogged. They reached the point where they actually were once they turned off
when
that
you get
little the
past
faucet
40 a
of the
day, yeah, it's backlogged.
Yeah. Well, they had 70,000 in a month.
If you guys remember,
Because
maybe,
Jason
That's about
couldn't
half
do
of what
it
SGC
that
was doing.
fast. Mhm.
if you guys remember, and maybe you already talked about this, and if I'm misremembering, please remind me, straighten me out. But when they first hit the market, that's when I was on Clubhouse like 24 hours a day. During
PSA was shut down. Specifically, they took advantage of the fact PSA was shut down at that moment.
And that is when
you had
Tag
to
should have
be in
came.
a lottery. You had to enter a lottery to get on the HGA
AI
list,
bandwagon.
so you could send cards in, and that was their way of making sure they didn't get bogged down and way behind. And so we were sitting there in Clubhouse, and this is back when there was like 50, 75 people in there all at once, and they're all on their phones on Clubhouse, but sitting in front of their computers, all hitting the button to try to be in the lottery, and then they'd all announce who won and was able to send stuff in. So when HGA first came out, they came out at just the right time, and they were huge. They had something new to offer. Everyone likes new and shiny. And I could not believe it that these people that I had become friends with on Clubhouse are all trying to get into a lottery. And it's like, why didn't PSA do that? Why didn't some of these other companies that got themselves in so much trouble, they should have gone the way of HGA, and PSA could have had a lottery.
No, PSA couldn't have a lottery.
40 million cards backlogged.
That's why they couldn't do it.
And they made $40 million worth, 40 million cards worth of orders. Yes.
They still
and HGA almost went out of business and had to sell to some guys who had no idea what they were doing. So, Eric, you're talking about a company who almost drove themselves out of business with their lottery. And then we're talking about a company that has bought the second company and is basically dominating the space.
All right. In my opinion, I don't think the lottery was bad for them. I think it was good.
I think it was their best idea.
If you recall, we, the three of us, have an insider that gave us some personal information regarding a business meeting with the head owner of HGA.
We had Tim on here specifically saying that. Yes.
And that gentleman, he was bad businessman.
Yeah, the founder. Yes.
So I think that probably has more to do with their downfall than their labels, which were new and shiny, and everyone loves new and shiny, and their lottery. I think it was bad business,
and also they couldn't authenticate anything.
Well, yes, that. But I mean, if you want to be a nitpicker,
minor detail,
and their holders were
nitpicker about it. I mean, sure, whatever.
Yeah, the holders could also be torn apart, basically. not only with your bare hands, but literally they were coming apart.
Oh, literally.
All right, you're just
minor.
No, you're just being a nitpicker now. I don't want to talk.
These are minor details. Important
details.
Important details.
And I think that's one of the things that Tag should have came in at that point too. They might have had a chance.
Yes.
But they still needed another 3 or 4 years of development. Bobby. They weren't ready.
It's like, man,
they were only 10 years in.
They were
only 10 years in.
Hard.
They were only 10 years in. They needed more time.
I know.
More time to
11, 12, 13. How's it going?
Yeah, those extra couple of years is the key. So Green Cardboard here says, my first time seeing Eric with a beard. You got to go back to old episodes, man. We had beardless Eric. Also, you able to fresh face your hair? Absolutely not. Ever had a beard? No. Mustache, yes. Beard, no.
This was done by accident as I laid in bed for 3 months and had nowhere to go. I was like, why do I have to get up and shave?
Exactly.
It just happened. And then, believe it or not, my wife actually likes it. So now that I want to get rid of it, and I can't stop playing with it, and it itches all the time, she wants me to keep it. And at this point in time of my life, if my wife likes me for any reason, I'm going to continue on that trend.
Yeah.
I just enjoyed the question. The reason why I thought it was funny is, number one, you got to check back old episodes. Clean Shaven Eric was on the channel many a times, so you just got to go back and pay attention to. It's just funny though. It's like, my dad looked like Fidel Castro for chunks of time. My younger brother is basically like, it's maybe Steamboat Willie, one of them. He had something going on, the big beard. Yeah, and then my younger brother, he likes to rock the big beard, and I shaved like 45 minutes ago. Otherwise, I usually have a 5 o'clock shadow by like 10 in the morning.
Yeah.
So it's a consistent, like I consistently have to basically shave daily I've never been into beards. It's just not my deal.
Well, if you never had one, how do you know?
When I was in high school, I let it grow out a little bit, but I'll be honest, I never liked the look. Never was a fan. And then once you have one, you have to maintain it. You got to put a little
people
extra
look
effort
good with them. Other people don't. I get it.
Yeah. It's just not my deal. I was like, nah, you guys do it. I'll stick with my plan. I prefer it my way.
This won't be on. Trust me. First hot day hits New England. Oh,
that's it. It's done for you.
Likes it or not, there's no way I'm sweating all summer.
There you go.
With a wool coat on my face.
I don't think it's that bad. I only do partial anyway, so it's
that's what I usually do.
Oh, Eric, you can always switch over to Fu Manchu. You can go through various stages, variants.
I have a feeling I'll probably, as it's coming off, I see myself being silly with it. So I may come on here at times with a little bit more removed, but it looking ridiculous.
Somewhere along the way, I feel like you should just embrace full scale hipster. Just at some point, like go for the hipster look for a night.
That'd be all right.
Yeah, just pick like the perfect combination. You do a little Google search and go like hipster, and just go with that.
I gotta get it to come out and twirl. Hipsters love that.
Yeah,
like I said, my younger brother actually did that with the must. Look, I made the joke about it. All three of us in my family, we can grow back hair and facial hair very quickly. My brother and my dad are the ones who played around with that more than I did. I just never liked the look. But it's like, no, I can't just the way they can. And the hair grows back super quick too. So if you wanted to screw around with that, you really can have some fun with it. I was never into it. I kept it pretty straightforward. So 540 Flips says, how brilliant. They're going to grade high school and little league cards. That was another thing. They're basically doing an integration where they're basically going to take advantage of communities and stuff. Like I said, they're leaning partially, which is not a bad idea. They're leaning partially into the custom holder thing, which Rare Grading, by the way, does that as well. They sell the idea of, and if you like the whole custom label thing, and as part of it, I didn't mention it here, but I'll mention it now. One of the things they're pitching now as one of their services is they had the custom label thing, but obviously they were borrowing assets from other places and combining it to make the look, right? But in this case, now they're going to have a real custom label one where you can literally consult with one of their artists on and have an original piece that's yours. But they'll charge you, I think it's $75 the first time. And then you can use the design as many times as you want after that for a discounted rate. But they will actually make up a different design, supposedly. So you can have completely customized label, whatever the hell you want it to be. And they'll put it on the slab.
All right.
Yeah. I mean, hey, what 12-year-old?
You'll change your tune when we get your Needham custom slab.
Hey, easy.
What 12-year-old baseball player wouldn't love their own baseball card, and to have it in a slab with with it all written out at the top? And I mean,
I think if you make it a reasonable price, I don't think it's a bad idea. I think it's perfectly fine. I think it's fine.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's brilliant. It's just, I hope that you have other ideas to keep your company afloat, because if this is the only idea that you have, I think you're in trouble. But I think
mugs always work.
Mugs could be a thing, yeah.
My mug's broken.
How's it broken?
Well, stop breaking it.
It's empty.
So Eric, I always joke about the coasters, but if you like one, they have a slab that's correctly shaped. You got a nice square there. Check out that Gretzky and a nice square slab.
Oh God.
Come on, let's go.
I don't particularly love that, but okay. But it's different. That's the thing. That's why everyone loved HGA. They came out with something different.
Everyone.
What?
I was making fun of them in real time.
Okay.
I didn't have a moral opposition to them, but there was some stuff that they were saying that was really silly.
I think people liked the idea that there was something different, something more. Like, how many weeks have I sat here and said, this looks like trash?
Well, then get the Bobby Orr out of it and leave the slab alone.
There you go.
That's a good point. I should do that. Listen, PSA slabs look horrible. I don't care if you have a $10 million card in it. It looks like crap. So here's a company that says, we're going to change that. You can have it whatever color you want. You can have it.
Oh, they changed it already.
Yeah. And I love the idea of having horizontal slabs. I would rather have it on the side, though, than across the entire length and make you like a Beckett brick. I don't need that.
Words would be on this angle too.
But if it looked like this sideways, you know what I mean?
How do you print on the label sideways? Because you said
I'm gonna pause Eric for a minute so I can get caught up. I'm gonna pause it for a minute.
All
right. So Global says, "Good day, legends," and Eric, appreciate that. Just here to shout out Curtis' amazing product. You do you, Global. You do you. Josh said, "Is Clubhouse still a thing?" Unfortunately, Eric can't respond at the moment, but he agrees with you. He thinks he's in his observation.
Yes,
an astute observation. Carl out here. I used HGA to slab my 75 Topps Pedro Bourbon proof cards, and they match labels to the colors of the proofs. Like I said, if you take advantage of like the custom label thing, I saw some of the custom labels, and some of them look fine. And if you go back in the archives, I probably somewhere said something along. I'm going to paraphrase myself on this one. I said, if you just want a custom label and they come up with a design or something you like, and it goes with the card, and you go, nothing, literally nothing wrong with that. That's fine. Great. The issue was that they struggle with authentication and the components of it, which are kind of important for a grading company that is trying to do that portion of it. That was the issue. And I, at the time, said, I'm very dubious, prove it to me. Whenever I make fun of the coaster makers, I was always like, prove it to me. And they haven't proven anything. HGA never proved anything. And this was the problem. And at a certain point, HGA started getting counterfeits and messed with cards that were put in their slabs. And that's where your credibility takes a hit. Yeah. And our good friends, the current day coaster makers, the modern day coaster makers, the new HGA, not this HGA, but the new version that's still the same as HGA, but they're clear. Yeah, whatever. So anyway, again, you're relying on this fancy holder, but you haven't proven to me you can do the job you're actually claiming that you can do. And you still haven't. To this very day, you have not. Same problem that HGA had. So good news. HGA has under new management, and they're leaning into the custom holder thing, which is fine. If that's what you want it for your personal collection. It's a custom holder. Great. But then right now, that's all you're offering me so far. But I've seen some of the cards, and with the right holder combination, label combination, some of them look decent. No problem there. Paul here says their downfall was the new car smell wore off and they couldn't authenticate. True. Old Man Tag has been in phase 1 of development to this very day. Does your allowance increase if you have a beard, Eric? Maybe. Mag Tag is a groupie. So here we go. 540 Flip says, Eric, you grow out the beard and I'll grow out my hair. Deal? That seems like a good deal, man.
That's another hint. So now I know I'm looking for a bald man.
Mm-hmm.
I am going to pass that information along to my private investigator, and I will find who this person.
He might have a jarhead haircut. So that growing out doesn't necessarily mean he is bald.
I'm passing the information along.
All right.
I'm $107,000 in debt to this private investigator. He's come up with nothing so far, but I am going to continue. I don't care. I'm going to sell my house. I'm going to find this guy.
James Rockford's expensive, man.
I went
Philly Joe says, I like the horizontal labels. Fair. I've contemplated slabbing my 60 Topps team set in horizontal slabs. 60 Topps would kind of make sense, though. Given the orientation of the cards, that's not a terrible idea. And again, if you can get it cheap enough. So look, just to be clear, as much as I've made fun of HGA in the past, and I enjoyed it a lot, doing the review of their videos has been a lot of fun for me in previous episodes in the past. However, if you just want it for your collection and the price is cheap enough, then go ahead, have at it, have fun. Like, I see no harm in it. They're no threat to anybody in reality, but understand what you're doing it for. And I think if HGA is able to come up with a price point for that purpose that is reasonable enough, yeah, okay, great. You can put it in a little display, and if it looks good and you like it, I think that's fantastic. That's great. Good evening, Orlando. Why pay them to do it when you can make your own custom Zion slabs and labels? You've got that option. Bobbles has used. You can get those little holders that you can click together, and you can print out your own labels if you want to go that route. But to each their own. And they're struggling right now, but Beckett's still the best looking slab to me. All right, so at least somebody's a fan of the Beckett slab. I'm not, but Somebody's a fan of the slab, so fair enough. By the way, I also like the image there. D-Sub. Like if you look at the little icon there, I kind of like that. So good evening, and thank you for your comment there. Carlisle says, I would have just changed the orientation of the text and label so you could read it on its side, sort of like a totem pole label. All right. Interesting.
Or you can do a thinner, label across the top because you're going to have more width to work with, so it wouldn't take up so much space. You only need two.
You could make it a little thinner,
3 lines,
Whereas
you need 4 or 5 on the other one. So,
yeah. Doctor Exclusive here says, what are your opinions on William Shatner at the Sports Card Expo? So I did see that. William Shatner is going to be at the expo. What's his connection to sports? He's William Shatner.
Yes.
I know that it's called the Sports Card Expo, but we all know that there are many other types of things being sold there. There's the Pokemans.
Yeah. And Menzie did say flat out that he is leaning into more of the entertainment side of things, and he wants the combination of kind of that Comic-Con kind of thing. So it's not, and Mike Tyson is a good example of someone who is in the sporting world, absolutely. But when we think of Mike Tyson, we really think of him more as kind of a celebrity at this point. Like Mike Tyson is kind of this.
At this point, sure.
Yeah, like there are folks that'll know, he was a boxer. Like he was actually a very good boxer. Like we're heavyweight champion multiple times. But his infamy outside of that transcends his boxing career.
Mm-hmm.
But if you go back to the 80s, if you go back to him being in the video game Punch Out, Mike Tyson's Punch Out before he became just Punch Out because of, again, infamy. He became as famous for his stuff away from the boxing ring as the stuff in the boxing ring. But Mike Tyson today is a celebrity, period. He's had a cartoon that is Mike Tyson Mysteries, I think it was.
Really?
Yeah, yep. Well, and actually, Bobby, you might get a kick out of it. I think on YouTube, they've got compilations of it. And it's like, I want to say it's Mike Tyson Mysteries, and it's a cartoon, but it's very much adult oriented because they've got a pigeon in it, talking pigeon, and it's actually Norm Macdonald who does the voice of the pigeon. Yeah. So it's very smart ass. Like it's not for kids. But it's kind of entertaining. I kind of enjoyed it. And I was watching some clips of it, and Norm Macdonald has some good material for that pigeon character. He says a lot of things. So I would say just bottom line is that William Shatner is a celebrity, he's a star, and he's going to draw a certain audience. And to Eric's point, there are folks that sell like 8x10s of celebrities and stuff at the expo.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
So that's still part of the game.
That's where I see the shift actually coming to the expo is that it's going to move into that area too. So you can get sports, non-sport. I don't think it'll get into anime, but I think it'll get close to that.
At the last show, in the back room, where all the signings were, the autograph section. If you came through those doors and took your immediate right and went all the way to the back, there was a very large booth taking up tons and tons of room, all comic books. Not one sports card, 100% comic books, high end, $10,000 comic book sale. So Menzie is bringing in other people, right? So I think this makes sense. He's an icon for the ages, and at 90 something years old, he doesn't have too much time left. And just like 2 years ago, he went to space for real.
Menzie?
He may have been on that. I mean, he knows people. So
we'll talk about the Shatner thing a little bit more in a couple of minutes. I'll finish reading this comment. So WWE Hall of Famer William Shatner, that is a fact. That is true.
Yep. He's Canadian too, right?
He is. So he's been to a hockey game.
Oh,
so there you go.
Well, he actually did the commercials for Loblaws. Loblaws, in 1974, he did the Loblaws commercials about the hockey stamps. So he's in on that. I've seen the video, actually. It's kind of cool. Anyways, just saying.
Nice.
So he is hockey related. Going back.
I think in Canada, you're hockey adjacent at all times. 540 Flip says he's been at Chantilly several times the last few shows. He's looking bad shape. Yeah, he's not a young man. He's had some health issues.
Shape, really?
He's in his
I think the last time I saw but I think he's also had some health issues as well. I feel like the last couple of times I've seen him, he looks a little frail. So okay. I don't know if traveling a lot is maybe a good idea.
He's been running hard.
It's not my call. He's been in show business a long time. Dude's done a lot of stuff,
and he loves it too. He's like Marcel Dion. He loves being around the people and everything. So yeah.
Shatner threw out the first pitch at Fenway 2016. There you go, Eric. There you go. D-Sub says Shatner goes all the Comic Cons. He signs everything. Yes, I believe that. Trader Graves here. Good evening. Says Mike Tyson used to knock out guys in like a minute when I was 14. And there used to be pay-per-views where there was really no undercard, and you would order the pay-per-view, and then Tyson would knock out the guy in like a minute. And it's like, you paid $100 for this? What?
And you had to stay up super late to watch it on the East Coast, right? Because it was getting a worldwide audience. Plus, they wanted the West Coast to be able to do it. So, like, the coverage didn't even start until like 11 o'clock at night, and then maybe Tyson would fight at like 1 a.m. It would last a minute, and you'd have to pay the $150, and you're just like, what the hell am I doing with my life?
Yeah. So funny enough, that kind of situation is actually what helped the UFC eventually they had the stuff that helped them take off, but knock the UFC for whatever you want. This is something I always appreciate about the UFC. I think they've watered down the product the last several years, but when the UFC was running on all cylinders and doing its pay-per-views, especially in the lead into number 100 and such, one thing that UFC got right is that they would build up a strong undercard. So that if for some reason the main event underperformed, you probably got 2 or 3 really good fights prior to that for your money. So you order the pay-per-view, and even if the main event for some reason was a dud, something happened, you probably got 2 or 3 excellent fights prior to that with people that were hungry and that were trying to perform for the crowd. So you still got your money's worth. You still got, and then if the main event is great too, well, then it's an amazing show. But worst case scenario, if a couple of the lead fights were a dud, you probably got a couple of really good fights in lead up to it. And you got your money's worth instead of just hoping that the main event delivers. Otherwise, this show's terrible.
And sometimes some guys come in with a Superman punch, knocks the guy out in 5 seconds. It's game over. It's like, what?
That's why you needed all those other fights. If you build the card well, and you could have other fights, where even if 1 or 2 happens like that, well, that's okay. You got all these other fights, and probably several of them are going to be pretty solid at the bare minimum. Gregor says, when is Carlos going to grow a beard and change the name of the show to 3 Guys, 1 Beer? See, I told you.
They turned in too late.
Bubbles will ask, it's like, you're an influencer. People are talking about grooming. It's like, dude, I didn't do this. People get obsessed about the beers. I don't know what to say.
I don't know. It was a thing.
Sanders getting spacey. It's been an Alan Ginter. I see your pun. It's been an Alan Ginter sets as well. That's sports related. Can't wait for Tyson to knock out that social media boxer. Yes, the other Paul.
I can't keep, and they're the same.
Not the G.I. Joe one, the other one.
Yeah,
yes.
Logan is the one in WWE. I think the other one's Jake. Jake is the one that he's going to be fighting.
The same to me. I don't know the difference.
Paul has it in the contract that if he gets knocked out, the prize pool is off. Basically, it's the script as he gets. Yes, there you go.
True.
It's basically Paul's previous fight where Tyson would forfeit his purse if he knocked out Paul. Oh, really? Forfeit the purse? Oh, that's stupid.
Are you kidding me?
Really?
What?
So couldn't you just take a dive if you're in any danger? Take a dive and be knocked out? That'd be an easy way out.
I don't know how to respond to that. I know this isn't a quote real, official match, but you want to fight Mike Tyson, but the rules are you're not allowed to knock me out. So you gotta just run around the ring for a long time with a 60-year-old man and tire him out and then trip him and push him down.
Yes.
I see him sparring. He doesn't look like he's going to fall over anytime soon.
Because if Mike wants you dead, he's going to kill you literally kill you in the first round, and then just go home. I didn't hear about this. Like, you're not allowed to hit me.
Not too hard.
Not too hard.
Never heard it.
Eric, look. I'm going to say 2 things. Number one, I feel like this is suggesting taking us down the path of #rigged.
Yeah,
but you know what isn't rigged? This promo at AMG Collectibles, AMGcollectibles.ca. That is organic. That is legitimate as it gets. Why? Well, because they're friends of the channel and they support the podcast and the live stream. So yes, that's the reason why.
There we go.
Mm-hmm. Yep, makes logical sense. It all plays into it. And hopefully you checked out the last episode where we showed off that Outburst red. And I think the Outburst red that's sold this past week, I think was the same one, if I'm not mistaken. I got to double check the serial number, but I think the one that sold for Slab Sharks, I believe, is the same one. And it's sold for a pretty sizable amount. Now, the only thing I haven't had the chance to do yet, and I will do probably before this broadcast is over, I'll double check to see if it's been paid for, because I don't care what it's sold for. I care what it was paid. If it was paid, whatever dollar amount.
Do you know?
I think it'll be paid for.
It was like 17,000 and change. 17,000 and change was the number I saw. But I want to confirm. I want to confirm payment.
Yeah.
I'm going to go check Terra Peak. If I confirm payment, that's a different conversation.
I know that, the three of us plus Brad and some others, Brandon and Yannick were all looking at it. And I think someone put up a screenshot of the bids and they looked fishy.
Well, I think the one you were talking about was one of the other ones, is one of the other cards, but I'll double check. So
no, it was the
Josh,
red Bedard out of 25, I thought.
Josh here saying Karin said it's been paid for, so I'll do a quick validation myself. Since it's on eBay, I can double check my online too.
And you can't trust Josh because he's a big stupid face and he needs to shut up.
Wow.
Yeah, so Tyson already said he's not doing it for the money, so might as well knock him out. There you go. That's true. Maybe Mike doesn't care about the money. That's right.
There was a time
hey, listen, I would appreciate that. I'd enjoy it. So you go. As long as we get a gif of a squared up Tyson punch on him, it'll all be worth it. There you go. Get our money's worth. All right. I'm down on Karin after the story I read about a stolen collection. There's been a lot of issues. Look, I'll leave it at this. There's a lot of issues and questions involving things that are involved in that. And Karin, and this is facts, Karin has been involved in liquid marketplace in the past, which is something that Logan Paul's been involved in. And Logan Paul has been involved in various crypto type scams.
Oh, yes.
So it's like 6 degrees of how much shadiness do you want to be surrounded by? I'll just leave it at that. That's it. That's all I'm going to say.
Oh, yeah. That's all you want to say. Mm-hmm.
No payment showing a Terra Peak. All right. So 540 Flips is checking it out. Appreciate that.
Yeah,
Serial number is different from the AMG one. Yeah, I couldn't remember if it was the same one or a different one. I'll double check if there's another outburst because I thought that they were, my understanding was that the outburst from AMG was being put on through Slab Sharks.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe it was a different one. Maybe someone's paying Tyson and the Paul garbage. There you go. Mike is going to kill Paul, one less idiot in the hobby. We can only hope. We'll see. Allegedly. Again, metapiece.
Yeah, I just, remind me of this, I can't remember exactly how the quote goes. Something that Tyson said.
Are you struggling with your memory? Is it because you're old, Eric?
Mm-hmm. There's no need to discuss my age.
Oh no, we did discuss. We discussed earlier that there was something that needed to be said about that.
There's nothing needs to be said about that.
Yeah. So I think we should discuss briefly. Said that Eric over there, Bobby. I think it's important that we discuss briefly that Eric is actually aged yet again. And specifically this week, he's aged, and now he is the ripe old age of 550. He claims the first 5 is not true, but I think that's legit.
In pesos, yeah.
Yeah, that's right. But hold on, Eric. But I do have a celebratory thing for you. Are you ready?
Oh, well, if it's anything like what Bobby was sending, I could only imagine.
Oh, are you ready? This is going to be fantastic. You're going to love it.
Okay.
Ready?
Here
we go.
Yeah, okay.
No, that's it.
That's all you get.
Only because you anticipated and thought there was going to be more. No, that's it.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
We should put his can't touch this video up. That would be fun.
Yeah, Bobby. There's some ones that Bobby sent me were hysterical.
Yeah, the jib jabs. Yeah. There's
a
lot of
that was so funny.
Well, maybe at the end, we'll play a couple of those.
It's late.
I just honestly, I was more entertained about just setting you up for like just the horn, the party horn. That's it. That's all you're getting.
Good. I'm fine with that.
Good old party horn. Hey, listen, we up the production values around here.
I know.
That's what the like button. That's what like button money has gotten us. The like button.
Exactly.
Dana White is a big enough to generate to hire Tyson as a mercenary. I think that'd be fun. Everyone has a plan to get punched in the mouth. That's right.
Yeah, that's what.
Yep. 550. So the 5 doesn't count. So it's 545.
I'll Jackson's math. I'll take that.
I like Bob Jackson's math. I like the maths that he's utilizing there. So yes, in fact, Eric has reached the lofty heights of 5-0.
Yeah.
Yes.
Hawaii or not.
Or cop or not. 5-0 is the popo.
Yeah. I'm officially old.
Yes. Yeah, officially. It's important you designate that as opposed to like unofficially old, where we've made clear this point on several occasions.
But as as a certain somebody who's might be watching right now, if I'm 50, what would that make her? I think that means she's like 100, right?
Ooh, what, Bobby, you know what's going on here?
I know.
Eric's utilizing a classic technique that I have utilized in the past. It's one of my favorite things because every time I would have a birthday, my dad, I like telling my dad he's old. It's one of my favorite things. Literally every time I greet him and I call him on the phone, I just say, start off with "you're old." That's my greeting. But then when it's my birthday, he'll be like, "You're old," and I'll be like, "Oh, that's probably true, but you're older than me, so that makes you old." And then I would go all the way down the line and eventually reach my grandmother, where I would say, "Well, that makes her oh," and then go on for like 2 minutes. Oh,
Like one of those guys when they score a goal in soccer.
yeah. But basically, I would do it just because it would annoy my mother.
They all keeps going. Yeah.
Yeah, it would always end the same way. And as soon as it began, they would regret ever bringing it up. And that's the reason I did it. So Eric was utilizing a fine honed Alcazar family technique.
Didn't know you were using that, did you?
I didn't.
For years, Eric, for years. The family will co-sign on this. I have literally been doing that to them for years. That's my first rodeo.
I've never been good at math, but I just figured if I'm 50, then she must be 100. So if she's paying attention and she's watching right now,
interesting.
If you live to 100, half your life is over.
Yeah,
it's true.
I don't want to live to
100.
And if you live to 51, more than that.
Certain people again have threatened to make that an improbability.
Take Eric's age divided by the number
he's in his 50s now. Like, it's awesome.
It's amazing. It's amazing. Take Eric's age and divide it by the number of concussions he's had. That's how old he acts.
I've had a lot. I've had a lot of concussions.
Yeah.
That makes her Mike Tyson about to knock your ass out. True.
Again, she has made it clear that I probably won't see 51.
Yep.
If you shave that beard, you won't.
I was going to say part of it. But so the aesthetic is part of the reason I've stayed clean shaven over the years. But as I get more gray hair, it just invites more gray hair into your life. So
true enough, right?
Yeah. So to each their own. Like whatever works for you. If it works for you and you rock it, rock it. But again,
not necessarily
more gray hair.
Yeah, my hair. I got a little bit, but most of it's brown.
It's all here. If I get rid of this, I'm baby face. I'm like 44 again.
There you go. I got more of a salt and pepper thing going on. The lighting doesn't do it, but in the right lighting, it does.
Maybe I'll just get pepper. Just color it
in. Yeah, well, I still got pepper. That's facts. He's probably more scared of her than Mike Tyson. Yes, he's probably more scared of her. True. Eric is old enough to keep track of his age and the Roman numerals L. See, battery, bringing it. I appreciate that. I like it, Carla. I like it. And also Sally O'Malley, international reporters. Thank you for that.
Yeah, she is my spirit animal. I put her on my.
That was for your Instagrams.
I put it on my Instagrams. Yeah, that she's my spirit animal.
Look at you.
Okay.
I like to kick and stretch and kick. I'm 50. I remember seeing that years ago. That was the funniest thing she ever did.
Was that lady did the prancing?
Yeah, she prances around and just starts kicking. Oh my god!
Not the prancer you're thinking of, but anyways.
The best part is as he's talking about that, the little thumbs up thing popped up on the screen.
No stuff.
Right beside your head. Right beside your head.
God damn it! You got to tell me how to shut this off.
Why? It's giving me so much enjoyment just watching you be tormented by it. It's fantastic. Speaking of L's, just be sure to like the video so Eric has to pay. True. Kathy says, good evening, Kathy. You have never been good at math. Very true.
Are you sure you're not a strong
suit? I'm not fighting that one. I don't like the maths.
Oh, well. That happens.
I just
says,
if I'm 50, she must be 100. That's how I
got to get something. 1 second.
Doesn't that make sense?
Trader Griff says, I'm so old. We didn't have concussions. We had getting your bell rung and smelling salts. There you go.
Yeah, exactly. I remember getting awoke to smelling salts once or twice. And yeah, you just got your bell rung. Get back out there. Okay, coach.
The problem was when it happened. Well, the problem was when it happened. You go, okay, I'm ready. I'm taking on 1994 with a vigor. Eric, it's 2014. That's a problem. That's an issue.
I don't know how many. I've told this story a bunch of times. I don't remember I've done it here or somewhere else, but my worst concussion is when I told the doctor I had a 21-year-old sister in the 3rd grade and George Washington was president.
Yep. No, you've said it here. And
Yeah.
I said, well, it could be worse. You could have gotten you could have gotten a different president. You could have gotten somebody who was a president of the local auto club or something.
Yeah,
Could be worse.
I was messed up that time.
Yes.
That was the
So
worst.
what?
I've had many others.
Oh, I have no doubt about this. Probably even smashed in the head a couple of times, deservedly so, mostly.
My
But,
wife, who was my girlfriend at the time, knocked me unconscious once.
Did she use a booby or stick? Because that would be funny.
No, she used her legs to catapult me off a bed into a wall and knock me unconscious.
It's all the issues of one Bougie Eric, the adventures of Bougie Eric, if you will.
Many concussions. Many.
Paul says, was playing a semi-pro football game and my QB got a concussion. Was scary. I had to drive his car home because he couldn't see straight. Yeah, if you get concussed hard enough, yeah, you're not going to be able to see straight. That ain't going to work for you. My doctor's bond officer asking me how many concussions I've had. Do you know how clever you could have been? Maybe.
Yeah.
But that's what the man does. Look, at his advanced age, he has like days left to live at best. Like, Carlisle, let the man have his last couple of days, and at least he needs to unburden himself from some of the things. Just think about it. But I was going to say, it could be worse. Whenever I play the, your old game, I have fun with that because I'm the oldest, but I'll be 41 this year. But then both my parents are about 30 years older, give or take. So this year they're both turning 70. But then my grandmother's still alive on my mom's side.
Nice.
So the thing is, she claims for years not to have any idea how old she is. It's like, we don't have to work too hard, madam. We know you didn't have my mom at an early age. She's the oldest. We know you didn't have my mom at the early age. So if my mom is going to turn 70,
mm-hmm.
Even if I want to be real nice, how old are you? Like, if we're being really nice,
90.
And then what if we're being more realistic?
95.
Keep moving. And by the way, the time look, all I know is this: at the time that she was born, my grandmother was born in Colombia, and they have no records. So there's no paperwork, and more likely anybody who would know is dead.
She is somewhere between 90 and 95 years old.
No, she's somewhere between 90 and 90,000 years old. we can't assume, Eric. We can't assume. How can we possibly know?
If you cut her in half, you can count the rings, though, right?
That probably would work. Yeah. But yes, but I like to often theorize. It's like, how do we know that she wasn't there in biblical times? Can I be certain of that? I would love to ask someone, but anyone that might be able to tell me, Eric, is dead. So that might be an issue. Bit of a problem. So, Eric, it could be worse. It could be worse.
Yeah.
It could be worse.
Who's dead?
Think about it. Just saying. So, yes. So with Eric's oldness established, you got the 10. So actually, Bobby, this would be a good opportunity. By the way, anybody in the chat, if there's something you guys want to chat about, obviously we did the little Kurt's Car Kid thing off the top. If you want to chat about that a little bit, but pick a specific angle, though, because a lot of it has been beaten to the ground. If there's something specific you'd like to touch on. But at the CSC show, so Bobby and I were there at the CSC show, and the Burrell did purchase an Upper Deck 10 of Series 2.
Oh, my goodness. Someone's about to become a millionaire.
Well, this is the one that was already open, right? This is the one that you opened already?
Yeah, I didn't buy another. There's no
okay,
way.
I'm just checking.
I just had to buy one. That was it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was kind of a dud. It was no Michael Ham. It was
Ham opened up a crap ton of blasters and stuff, and he was pulling Bedards like they were going out of style. What the retail is supposed to be, or what they were selling for? Because the retail isn't
probably bought
bad. I think he got his for retail. I believe
we have opened up a crap ton, and
really, your store.
And the only Bedard. So yesterday they just went on a rampage, and the only Bedard that came out of many blaster boxes was that stupid artsy one there.
Ham. Oh yeah, the
UD portraits.
But yeah, that's the only Bedard that got pulled.
Well, Ham killed it.
Yeah,
he got like 6 or 5 of them or something.
Hold on. I actually I got a picture from his Instagram. I can actually show it. and
Oh,
actually
okay.
show what the damage was. So it'll give you a good indication of it.
I didn't even know
So
his
here.
Instagram. He posted stuff.
Robert here, has anyone ever looked at the back of the card and noticed a bunch of errors? Just looked at the Mats Naslin OPG rookie, and it says a bunch of Rick Natras info mixed in.
Oh, that's
Nice, nice. See, Kathy says TMI, too much for you. Tins are 60 and Blasters 25 retail. So if you're getting them at retail, that's not terrible. 25 retail is not terrible. That's fine.
No, he did good then.
Yeah. So
Well,
here, I'll
anyway.
show you guys. I'll show you guys from Ham's Instagram. So if you look there, you got 2 of the Connor Bedard Peachy Glossies. So on the left, you got the Young Guns. You've got that was inside of one of the smaller packs because he didn't just open blasters. He opened a couple different versions of it. So there's like a die cut version of, I think it's supposed to be based on SP. So you've got that regular version. You've got the red parallel version of that. He pulled in a different one.
That looks
You've
nice.
got the checklist with Bedard, and then you've got the Program of Excellence Team Canada Bedard. So this is all from the one video.
Yeah.
Now he opened a bunch of blasters and stuff, but he was pulling like a Bedard on almost everything. So
yeah, it was just like unbelievable. Wow.
Yeah, it was like one after another. So he I've seen folks pull a fair number of them. That's why we led with, and with the podcast, we talked about this. We said flat out, like they're not an impossible pull. They're out there.
No.
They're available. But he definitely pulled more than the average, like way more.
Yeah.
He was on the he aggressively pulled a lot of them. And yeah, the Program of Excellence is kind of an SP card. So that one's a very tough one of those pulls. So
I don't even think I got a good, Kaprasov. That's a nice shiny one.
Yeah. I think some of the cards you had were nice. I think it's just a situation where you didn't have too much luck with like the names on it and stuff.
Drew Doherty was kind of nice.
So that's a silver.
And then this came in the tins. You got the orange Dazzlers.
Yeah. They're dazzly.
They are. They're orange. Actually, they're kind of nice looking, to be honest.
Yeah.
Instinctives and all the other. These ones are kind of roots were just kind of silly, but
Hey!
Yeah, but those ones have textures. Those ones at least have some texture to them.
They have some texture at the bottom. Yeah, the roots you can feel. They're all lined and they're textured. Yes, they're nobodies.
That's a different problem. That's a different problem.
I didn't even get a star. I think Kaprasov is a star.
Yeah, but the Bruin there, Bobby, the one for the roots, was that like Pasternak? Who was it? The one Boston Bruin.
Oh, there was 2 Boston Bruins.
Okay. The one in the back is the Bruin. First one you got Crosby. Who's the second?
Oh, Crosby. Sorry. Oh yeah. Okay. That is he's Pasternak. Yeah.
That's what I figured. Yep. There you go.
Oops. Sorry. I was going to give.
I don't think it wasn't. It was a
card fixing up to give it to Eric now.
Maybe. I consider I was there and we opened up the packs in the tin. I would consider it to be an average tin, which is to say you get pretty much beat up on the average tins.
God.
Yeah, I got beat up.
Yeah,
it's just the worst.
Yeah. Those are I don't know where they got those. I did get some Young Guns, but I didn't get anybody. I don't think that was. I didn't get anybody. I got the average Young Gun. Who did I get? I can't even. Stanislav. Sovzil.
Well, you won't know for a couple of years whether or not these guys are any good.
True
you know,
enough,
I suspect there's usually a couple of guys who will be okay. But it'll take a while.
Come on, like who gets these cards? Me. I'm usually lucky with cards, but I got the worst end of luck on these.
I would say, Bobby, I did way better on my random Opeachy blaster.
He did, yeah, and that was pretty sad.
And that was $20. So
now, all in all, the card quality is good.
Yeah.
The look of the regular cards are kind of nice. They have a little bit.
All right. I think they're decent.
Them, whatever. Some are kind of a little bit. These are kind of reminiscent of an older set. I can't really remember where they did all the masks, the goalie masks right up front.
Oh yeah, they did. Yeah, they did some of the different mask sets.
Yeah, so a lot of the goalies had goalie masks.
That's cool.
If you're not going to do an action shot for a goalie, the mask shot is a good one.
So it's nice to look at the cards and say, hey, this is kind of cool. Or I looked at the Leafs. I didn't get any. Did I get a Matthews? I don't even think I did. Maybe I did. So a lot of action shots, live action shots, but they're kind of nice. Like the portraits kind of suck. I like the action shots, sort of like when Opeachy did their cards and tops way back. The action shots were really kind of nice. Some of them were kind of weird, but for the most part. So yeah, that's my my tin, and I'm sticking to that, whatever it was. So I think I got that. I think I paid $135, so Canadian,
Right.
which is about $100 US. And the tins were something. $10.
In the future, that might be absolutely.
No, it is right now. I see them for sale on eBay all over. I think they're getting $10 to $20 a tin, empty, just for
That's
their
probably about
on-guard collectible, right?
At this point, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's a rookie picture of him, I guess, on a upper deck product.
Yeah.
Hey man, you got to take it for what it is. I don't know what else to tell you. That's about it.
Yep. There you go. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
All right.
Yeah. Look, all I'll say is that so from that one blaster, I did end up selling the one OPG blaster. I did end up selling the Bedard, and I made about 60 US
Nice.
after fees. So I was like, that'll work. That'll do.
Oh,
For 20
yeah,
Canadian, we'll take it.
I forgot to say, fuck you, Mike.
I always like when someone tells him that, so I'm on board.
Yeah.
There
He
you go.
starts opening these things. Oh, another Bedard, another Bedard.
Yeah, it's just Bedards. Everybody gets a Bedard.
Then he's going
Bob
1-1. Like, yeah, he could have almost got it too.
Bob Boozle says, do you guys get mad when you hear about non-hockey fans buying UD blasters like crazy? So for it's not, I'm not really telling you anything that should shock you. I don't care. If they want to open it, like go buy it, have at it. Like part of the reason I thought the OPG thing, the OPG blaster that I opened was funny was because I wasn't going to bother opening any of it. And I lucked into it. It's only because they didn't have the other AEW blaster. Otherwise, I would have bought the other
I
thing.
should get a cut because I think you got influenced by me.
Obviously.
Mine.
Oh, okay. Without a doubt, without a question.
I'll
that
take
seems
30.
fair.
I'll take 30, or add 30 to the like button for Eric.
I was going to say absolutely 100%. Yeah,
okay, them are good.
Yeah, just for you, Bobby. We'll add 60. It's Eric's birthday.
Oh,
week.
yes, birthday.
So we'll double it. We'll double it. It's not even a question.
I think it works that way.
Oh, it 100% works that way. So personally, I don't
Times
because
two.
I'm like,
Okay.
Yeah, I'm okay with it because it's going to. I'm okay with it for two reasons. Number one, I don't really care what people buy or don't buy. That's on them. But the second reason why is because it drives the hockey guys nuts.
Yeah,
and that amuses me. So that's kind of the thing.
It doesn't matter to me. You putting the stuff out there. You want to spend the money.
Yeah. It's your money. You can do it. You can do this you want. Yeah.
I did.
If it drives up the price for other folks who want to complain about it, I understand. Like I can both understand and also be like, it's the way it works. Their money
But
spent.
the Bedard's pulled. So what happened? A guy opened a box. Maybe I was influenced by that. Anyways, he bought one of those boxes for $350, the regular retail box, and or hobby box, whichever it was. And the first pack he pulled the Bedard, and I think they said it's about $1,000 card, and a guy was paying at the show $700 for the Bedard. Yeah, so
it was $1,000 card briefly, and then I think it's dropped
it to the guy, and the guy says, "Yeah, I'll give you $700 right now," and he goes, "Done," because he paid $350 for the box. So
100%, at that
Times
my
two
advice. Yeah, my advice was, at the end of the day, you do whatever you want. If you genuinely just want the card and you pulled it, well then fine. Congratulations, you get your card.
We had some fun. I even let
but I'm just saying for people in general. I'm just saying for folks in general.
Yeah.
But beyond that, my thought was, even for folks that want the card, my thought was, unless you pulled something really low numbered and you just want to keep it, almost all those cards are like, no, you can probably extract maximum value out of it right now, and you could literally buy it back. Because there's going to be enough of them that are then going to follow coming into the marketplace. Sure. So this is a situation where you could pull the card, hey, congratulations, you make your money right now, and then you're going to get a chance, I think, this offseason where you're going to be able to buy it for a much lower price, and you got to pocket the difference. So I'm like, win-win. This sounds like a win-win to me. You still get the card if you want.
Has anybody graded a 10 yet?
Yeah, there have been a few that have started now creeping in.
What are they going at?
I will take a look. I think only some have finished. It hasn't been a lot, but I think a few have finished.
Yeah, I'm sure the first out of the gate's going to be like, because if the guy was, the guy said it was going for $1,000, but I don't think that was graded, and he got 700. So I'm thinking a graded one be 2,500, 10 right now.
For a 10 to be higher. It's going to
Yeah.
be probably like 5. Just saying off the top of my head, it's probably gonna be
5?
like 5.
Because it's going to drop
Yeah.
as soon as you get like.
It doesn't matter. The first couple are going to go crazy.
Well, who's the stupid person buying in at that point? I don't know.
Listen, what Eric wants to spend his money on is his business.
I know.
Yeah.
I'll leave it.
Yeah.
What are you eating, Eric? Cake or ice cream?
These are oatmeal cookies my daughter made.
Oh.
Okay, so
That's
it looks
cookie
like
crumbles.
I just did a search for Young Gun Bedard PSA 10. It doesn't look like any of these have finished yet, but maybe I have to use a different search term.
Go to sold.
But I can tell you right now, there's a couple that are active at the moment, and the highest one is at about 4,500.
Really? Wow.
4,500. Oh,
How
sorry.
foolish is that, really, honestly? Because there's no shortage of them. It's not even a short. It's like just as regular. So it's. And how many?
Yeah, hold on. Let me back up because I want to make sure I'm rechecking auctions because buy it nows are worthless to me. I want to scan through. Give me a second.
What is the buy it nows at?
The one I was looking at was buy it now. That's the reason why I'm going back to the screen. Oh, I like this one. So this one is actually in auction. This one actually has bids. So this one I'll use. By the way, this one's got 470 watchers. I love that. That's great. Okay. So this one is actually, it's got a day and 21 hours left. So a day and 21 hours left. So I'll double check and see if I can use a different search term and find more. But this one I'm looking at right now is $2,750 with 16 bids, but it'll be ending on Sunday at about 7. So it's still got time. So right now it's pushing 3K.
Well, I think that's the thing is if it's coming out, like if you live in California, you just walk them into PSA, get them done right away, and get them up online.
If you got a nice copy, I probably would. For me, like I said when we were talking the AMG one, I think the base Young Guns Connor Bedard is going to be common as dirt. You're going to be able to get your hands on plenty of them if that's what you want. If you pulled like a silver outburst, then I think you have an interesting decision because that one's a little bit tougher and it's also nicer looking.
Yeah.
So like to me, that's a nicer looking car. Or the clear cut. The clear cut is another one where it's going for a pretty penny, but it's also much less common. It is a much less common version of the card. So I feel like if you're thinking value and you think the kid's good, then that one I think will sustain value nicely for you going forward. The Young Gun will get lower as more of them flood into the marketplace, including PSA 10s. As more of them hit the market, that price will stabilize and lower a little bit. But if you're one of the first ones out of the block and you get it sold and paid, hey, you're going to make your money. You're going to be good.
I know that I think there's already been one PSA 10 I think I saw.
That's what I thought as well. That's what I was trying to look for. I was looking in Terry Peak. I was trying to find it.
I will honestly be surprised if there is a lot of them because of the quality of cards coming out of the printers nowadays.
The cuts are really good on these. They're not a lot of chipping or anything, even on the fancy ones. So.
I also think you got to factor in mind, Eric. There's going to be enough of them where by volume alone, I think you're still going to get a decent amount of 10s.
Well,
let me see if Hockey Card Gong Show.
Well, that guy who pulled the 10, the Bedard right from the pack. The top right corner has a little bit of, a little bit of white.
But
these are really nicely cut. I can see even the shiny ones. They're really, really well done.
Okay, so here's the one I thought I saw.
Yeah.
So this one here was from the 13th, 5,186 USD. And they said they verified it as sold on Terry Peak. So that's the highest 10s so far. And the previous one before that was 4,900. So about 5K on a couple of them.
If you remember, I could completely be wrong, and that's fine. But if you remember when Series 1 came out and they had the draft day card, even the one we pulled at the shop, it looked like it already, been through the ringer. And
they're going to be those. I guarantee it. But I'm also seeing some that look okay. I'm also seeing some that look okay. So it depends on your batch.
Oh.
I think it's been a mixed bag. Is all I'm saying.
Really? Yeah.
I think it's been a mixed bag of quality.
These are really nice, well cut.
Yeah,
very nice.
I remember from the tin that Bobby had. The cards actually look pretty okay. They look like they were being treated. So I think it's going to be it's going to be your choose your own adventure. It's whatever comes out of the box or tin that you're opening. And some of them I think are coming out okay. Thomas Carver says,
"Yeah, I even let Carlos open half the packs. Now I'm going to have to get Kurt's shit and then wipe his fingers off if I'm going to send.
Absolutely.
Well, for some of those cards, it might actually be worth more with fingerprint. Yeah, just saying. Just throwing it out there. Hashtag influencer.
Yep.
Just saying. Timeless Cardboard here says, I'm looking forward to the NFL draft. Guys, give me your top 5 mark draft picks. I have no idea who's in it. The only thing I know is that there's a lot of arguments about where Caleb Williams should be going versus where he may go versus, any controversies or questions about him. I watch the NFL draft for enjoyment purposes, but I have no idea, man. I don't keep track of the prospects right now. Caleb Williams is the only one that I've been paying attention to just because he has made some headlines with stuff he says and questions about like the approach they've taken to it. And that's the only reason he's resonated with me off the board. So I've watched a couple of YouTube videos on that because I was interested. But beyond that, yeah, I really haven't paid too close attention.
Yeah, I could not tell you the first thing. I know that the Patriots have like the number 3 pick. They're trying to figure out whether or not they're going to take a quarterback or trade the pick for something else. So,
are you sure they should take a quarterback though, Eric? Like,
no.
Did you not see what happened to the last quarterback they had?
Yeah,
you know what happened? You know what happened when he left? This is what happened when he left.
Yeah, I don't blame him.
Look at the unbridled joy.
Absolutely. And he's like, I gotta go. My mom's picking me up in like 10 minutes.
It's like the greatest moment of his life. And he's like, I'm gonna be a backup here, but that's okay.
Yeah.
This is great. Life is good.
Very, very wealthy.
Life is good.
I'm a backup. No one's going to hurt me, and I'm very, very wealthy. Yeah, okay, I'm good.
It's like the bad Belichick man can't hurt me anymore.
No, I listen. That kid got screwed here. I've said it on the podcast. I've said it here. This kid was a Pro Bowler rookie year. He had a really, really good rookie season. Showed what he's capable of, and then from then on he had 3 or 4 different offensive coordinators for his rest of the time here. Plus, one of the offensive coordinators was actually a former defensive coordinator, Matt Patricia, who's bounced all around the league and sucks everywhere he goes. And then he gets no offensive line, no protection. He gets unbelievable gun shy because he knows he's going to get like lit up on every single play. And he has no one to throw to. Our best receiver was supposed to be like Juju Schuster, who was basically playing on one.
Juju
leg.
Smith-Schuster, come on.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah, well, he only played on one leg. I'm not giving him his full name. They just sucked. And the fact that they're going to blame this kid for all the Patriots' problems over the last 2 seasons is a complete joke. They
have to blame the kids.
Over.
Damn it, blame the children.
And I was really hoping that they'd keep him and he would and they would fix the problems on the team and he'd come back and be a Pro Bowler again.
Josh here says I was able to order 3 tins and 3 Walmart mega boxes. Mega boxes. Should arrive Wednesday. Hey, good on you. Just out of curiosity, I haven't been paying attention. What's the retail in Canada on the retail in the tins? I'd be curious. Not sure. So Gary here says, funny thing is you can't pull the 1 of 1 out of retail products. I don't remember if there's a restriction.
No.
Yeah, is that right?
Out of this box, I couldn't get any of the low number cards or the one.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
So that's the problem with the tin, but that's why it's cheaper, right? So
yeah, well, but if you want to pull the regular Young Gun and some of the other stuff, it gives you a better chance and brings the price down, which is actually not a terrible thing.
Yeah.
I should have put mint in quotes. They were sharp, but not said it well said enough to grade mint. That's referring to the card locker here. Carl, I was giving a story here. Bought a card locker on eBay when it arrived in an entire vending box with 81 tops inside. Nice bonus prize. Bonus prize.
Nice.
Pack fresh, probably
Those
7 near mint. Hey, it's still a bonus. It's a bonus, man. I like it. Joshua says, wait, what channel am I? You sound like Neo Cards and Comics, just so you can buy them back later. I know. Outrageous. Scandalous. It was funny as I find myself in a position where I've talked to a few folks, and like I said, I was at the show, and folks were talking to me about the Bedard thing. We were having the conversation. I'm sitting there like, I hate trying to dispense any kind of advice on this stuff because it's terrible. But I'm sitting there like, but this one is so predictable. It's like, there's a lot of the Young Guns. There's no justification for paying the current high price that when it first came out of the box. I was like, if you pull one, I am selling that shit as fast as it goes out of my hands. Like literally as fast as they will hand me the money, it's out of my hands. It's gone.
Yeah, I'm not holding. No way.
Even if my intention is to get one in my collection, I can. In fact, I will have at least one major opportunity forthcoming soon to purchase the card again and pocket the difference.
Mm-hmm.
This sounds to me like a very obvious move. I don't feel like it's that complicated or that I have to explain it that hard. It's like, no, I can literally sell it now, get all the money, and then buy it back at a lower price. Why wouldn't I do that?
And there's guys beside us open a box too, right?
That's right.
They didn't get much of anything either.
No luck on their part. It was all Ham. He got all the cards.
I think Ham got them all. The only thing
Yeah.
I got out of this, I only got 2 Leafs out of that whole box. So I got Samsonov and Nylander. That's it.
Or if you want, Bobby, I can send you I can send you a Matthew Knees from my O-Pee-Chee box. I got the Matthew Knees. If you want that one, it's all yours. International Borders saw a PSA post. They had already graded 120 with 50% being 10s. Okay, so 60 10s there for sure. Going to be real interesting when the bro case boys realize young guns aren't scarce. Yeah, they're not at all. Especially with the amount of product being opened. Yes, absolutely. That's what I said. Like, look, if you pull one and you're happy, that's great.
I got
nothing
4
wrong
out
with
of
that.
the box, out of the 10, sorry.
The one player? Nice.
Young Guns.
Oh, the young guns. Gotcha.
Arthur Silovs, Connor Zeri, Stanislav Zil, I don't know. Ryan Shea. A defense.
Nice.
Like, why don't you? Oh. Hey. Anyways.
Yep.
It's actually, there's some nice cards in here, but some are kind of stupid.
Well, I think that's the thing right now. That's the thing with Upper Deck. We're saying that's the thing with Upper Deck flagship. I think there are a number of nice cards that you can pull out of these boxes and out of these packs. But some of the ones but you're looking at what it's costing to buy the box, and that's what's hurting. If it was cheaper, the box was cheaper, it wouldn't be as problematic.
So this is what is this one?
There's 2 versions. There's like a Matrix version and the regular version. There's 2.
Yeah, this one's really cool.
Yeah, the one that has the Matrix is the slightly tougher one. There's tougher odds on the second one.
Slightly? Well, it depends.
You have to take a look. I don't remember what the exact are, but I want to say they're like 1 in 60 packs or something like that.
This one was Kaprizov, which is good.
Yeah.
I think that's the best card in the whole thing I got.
Yeah, but the thing, if you look at the tin, Bobby, they've got the regular version and then the other version, and you'll see the odds of the 2. But there is a difference between the 2.
Oh yeah, you can see it in a second. It's actually, those are really nice. These ones are.
I think they look good. That's what I mean. Like, I think they did a good job on some of the inserts with the design and the look of some of the cards. It just depends on what you're into. But for me, I'd be buying singles. That's the key with that.
Yeah.
So CRX not that old. He's eating oatmeal cookies. In a few millennia, he'll upgrade to cream of wheat ones. Look at you.
I like oatmeal and
Whatever
raisins.
goes down easier, right?
I wish there was raisins in them because oatmeal raisins my favorite.
love
I love those things.
But these are nice. The orange, I like those.
Yeah, Dazzlers, yeah.
Yeah, they're cool.
Still no Leafs.
Doc's exclusive here says 61 PSA 10 Bedard Young Guns right now in the pop report. Nice. Paul says Darby Allen legit broke his foot this week and can't go to the Mount Everest trip. He threw himself through the pane of glass and he got done in a different night.
That's ugly.
Yeah, not a big fan of those. Those aren't so great.
Just like Billy, come on, whatever.
Billy.
Don't
So
be
these 2 heavy boxes have gone from 350 up to 385, 400 a week after release. Yeah, they've gone up. They're crazy.
Yeah.
Robert here says less than 11 minutes left on the PSA 10 Bedard clear cut. Bid is almost 10K Canadian. So that was 8 minutes ago. So probably like 3 minutes left. So get your bids in while you still can.
Great.
Spurs Cards 21. Good evening. Get on with it. Good evening to you. If you can get the tins at retail, they're 90-ish. Oh, okay. I don't know if 90. I still don't feel good about 90-ish.
What, for the tin?
For the tin, yeah, on retail.
Oh.
Yeah, that's the retail. Like if you literally walk into Walmart and grab one. No, that's Canadian.
Oh, that's not bad.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like if you walk in Walmart, literally, it'll be like 89.97 or whatever they do.
Still a lot.
It is. That's the thing. If you remember the tins only like 3-4 years ago, like they used to have tins like that, and it was cheaper, way cheaper.
Yeah. Oh yeah. So what's the second best card in this thing? Like honestly, who's the player? Like
a different Bedard.
Yeah, I know, but I mean, there's like it's all here, and it's like the '79 Gretzky rookie.
I could be mistaken. I could be mistaken. Somebody can correct me on the checklist, but I know that some people like the Calgary goaltender Wolf. I know there's a couple of the other. So I'm just thinking Series 2. Specifically, you're focusing on the Series 2 Young Guns.
Yeah.
Trying to think who was the other one.
It's so tough.
Like another name, and it escapes me totally.
Yeah. Ask Ken. Probably got those ones too.
Yeah. I know I pulled, like I said, in that O-Pee-Chee blaster, I actually pulled a couple of the other guys who are decent rookies and some of the little parallels they've got and stuff, but they're not expensive. But at the same time, they're nice looking cards. So if any of them become any good, I was able to get some of the little parallels of it. It's fine. So to me,
sit on it for a couple of years. You never know, right?
Yeah, those ones are cheap enough, and the blaster's cheap enough where like, yeah, I could afford to just throw it in the box and not worry about it for a while.
Yeah.
So Carlos says, what do you think about the Rick's Probst's comments prediction about buy it now on eBay? So this is from an interview he did. Basically, it should go away because of all the dead inventory. So I think if your idea is that it's clogging up the searches and making it more difficult to find like legitimate things with a bunch of high buy it nows, I get that idea. But that should be eBay's algorithm to do a better job of getting you the stuff you want. I don't have a problem with him saying it because he lists a lot of stuff. If he decides to not do any buy it nows, it'll be less buy it nows just naturally because he has a lot of stuff, right?
Right.
But
well, he's
I don't know
opening bid at where he wants to be, and that's just going to be just like a buy it now that's too high because you're not going to get people involved, and that's what happened to eBay. It used to be auction all the time, and some guys would start it high or put a reserve, and now it's all buy it nows because people realize that they can make an offer, and that's fine. Make an offer. But you can't tell people what to put on things. Actually, I enjoy people having a higher price on the item. So if there's a $250 item and there's a guy at $300, and the next guy looks at it and he's going to go $290, it's really only $250. But you can probably get it for about $225. So I come in at $225. Mine's sold, and the rest of the guys are sitting in sucker land. So
yeah,
like that gap goes a lot bigger. But I'm just
depending on the item. I like to undercut some of those guys, so I find it makes it easier to get rid of stuff.
It does, because people get stagnant and they go, hey, this is cheaper. It's sort of like gas prices. When they go up, they go, oh, yeah, I got it for $75.9. That's great, because it's supposed to go up to $1. And then it goes up a little bit more, and then it comes back down, and you get it at 81, and you go, okay, it's better now. All right. You still went up, but regardless.
Yeah. Carlisle says he proposed a buy it now that would drop 10% each time a listing expired and was renewed. So I don't mind that idea because it forces the action.
Too much control, though.
The idea, though, so look, put it this way: the way he proposed the idea is to be like, you put a $10 card there with a $50,000 buy it now. Stop wasting our space. Basically, just dropping it and dropping and dropping it until eventually it goes. Either you remove it, or you put a price that it actually will sell, or it drops to a price where finally somebody buys it. Mm-hmm. That's the premise. The premise is to force it down so that, look, if you don't want to sell it at that lower price and it's not selling, well, then pull it off the platform and take it away. So that's not an issue.
Yeah, it's free advertising for a lot of people when they do that.
But. Exactly. That's the idea, is to try to get rid of, discourage that basically.
I understand. I get that, but that's a lot of control. They're already major control. It's just like, I don't want them touching what I think is, because some people think that something is really rare, but that other people don't realize it. And then how can you compare that? Are you going to make special exceptions to those pieces?
I just think it's tricky when you come up with a price for something that you actually think is fair based on the research you've done, but it's got to wait for the right buyer. Because there's a lot of stuff where I'm not willing to put in an auction. I'm just not interested. Or it's like, yeah, I'm not being ridiculous on the price, but I'm also not willing to sell it for if I put it in an auction, it'll sell for the real price. If the right person comes by, sure. But a lot of times it's like auctions go for like nothing. And I know I can get more money doing a buy now best offer and waiting for the offer to come around.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's almost like him saying, it's like Jeff Wilson saying, that the future is auctions that are live auctions. And I'm sitting there going, all right, guys, whatever. Live auctions, sure. I'm going to be on at this time, at that time. No, it doesn't work that way. I can't see it ever working that way. I know it works right now, but it's not working to the best benefit of the collector. I can't see it.
And just to jump on that, if Probstein's looking for something to change on eBay, it's to benefit him. He is the number one seller of sports cards on eBay. And if he's looking for something to change, it is to benefit him, not us. So,
by the way, at the time of this being shown on the screen, it was 5 minutes. So, anyway, Leo Carlson's number 2 pick. Leo Carlson. So, Paul was saying, remember when someone said Carlos was destined level behind in the chat? If that was the case, I wouldn't go to the chat for another 45 minutes.
There you go.
You'd see it tomorrow.
So,
Leo Carlson,
I wanted to say that I didn't get a chance to finish watching that interview because my stomach was turning. But I did like how they started. The interviewers had this guest on, started talking to him, and called him Probstein a couple of times before he had to correct them. So how about this? If you're going to have a guest on your show, make sure you know their name.
It's like you've never heard of him because his name has been told all through the hobby. And how can you get the name wrong?
Probstein. Called him twice, and he's like, it's Probstein.
Yeah, everybody knows.
Oh, sorry. It's like, listen, I just don't understand how you can have somebody come on your show and you don't know how to pronounce the name correctly. I don't know.
And why would he go on a show that? And he was so nonchalant about it. He goes, "Well, it's Probstein." It's like, you should know that, you knob.
But that's so. Look, Eric is trying to make this point. I understand what he's saying, but this is the reason we can't get Reggie Lemon, because Eric has been mispronouncing his fucking name forever.
Yes.
You want to see my newest edition?
You misled us, Eric.
Check this out.
Oh, Kraft 1986 poster mail away.
That's right, baby. And I'm going to get him to sign it.
Those are tough.
Indeed. Would removing the buy it now just raise opening bids for auction listings to a minimum price, going back to the World of Reserve pricing? So I think the answer would be yes, because like I said a moment ago, there are some items where like there's kind of a floor that I would look at. That's why the buy it now best offer I put in the basically a minimum threshold where if you make an offer and it goes below that, it just auto rejects.
Yeah.
So I do that automatically because it's like below a certain threshold. I'm not even look. My buy it now is not necessarily what I need you to do.
Sometimes though.
Yeah, but I get it. But the thing is like, so my buy it now may not. There's likely a gap between my minimum that I'll accept on an offer versus what the buy it now. I would love for you to hit buy it now and just pay it. That'd be great. But I've got a little room in between. But I'm also not willing to be like, oh yeah, 90% off. Wait, I rejected it. Yes, because I'm not even going to entertain that. You're wasting my time. I'm not interested
when they do the buy it now because you were going to give them lots of room, but you just put it extra high and the guy bought it now and you went, I'll take it.
Yeah. My favorite thing is when I'll do that and then someone will actually make a legitimate offer underneath and I will accept it. And then someone else will message me going like, I didn't realize you go to that. It says or best offer. You didn't even bother to make an offer and they were a watcher. And I was like, well, if you just sit there and watch, you've got to try and actually make an offer to see what. If you get auto rejected, how else are you going to know?
He's waiting to see somebody else buy it. Is what he's doing
basically. Yeah. So it's like
I'm watching.
I would have
waiting for somebody to take an offer. I don't know. Dummy.
Yeah, like that's BS. Sorry.
Takes all kinds. That's for sure.
I don't know what to tell you there. Anyway. So let's see here. Is this the same Rick that authenticates autos? I wish.
Who props
also pronounces Eric every show. Yeah. I wish that. I wish that Rick would authenticate. That'd be great. It'd be fantastic.
Yeah, he's an interesting character. That guy's a strange cat, man.
Hey, I used to buy from him, and because he had good stuff at fair prices, and ever since he had Mastro on, did that interview with Mastro, I've cut the guy loose. Cut that guy loose. I will never. I don't care if he has the most rare Reggie Lemlin item there is. I will not buy from him.
Wait. Maybe.
No, I almost made a mistake the other day. I got all the way to the payment thing, right? Because I didn't look to see who sold it. I saw something I really liked. Price was like perfect. I was like, boom, buy it now. It went to the different screens, got the payment. All I had to click was one more button. And on the way down the screen, I saw it was Probstein 123, and I went cancel.
Probstein.
Yeah, Probstein. Saw Probstein. Problemstein.
Yeah, he's very high and mighty of himself. Is he not?
I think he's a big fan.
Of himself, yes.
Yes.
Narcissistic, very well.
Yeah, I think he's a big fan. And, you want to have Mastro come on and you want to admit that you're selling all his stuff still and you guys are in business together. I don't want to do business with you. And that is, I am protesting with my wallet. And I've done so since that interview. I have not bought one thing. And I used to buy stuff from him all the time.
Yeah, well, that's the way it goes. And he will shake a few feathers on some people, but what are you going to do? If you want the item, you want the item. I never like to burn a bridge, but there is certain things that I won't do. You're right, for certain. guys.
There you go. International Border says, question for Eric. One clear-cut Bedard equal how many cases of mayo?
17.
I don't want to talk about it.
17.
I think people should have to pay what I want for my cards. That way I get more money. I like Carlisle's attitude. I think it's the right spirit.
There you go.
Tuvex of Life says, I remember the days of eBay auctions with reserve prices where you'd spend a week bidding and no one wins. Yes.
Yes.
His reserve
I hated that.
Classic.
That was the worst.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it just reminded me this time to smash the like button. That's right.
Oh my
Make it
God.
happen.
Josh, I'm going to smash you. Okay. So I want you to get off the computer and I want you to go out in front of your house and I want you to lay down in the street and I want you to stay there until a car runs you over. Thank you.
That's a lot of steps, man. Like, yeah, I think you fell
Probably
asleep and
write
got
him up.
tired
He's so
halfway through your
stupid.
explanation.
He's so stupid that he probably will forget the steps. I should probably write them down. I'll send him an email.
How do you know
Step
he has
1,
steps?
go outside. Step 2, lay down in street. Step 3, wait for a car to run me over. Okay.
Step 4, call the ambulance in advance.
No first
Mark?
aid for Josh. No first aid for Josh. No.
Suffer.
Or so you claim. Dang.
Wow. That's
That's
harsh.
all I'm saying.
I'm scared.
Yeah. So there are a lot of issues there, man. Just saying. So quick side tangent. I'm kind of chuckling. So I always make reference to the Discord that Bobbles and I are on and a bunch of other folks. So they decided they wanted to do a fantasy baseball rotisserie league. So I agreed with great reluctance to participate in this because at this point I watch about as many regular season games as Eric does, which is very sad. So I barely am paying attention. To be fair, I'm watching about that many regular season hockey games. Go ahead.
To be fair.
That's right. So at this point, I watch about that many regular season hockey games too. So that tells you something. But I was like, what the hell? But the thing is, so they started it. So they started it tonight. They were so eager to get going. They started it, and I'm like, after this next pick, I'm going, and I'm like, I have no idea who the fuck I'm picking. Is Mickey Mantle available? Can I get Roy Hobbs? What am I supposed to do? I don't know what to do with my hands. I'm laughing so hard because I was looking at it. I was actually listening to a couple of the different mock drafts and stuff like that. No, mock drafts and things like that. Because I was like, I remember rotisserie years and years and years ago. I haven't played fantasy baseball in years, but I also haven't really been paying attention to the league very carefully at all in years either. So it's one of those things where I'm sitting there like, in 1998, I could have done this in my sleep. I could have gone like 80-man rosters. It would have been like, today it's like, so who am I supposed to pick? Somebody already picked Juan Soto, so I'm screwed. So I'm done.
Oh yeah,
it's over. I'm done. That's all I had. That's all I figured out. It's over. So now I don't know. I don't have to figure it out. Oh, now I'm on the clock. That's great. So now the best part is that I have 12 hours to make my pick. So I might just be like, fuck you guys. I'm doing a live stream. I might just, or maybe I'll make the pick while I'm on the live stream. We'll see.
Maybe we'll get some suggestions from the.
Maybe I'll get suggestions. I can tell you guys who's been picked so far, and maybe we need to make a pick here.
Yeah,
so you got Ronald Acuna first.
Mm-hmm.
Juan Soto, Mookie Betts, Julio Rodriguez, Bobby Witt, and Freddie Freeman. That is who has been picked so far.
When is your pick?
Now. Oh. But I have 12 hours. I have 12 hours to make the pick.
Oh, you're going to drive people.
So I literally could screw them over. I could literally just be like sitting there like.
You're going to be pissed at the computer.
By the way, the next team that picks, and I know, obviously I know who the teams are and who's in the teams. The next one decided to get cute. So their team name is Carlos Hart's Trout. I can pick my Trout right now. I can pick my Trout right now. I really could.
You should.
You go, Jeff gets it.
I think you should.
I should. But
Just
here's the thing. Let me make this clear. If I pick Mike Trout, I will put him on the fucking bench. I don't care if he hits 100 home runs. I will sit his ass on the bench. I will sacrifice. I don't give a fuck about the league fee. I will just on principle. I will leave his ass on the bench.
Just on principle.
On principle. I will leave his ass on the bench where it belongs.
Fair enough.
Anybody remember the TV series The League about fantasy football? I love that show. That was fun. That was a fun show. Yep. I should. Like, Jeff, it's not a joke. I've seriously thought about it. Given the next one is Carlos Hart's-Trout, I'm like, maybe I should make your wish come true. Maybe I should do it just for you. Tatis, Carroll, and Otani would all be acceptable picks. There you go. Oh, that's amazing. Yeah. Corbin Carroll, right? Yeah, maybe. I'll think about it. Like I said, I got 12 hours, so I'll think about it. Carlos, we shut down this live so you can watch AIH's live? Yes. And I will do so in about 3 hours. Take this kid from the Dominican Republic. He's an up-and-comer. Wander something. Ooh. Advanced scouting.
Yeah.
Is he playing in the penal colony league? That's probably where he's going to be at this time.
Yeah, de facto.
It ain't good, man. It ain't good. It's rough. That's a tough thing.
Do you guys ever get told that, like, through eBay when you're tracking packages that something's been delivered, but it really hasn't?
No.
It happens to me every once in a while. It's like, been delivered. I'll go out to the mailbox, nothing there, and then tomorrow it will be there.
Oh, so what the guy's doing is mark delivered, and he's putting it in this thing, and then he's going to go, oh, I'll get it tomorrow. I got to go home and get beer. And do my draft picks.
Because I don't have
possession at the 11th hour.
Right.
So we're having Yari Curry come in soon. So I've been picking up really cheap Yari Curry cards, and I just picked up this.
Wait till we tell him
this jersey card. I'm gonna have him have a signed. I'll have him sign it, and it'll be a signed game worn jersey card.
And then you can send it to HGA. They'll do a special label. You can encapsulate it. Have this 1 of 1 of 1 of 1 of 1, and you're good.
I know, huh? I agree. Look at this one.
This one has Yari Curry.
Yari Curry's coming to the shop. Yep.
Check this. Come to the expo. Wow, we got.
Look at that one. Orange and blue.
Oh, the materials.
Down at the bottom.
Colors.
Yep. Have them signed down at the bottom. It's going to be awesome.
Well, isn't Coffee coming in too?
Coffee came in and signed last year, but he came in town the other day, went out to lunch with Phil.
Oh, was that what it was? Okay.
Yeah.
He's always around at his car dealership up in Bolton. So,
well, he's in Edmonton now, coaching. So I guess he probably hasn't been around very much. He was in town.
He used to be for years. Yeah, he hasn't been around. Everybody runs it now. He used to run it himself, but now he's got everybody else doing it, I guess.
So let's see here. Eric will have him inscribe at 88 and 90 Cup winner, as he should.
Yes.
That was
88 and 89. Didn't they have more than that? Didn't they have 5 in the 80s?
No, well, those are the
but specifically against Boston. Specifically the ones against Boston.
Those two, yes, of course.
Specifically against Boston, yes. Eric's favorites. Those are the important
And we didn't have any against the Leafs, so there you go, huh?
Yeah,
what else was there?
Carlos says, I regularly get messages of eBay items to be delivered where they have not. They've got a lot of false positives on those inscriptions. I also, by the way, my favorite is when I get the notification that something's been delivered after it's literally been sitting in my hand after opening the envelope hours ago. It's like, it's been delivered. I know.
I think the worst thing now is that they generate a tracking number, but they haven't shipped it. I bought something on what was it, last Friday before last.
Yep.
It was still sitting there on Tuesday without it even being left. You know, it's still waiting for package to arrive at that station. Yep. So the guy generates it like.
We have that at work. We have we have an account and everything, and we just get the sticker come out of the machine, slap it on the package. It now has a tracking number. It's the sticker's on there. But if we don't put it out for a week, it's just going to sit there in the out box with the tracking number on it, and it's going to hasn't been picked up.
It's just rolling around in your trunk all week.
Just rolling around.
And you wonder how cards get dinged.
eBay standard envelope is the best free card giveaway the hobby has ever witnessed. eBay standard envelope is the best free card giveaway the hobby has ever witnessed, because stuff like that disappears all the time. The tracking is nebulous at best. It doesn't get scanned a lot, so it can vanish at anywhere.
Very much actually. So, yes.
So actually, it was funny because it was not this week; it was last week. Last week, I got an envelope back. So I've talked about how suddenly they started cracking down on the postage and everything. But I had an envelope. I had a sale that took, it was like a month and a half, whatever. It didn't show up. The person reached out and I said, yep, if it hasn't come by this point, like it's been enough time. I literally just told them straight up, it's been enough time. Just let me know if you want the refund or whatever, and no problem. So they gave it another week and they said, well, okay, I need the refund. I said, yep, no problem. Boom, refund. Another month goes by. This package has been hiding in the system since January. I got it a week ago. Back.
Came back.
And it wasn't insufficient postage. It was not insufficient postage, because if it was insufficient postage, they bounce it back way quicker.
Yeah,
it was actually they put on their what was it? I have the envelope and it's got a sticker on it. And it actually says exactly what it is.
It's not the appropriate for the shipping method that it is or something. I got one returned because it was one of my books, my first books in 2003. I shipped out one of those, but then you got to put a stiffener in there, right? So they go, well, it's, you're only allowed paper. I said, well, cardboard is paper.
Yeah. Right.
So, but then it came back twice.
So the issue this time was that, so no delivery scan, and they basically said return to sender, no such number. So they weren't able to locate the address. And they said unable to forward, return to sender. So it took them basically from January until just last month. And the envelope looks like it'd been run over by a car.
Oh, fuck.
And literally it's got the sticker on it that said they couldn't locate it.
Well,
so the envelope's still intact.
They do the numbers. They have that computerized system. So they have to have a registered address that has to be confirmed. So how did they even print it out?
So in this case, it was a situation where I just sent the envelope as was, with a label, just a normal label.
Yep.
Not a pre-printed label.
Yeah.
But it went over. It went to the US, but they said they couldn't deliver it. And because they said they couldn't deliver it and couldn't find the address, they basically held on to it for like a month and a half, and then finally shipped it back to me.
Yeah,
which is nice.
I'm sure there's a big bin full, and they just go, "Okay, put it in over there. We'll get to it.
Throw it back. Well, the good news is the card is still here. Its card is intact. The person already got refunded and everything, so I got the card back. So
maybe you can sell it for more now.
Well, it's my opinion that if I mail a card, it has tracking. It is said
that was not tracking, Eric.
That
was just a normal.
I'm just giving.
Oh, is it normal?
I'm giving an opinion on something. If I'm sending something out, right, it has a tracking number. It has been made very clear that the United States Post Office is now in possession of this. It has been picked up. Okay, it's been transferred to Denver. If it does not get to you, I should not be responsible anymore. And when they say, hey, you need to send me my $50 back because I never got it, that's not my problem. Here's the tracking number. It's in Denver. The United States Post Office stole it from you. Go talk to them.
Oh.
I think it's ridiculous that I'm out a card and $50.
And postage.
And postage.
And the envelope.
With tracking, eBay should be like, listen, we're not forcing Eric to give you the $50 back. The United States Postal Service has it. He did everything he was supposed to do. We can't go into his account and steal $50, but that's what they do.
Mm-hmm.
Right? The buyer will make a complaint. eBay doesn't even think about it, and hits the magic button, takes $50 out of your account. And now you're out the card and the $50 and the postage.
Well, they said they had that scam going on where these guys shipped parcels and they insured it for more than it was worth, and they wouldn't ship it, and they kept getting the insurance money back. They give the guy his $50 back, but then they insured it for $100, so they get the $100 insurance back on it. They did this 2,000 times.
Oh God!
Mm-hmm.
Well,
2,000.
That's a federal offense.
California or Texas, somewhere down there. It was funny.
I prefer to think it was Florida because I always want to blame Florida man.
Man, yeah.
Yeah, just in general, I always want to blame Florida man. That's what I do.
Yeah, I think the guy's name was Michael
ham
sandwich,
hamburger,
something
like
that.
Hamburger. I don't know.
Josh here says, I wonder if Eric has ever considered collecting the 2009 Topps Mayo set.
Oh, yes.
And people wonder why I don't like him. Okay.
Quarterback?
Way better success with just an envelope and stamp, maybe.
Sometimes.
I got a card today in a Ziploc. The envelope was mangled. It was damaged in processing. People are taping cards to envelopes so they don't move and they get caught in sorters. Yes.
Well,
probably.
when you have the Ziploc, you put it over the card, and then you have that line. So if it gets any pressure, that Ziploc seal will kind of dig into the card or whatever you have.
It would, yeah. Yeah. If
And that's the problem.
Yes.
I don't like
it
Ziploc.
Would.
Yeah. It's dangerous.
I like the Spurs card. Appreciates you, Eric. Eric's opinion is like buttholes.
I would say that
we all got one, and they all stink.
I think normally that's a fair critique, but not on this. I think that if I do what I'm supposed to do, and the gentleman's agreement has been reached, it in the United States Postal Service has lost the card. Why am I responsible for that? That's not. I shouldn't be punished.
Gentleman's agreement in today.
I feel so. I have two things. Number one, I agree with Bobby. The gentleman's agreement thing is noteworthy. But secondly, I'm also against the notion of Eric not being punished.
Well,
I think we all agree. We can all agree that Eric getting punished is pretty much the way this system should be.
Yeah.
I believe.
Okay.
Those are my thoughts.
Yes.
So just throw that. Robert says, Bobby, I think that was in Seinfeld. Paul says 1894 Mayo is a way better set. Talking vintage now. Carlos says, no. USPS put the envelope in the Ziploc to collect all the bits that were mangled during the processing. So he got it in a Ziploc after the fact.
They do actually send it back in a Ziploc if it's damaged, yes.
That's right. Gotcha. All right.
Yes.
Makes more sense. But the reason that I thought it was funny is that I actually have gotten a card that was in the card. It was in a Ziploc bag inside the envelope.
Oh, yeah.
I have actually seen that. I've 100% seen that.
Not cards, but even other
things. Luckily it was not, there was no issue. It wasn't squished, none of that. But nope. They use the high-tech Ziploc bag protection technique.
Yep.
High end, my friends.
Those Ziplocs are expensive.
Relative term, sure. I don't know if it's Upper Deck Series 2 expensive, but it's still expensive. Yeah, a few things are Upper Deck Series 2 expensive. A little tough.
Yep.
Luke David says, I've used Saran wrap but not Ziploc. Show restraint, a man of culture.
Saran wrap, that's a petroleum product. It's not good. Then again, even the grading company, those aren't archivable plastic. That plastic has all that shit in it. So I don't know. Same thing with all the other companies. Doesn't matter. Top loaders, penny sleeves, they're all not good for cards.
But you're in favor of slap strongs though. That plastic's fine.
It's on
the outside of the outside.
Yeah.
The outside of the outside.
Yeah, it's like a condom. Yeah.
There you go.
Just for protection.
Carla says, I like dating the envelopes that are covered entirely in shipping tape and impossible to open.
Shipping tape. Yeah.
The next time we send Eric something, that's what's gonna happen. We're gonna duct tape that shit. We're gonna duct tape it. We use the good stuff.
Yeah, sometimes they wrap things so much with that you actually damage it getting it out, trying to get it out.
Oh, it's ridiculous sometimes that they just overdo it.
Yeah. Thanks for the mummy wrapping. Anyways.
Hobby Champ says, you guys hear some card cleaning thing? Heard some rumblings. Probably just nothing. I think at the moment, given the media tour that the guy is doing, I want to buy stock. It's like, are you taking on round? Are you planning on the IPO soon? Can I get in on this shit? That's all I'm saying. Can I get in on this? Luke says, I like the packages you get that are like the egg draw competition you would do in grade school. Nice. I like this one. Dr. Cruz says, does Eric have a gentleman's agreement nomenclature in the eBay item descriptions? I think you should. I think you should do a blurb explaining the gentleman's agreement thing in your eBay auctions.
For a second, that would work. I would do it. But considering it really isn't a gentleman's agreement with the buyer, because eBay makes all the decisions. And they always go with the buyer and screw the sellers over 100% of the time. And so it doesn't matter if I wrote this big old paragraph about gentleman's agreement. As long as it hits the post office, you agree that you're not going to come back and look for your money from me. And even if I wrote all that and they agreed to it, eBay would still go into my account without my permission and take $50 out. So it doesn't matter.
Awful. Paul says, love when people overdo painter's tape. Just means it's another month I have to go through without going to Walmart to get some for my own eBay sales. I've seen when someone is very aggressive with the painter's tape, yes, you can't reuse it, especially if it's all on top of the plastic. You can pretty much reuse it if you want. They should have 2 goals when you ship a card. 1, it doesn't get damaged in transit. 2, it doesn't get damaged when opened. No worries about number 2. There you go. Hobby Champ says PSA came out and told Eric to stop rubbing mayonnaise and on his booby oars.
That's disgusting.
It was devastating.
That is.
It was a tough day for you.
That is gross. You're being gross.
Well, listen.
That's gross.
I don't know why you're disgusted with booby oars. You've been a fan of booby oar up until this point. What's the problem? We're combining booby oar with your favorite thing, mayonnaise.
I will not participate in this conversation. You're being gross.
Saying, Eric, that you've abandoned mayo. You're no longer about it. No longer about that mayo life.
I'm not participating in a conversation about the mayonnaise. It's disgusting.
I was actually looking to see if I still had the Gerard Mayo clip, but I didn't have it on my board anymore. I thought I still had it. Damn, it would have been fun for me. So I guess my question will be this: we've kind of gone around the block on a couple of these topics. Like I mentioned earlier, the Curse Card Kit thing, there's really not much more to it. I've had some fun with it, obviously. We'll definitely hear more about it, I think, for the next little while until people get bored of it again. And they will. And then I'll move on to something else to complain about, and then we'll come back around to this one, probably in about 6 months. I'll be looking forward to it. I think that'll be exciting.
Yeah.
But I guess my question would be to anybody, number 1, anything interesting come across or anything else that anyone else is interested in they're looking into right now, or they're just kind of sitting back and waiting. I'll be honest, I've been picking up stuff all the way throughout, so I've been finding some things here and there. That's been fun for me, but I'm kind of sitting back and waiting. The one, by the way, we're on the clock here. We got 4 days left, Eric.
Okay.
For ComC to deliver on shipping my package.
Wow.
We're down to the last 4 days. Now I will say that I did notice that it had updated the status to moving from the US location to the Canadian office.
Wow.
That's usually the last step to shipping. So maybe they're close. It looks like they're closing in on it. So we'll see. I don't know. But they're down to days. We're down to 4 days. It's the 19th. The 19th is the day they put on there. So I'm watching it. Robert says, McDonald's secret sauce, better or worse than mayo? Ooh, Eric.
McDonald's secret sauce is mayonnaise and ketchup mixed together.
But it's 2 things instead of 1. Or it dilutes the mayo. So is that better or worse?
Worse. It's all bad. It doesn't matter. It's disgusting. I don't want to talk about this. You guys will not be happy until I vomit live on air.
Luke David says, I like how he calls mayo disgusting. While consuming a liquid of 15 ingredients he can't pronounce in it.
I can pronounce 12 of them.
Can you?
No.
Good evening, Dave. ComC got my card graded in 31 days from PSA. I don't think the grading part has been as much of an issue. I'm talking about the shipping. That's what's been interesting. Curious about that. My shipment hit the target ship date, but still had 500,000 items ahead of mine. Oh, so that might actually bode well for my shipment, because I've still got a lot of items in front of it, but it's moving to that last stage. So that's what I'm curious. The important thing is when it actually ships. That's the part I'm curious about. If it ships on or around on time, then it's not too bad. But I know that some people have had a couple struggles with it. So that's why I was kind of curious if anyone had encountered any issues with that. Let me just see where it is right now. I'm curious. Should arrive on Wednesday. Nice. Well, if they ship it on time, then in theory it would arrive this week. So, well, next week, I should say. But let's see. So right now I've got 515,725 items ahead of me. Hasn't shipped yet, but it's in transit from US to Canada as of 2 days ago. So we'll see. I don't know. Paul says, yep, my ComC shipment keeps being pushed back. I'm annoyed. That's the reason why I asked. I feel like I've heard a lot of feedback on that, and a lot of folks are having some issues with it. I don't know yet. But again, I'm using the economy option because with duties paid and everything. So I've got like 120, 130 items in this one. So even with that. So Eric, here's a fun game.
Okay.
I like the flat shipping. Even with the flat shipping and everything. This is ComC shipping to me.
Okay.
With duties paid. So it's all together.
Yep.
About 125, 130 items is what it is in total.
Okay.
How much do you think it cost me to ship this item?
$57.
It is $16.24 plus $76.77. So about $90, a little over $90.
Wow. Now, is that how much I should be charging a certain bearded Quebecer?
Oh, you can charge him as much as you want. Lord knows he won't pay you.
You should.
You can charge as much as you like.
Hold on a second. Hold on just a second. This showed up at my house yesterday. I can't show it. I can't turn it around because it has addresses and stuff on it. But look at the size of this thing. Look at this. And it's heavy. The pile is getting ridiculous. I don't know what this man wants from me. I'm going to have to rent a U-Haul and drive it up to his door in Quebec City.
So you have just finished describing what this man wants from you. It seems obvious to me. Seems obvious to me.
It is going to cost $4,000 to ship it.
You could helicopter it in.
A couple of hundred to rent the U-Haul.
You could helicopter it in.
Oh God,
that's a play. Yeah. So Luke here says it's been 35 days from when I requested. I got my package COMC both times. Fair enough. Robert here says my PSA grading from COMC has taken an average 115 days. That's why I say, like, I feel it's been spotty. Different people's experiences have been very different. It's the customs is a big hit, which 100%. That's why I made the separation. You notice I gave you both numbers separately. The first number is like the flat fee. The second number is the customs, the duty, all that thrown in together, the handling, whatever you want. That's what's eating. So it's like $93.01 is what I actually ended up paying. $93. I'm gonna get to his comment in a second. Hang tight. Get into his comment. I spent about 46 total in shipping. Fair enough. Hobby Champ says hello. Hello. Stop bitching. I know.
Stop bitching. Are you kidding me?
Endless complaining. I know you're a crotchety old man, but you can quit your complaining for 1 minute.
My garage is full. Okay. I have stuff stacked up in the hallway outside the office. The stuff is in the office. My wife says if this is not out of here in a matter of hours, I need to find a new place to live.
I think she just wants to get rid of you. I think that's a different issue.
She was saying it before he started shipping me stuff.
I'm just saying that might be an issue. Yeah. Eric, what's your turnaround time? I've got some bougie sweaters on order. Exactly.
I just, now that I'm thinking about
it. Think about it. Luke here says he was itching his hand too. Bitching and itching. True. Facts. He's allergic to his lies. Hobby Champ says, I'm trying to say something in the chat. I literally won't post. What are you typing?
Yeah.
I was going to say, trying to be spicy, Hobby Champs. What are you saying? I think Eric personally got rid of the word. I don't know if you're allowed to write mayonnaise fully. I think Eric has blocked that or something.
I knew how to. I would.
Yannick says move then. I know Yannick's being practical. You could move to Quebec City and make it for a shorter trip.
God, no.
Eric, if I send you my COMC stuff, how much you charge to ship to me in Canada? Yes.
I don't know. Ask Yannick what the going rate is. I don't know.
Yeah. US Sports Car says evening all. Good evening to you. Mom told me it was fine. There you go.
That's the thing. They're like besties, you have to understand. Okay. So he goes around me and goes right to the boss and gets the okay for all of it.
Well, we did that with our parents all the time, right? Mom said no. Dad says.
That's what he does. He just goes straight to mom and gets what he wants.
Smart.
I think it's only fair. That is true. Well, I don't know. Is it a question for you, Hobby Champs? Is it a link? Because sometimes YouTube is weird about links. If it's just a phrase or a comment or something, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. You can always try sending it to me directly on Instagram and I can take a look. But I don't, unless it's a link or something weird, I don't know why I would block it.
I mean, everything else he's typing.
And I'm reading, obviously I'm reading the comment you just wrote. So it's not you. So there's something there. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah. It's not you, it's me.
Yeah. Well, that's just it. Like sometimes people will be like, oh, it's like, oh, can you see my comment? It's like, I'm showing the comment. If I can show your comment, I'm seeing your comment. So obviously you can post. So I don't know.
Yeah, Bobby, I was told that once and I looked at her and I went, fuck, I don't know what to tell you. It's me.
That's it.
Don't give me that it's not you, it's me line. Fuck you, it's me.
Mm-hmm. Someone's got to be the good,
I don't know what to say.
Or bad version. I don't know which it is.
Oh, I like this. So You'll be Eric. You'll be pleased. Josh is thinking of you as he always does.
God.
So Josh shared something for you.
I don't want to see it.
Hold the mayo, quick.
Mm.
That's right.
A little more.
Think about it. Little Mork. Yeah.
Yeah. Shazbot.
That was my favorite show when it came out.
Of course it was. And when Jonathan Winters ever came on, that was just that was it, man.
He was great.
Yeah. Comic genius.
He wouldn't say much.
Didn't have just making a face. I would be rolling.
Mm-hmm.
Putting those two together on a show is just brilliant.
Oh yeah. A man on cocaine and a man on downers. Yeah, perfect.
Yeah.
It's all about the combinations, Bobby. Come on.
Yeah.
Everybody appreciates the good old combinations.
Yeah, uppers and downers.
All right, here we go. Timothy Smith here. Good evening. Great show tonight, as always, gents. Just purchased, and I appreciate that. I find it funny because it feels a little disjointed to me tonight because it hasn't been one specific topic to go into. We've kind of bounced around between a couple of things because I was like, yeah, there's nothing particular going on. I'm literally just sitting here waiting for the next time that one of the draft things comes up since they just randomly started. So other than that, though, I was like, Kurt's Card Care, we already talked about a couple of different
times. It's every 30 minutes it comes up.
Yeah, it'll come up. Great show tonight. As always, just purchased a 90 Opeachy Medano on a PSA 10. May not be prestigious, may not be rare, but it's got to be a BSC podcast masterpiece. Hey, I got almost a full complement of the PSA 10 Medano, so we appreciate it. That was an Opeachy Morgan Mini. Nice.
Very nice.
Good times. I like it. But let me pose an open question then. Just curious for you guys. Anybody picked up anything interesting recently? Anything that stands out or anything for any of the collections or whatever?
Oh, no. Yeah.
You showed
Serious too?
Well, I showed you guys this, and Bobby knew exactly what it was. So I'm looking forward to having Reggie sign this next time I see him. This is Bobby. You said you knew it. It was like 1986 craft sendaways. So
you send away for you buy craft dinner.
They come in like cellophane wrappers. You get a card that looked the same, standard size. It was in a cellophane wrappers and be in with your cheese.
Well, not really. Those ones were for the regular cards. The box ones with the blue checklist, those ones would be for those to send away.
Okay.
It's just semantics.
Yeah. So I got one, that I've been looking for, a full size one for him for a while. And I would love some help on if anyone knows. So I bought this Reggie Lumlin card. Okay. And it's a leaf. It is 2013. Brian Price is the owner at the time. And it's got this V vault in the corner.
Yep.
Vintage.
Okay. And I have the one that doesn't have the V vault on it, but I can't find anything about these vault cards.
Okay. Do you want me to answer that question for you right now? Paul asked the same question probably a month ago, or maybe 2 months ago. So Vault was actually a re-release. They had a bunch of stuff still in the warehouse. So when they were shifting over the management, I want to say 2015-ish. You got to look around 2015. It's in the game, but basically, I think they call it in the game Vault. So there's a whole stack of them, inserts, autographs, memorabilia cards. A lot of them are ones that were replacement copies of the ones that were going to go out. So they'd stamp them with the little Vault thing, and a bunch of them would say one-on-ones, and they would have different foil colors. So there'd be like a red one of one, a green one of one, a purple one of one, whatever. They're nice cards because they are the real card. They're the real card, designed the same way. Memorabilia pieces are real, autographs are real, everything is right. But they were predominantly, a lot of times, replacement copies or extra inventory that they had. And they decided to clear it out pretty much in one big series. So if you bought that series, you were getting a crap ton of all kinds of stuff. And you could get like Hall of Famers, big time players, even some of the really vintage memorabilia pieces and all that.
Nice.
A lot of collectors put less, they discount them because obviously they're not real in the same way as the ones that were either not numbered normally or not numbered at all, but they were extra copies. So Final Vault, I think is what it was.
That's interesting.
They're cool cards. If you just want one, they're cool cards though.
I can't find anything on his player list.
Yeah, but you did it from what? That's a trading card database?
Yeah.
Yeah, let me see.
The
Let me
only
see if I can
one
find
I
it.
could find says, like you said, you nailed the time, 2015-16 in the game final vault.
Yes.
And then it says 2004, 2005 in the game.
Wow.
So
10 years.
But this isn't a 2004, 2005 card. It was 2013.
Yeah, but Final Vault wasn't just 1 year. Final Vault wasn't just 1 year.
But
Final
this
Vault was
2004, 2005.
I understand, but let me repeat this. This is inventory they had in the warehouse. It was multiple years worth of, like literally a decade plus worth of inventory.
Mm-hmm.
So it was a whole bunch of stuff that all had that,
Why
that
throw
Final
it
Vault
out?
stamp on.
But shouldn't it say 04 then, not 2013? If it's on the checklist as 2004, 2005?
No, that's the other one with the.
Yeah, Eric, you got to remember they printed the item at a certain date, whatever the year was they made for that design. They're sitting in the vault for the entirety of time, and then in 2015, their final vault. Oh, what are we going to do with this crap? Stamp a V on it, put it in a box, and get it out the door.
Right, I understand that.
So both years are
Obviously
accurate,
not.
but they're just two different things.
The original card,
Yes.
original card, okay, was 2012, 2013, which I have. And I'm looking at the checklist, and it's the original card. But I can't find one that says it's, the vault version of the 2013 card. Only
because trading card database is a crowdsourced checklist, Eric, and I'll be blunt, I don't remember anybody who has a proper copy of the real checklist for Final Vault. I don't even know what's in it. I was around during that time, but I genuinely couldn't tell you what the fuck's in it. I know there's a lot of stuff in it.
And the card in the number, this is A-RL, and this on the list says it's A-RLM.
Mm-hmm.
So that doesn't match up either. So
Eric, there's more than one. There are many, and by the way, there's probably multiple versions of it with different foil colors.
Yeah,
even for the same card.
I just like to find these things and put my little blue check mark next to it.
The problem is the checklist. I'll be blunt. The checklists are very incomplete for that series. They're very incomplete. We have I've got some vault stuff from Medano. I don't go out of my way to pursue it. And if I find it and somebody wants to sell it to me, I will offer them like pennies on the dollar, because it's honestly not worth much to me beyond as a novelty. I have it as a little subcategory of my collection for fun. Sometimes it's fun because I can get a card that maybe I'm looking for the regular version still, and I have it as a placeholder. So I hang on to the place because they have some of the patches too, some of the relatively rare patches. So I can get, and by the way, sometimes they got nice patch pieces in the vault version. So they just it just never made it out to see the light of day, and it made it out in this one series. And I go, well, you still got a game used patch piece. It's still a game used patch piece for the player because they're all game used.
If there was a proper checklist, I'm pretty sure that the value of those cards might increase.
It would probably help.
Then you'd have more focus.
Yeah, but it would be extensive because you'd be looking at a lot of years, a lot of sub products, and just different stamp colors, and it's all over the place. It's bizarre.
God damn it, Leaf.
Yeah,
well, you have something rare that nobody else has, and nobody else wants.
It's too obscure. Even the player collectors are like, I can't even get heads or tails of it because I don't even know how many I need. Even if I wanted, I don't know how many I need. They're all one of ones, basically, most of them. I bought every base for Francisco Alvarez rookie card and his base Bowman first auto, expecting him to hit 40 this year. All right, dude's a prospect. Fair enough. But you guys look back at the COVID boom timeframe. What's the one fresh thing that you learned that you'll try to remember during the next run up, whenever it happens? Sell shit right away as the prices really go nuts. I did a little bit, but if I could do it all over again, I would have done just one more thing. I would have offloaded 98% of it immediately, because so much of the stuff went up. I'm like, yeah, I can offload 98% of this and buy back about 20% that I actually want, and the rest can stay away forever.
You got it.
And you'd be having a tidy profit.
There's one Larry Bird card that I have in particular that at one point it was up about $1,000, and I paid $25 for it, but I really want the card. I wanted it, and I just said, no, I'm not selling it because I want it. And right now, hindsight being, I'd sell it for $1,000 and buy it back for $25. That's probably all it's worth right now.
$25 again?
Yeah, probably. I don't know.
Goes around, comes around.
Yeah. So I mean, I totally should have. It's a PSA 8 second year, like 81. You know, but I have the entire Celtics run in PSA 8, so I didn't want to get rid of it. But for $1,000, yeah, I would sell it and then buy it back for pennies on the dollar again, and just add it back into the collection.
And why didn't you sell it for $1,000?
Because I'm stupid.
Oh, okay. Upset.
Fair.
So
I was able to get Hobby Champ's comments, so I posted it in there. It looks like it went through. I don't know. There's nothing really that bad about it. I know it's being specific, but it's not an issue. I'll read it here in a second. If I remember correctly, all autos had black stamps, and all memorabilia cards had different color stamps to show you how many there were of each. Yeah, there were some variations. That's why I say, like, I remember it, but it was weird the way they put it together. Picked up a signed 97A Value Net Team Canada Erklin Dross. The signed version of the phone cards is tough to find. Nice. The checklist wasn't released, if I remember correctly. Yeah, that was the problem. It's like, I don't remember. It's like, I remember the series, and I remember the cards. And for a little while, they flooded the market, like a lot of these things do. But then the problem is, like, yeah, okay, even if I want to chase it, how many were there? How many versions were there? How many years and how many sets were covered, even for your player? So I'd see them from time to time on eBay all the time, but it's like, okay, I don't even begin to know how many are in this checklist. I have no idea because they put so much stuff. Yeah. So I'm like, if I see one that's really cool and I can get it for a cheap price, then yeah, I'll pick it up. Otherwise, I ignore. I literally have a search where I filter out Vault because I don't even want them on my search. Leave it away from me. Leave me alone. JB says, I've seen people post 6s to become 10s with Kurt's kid. Yeah, probably Kurt too, including Kurt. I just cracked my first slab tonight. Average Joe Card collector. All right, sounds good. I'm joked that the one I acquired was a print run of 40, the original release. Dealer sold it a print run of 40, but didn't notice the one of one until it was in hand. Yes. They're a little tricky if you're not paying attention. They're tough. So this was the message that Hobby Champ was trying to post here. You need to watch Tyler Short's video. So I know Tyler Short, I'm familiar with him. Video about card care. It's absolutely unhinged. That's an opinion. That's fair. I know he's got some very strong takes where he like gets very animated about really weird things. So it wouldn't surprise me if he went in a very strange place with card care stuff. I'm like, dude, it's not that serious. Most of us don't care that much.
No.
But if you do, that's fine. But I'm just saying, I don't care that much. My day-to-day collecting has not been affected in the slightest.
I don't think you should, because you don't know what. It's like a wax pack. How do you even know it's 100%? It isn't. You'll never know.
That's the thing. It's like, why? But it goes back to a conversation that we've had here in the past. Why would I allow things that I have no control over to ruin my enjoyment for something that's supposed to be a hobby? If it is supposed to be a hobby, why am I allowing forces outside of me that I can't control ruin it for me? Why don't I just enjoy what I enjoy, put together the projects and collections that I want to do, and leave the rest to everybody else?
Don't let the third parties influence you that much. Just enjoy collecting.
Yeah, just send all your cards to HGA as God intended.
Yes, I'm going to HGA from now on.
As we should. Luke says you could have bought so much more for $1,000. True.
God damn it.
True.
Once I read that whole thing first, though.
Had a Stanley Cup winning, Vesna winning goalie, ever fell off, non-injury related, as hard as Brayton Holtby. What the hell happened there? That's a good call. Yeah. The combination of the two things, like Vesna, Jim Carrey basically died. Like the Vesna, he'd be the Vesna one, but with the Stanley Cup as well, I think that's a fair call out. I can't think of another one that like fell off as hard.
How about St. Louis Blues goalie who won the 2019 Cup against Boston? He's kind of gone downhill a little bit.
Did he win the Vezina as well?
I don't know if he won a Vezina.
Yeah, he's from up in Brampton here or something.
Yeah,
he's kind of fallen off. He's gone crazy. Guy was like,
well, the whole team fell off, right?
And
the whole team went down.
Yeah. No Vezina that I can see.
Okay.
So right now, I think that name is the one. Maybe here we'll see. Paul's saying Matt Murray. Okay.
I don't remember
the combo both things.
So Matt Murray played for the Penguins, right? I don't remember him winning a Vezina.
Yeah, he's a two-time Cup winner, but he doesn't have the Vezina. The tricky part is the combination. I've seen the Vezina for sure. And Stanley Cup, there have been Stanley Cup goalies that like fell on hard times and struggled after that and whatever. That happens. But both I I can't think of another example. That's an interesting one.
Well, I hate Tuukka Rask.
I get it. It is 2 cups. It is 2 cups.
I hate Tuukka Rask. So I'll be like, yeah, Tuukka.
I can't even spell it.
My new project is collecting every Alexander Frolov rookie. Ooh, now that's an interesting little twist on that one.
Public with that.
At this point, you'd probably at this point right now, that's kind of a chosen rose in the style of you see there. You can have some fun. You can have some fun with that one, though. To be honest, you probably could have some fun with it. It wouldn't really be crazy out of it wouldn't take you crazy out of pocket. Josh says Final Vault was a really fun break. I think it was 100 Canadian when it came out. You got 10 cards. Yeah, I think it was something like, and the value wasn't terrible. That's not terrible. If you can tell it was done, if you can't tell it was done, don't worry about it. For the most part, yeah. Average MC takes it very, very seriously, clearly. Based on your description, it sounds like it. Hobby doesn't have a very good year when they won the cup, though. He was already in decline. Stuff happens. But I think, though, the question was if we could think of anybody else that fell into that one. I think it sounds like we can't think of another one that did both those things. One or the other, singular, yes. We can think of some examples, but the two of them together, no. I'd struggle to think of one. That's an interesting one. That was a good call out, though. That was interesting. So far, the 2 Frolovs I've got cost me $23. Yeah, as it should. You could put together a fun look if you go with the approach of finding some little weird pocket niche kind of collection that you want to put together. You could have a lot of fun on a very reasonable budget, especially if you're doing it for the fun of not taking it too seriously. If you're not trying to like worrying about like this crazy ROI or, but what if it doesn't go up about it's Alexander Frolov or Josh Rosen or it's like, whatever, like have some fun with it. It's
go back to the
Hal F and Gil. It's Hal F and Gil.
Yep.
Come on.
That's the
let's
old
go.
hobby. Have some fun.
Let's go. That's right. Yeah. Just have a good time with it. Enjoy it for what it is. Don't take it too seriously and have fun.
It's not the kill, it's the thrill of the chase, right? So
there you go. Because of Eric's love, I think I might need to spotlight the 1894 Mayo cut plug football card set. Hey, listen, I appreciate you guys showing Eric this kind of love and deference on the same week as his birthday. Hold on. That's enough.
One more.
2 is enough. What, you want one more? One more? One more? Hold on.
There it is.
That's it.
Oh, my God. Why do I do this to myself?
Because secretly, deep down inside, you feel the same way we do.
I hate me too?
Yes, you do.
Okay.
I wanted you to say it, though, so that I could then have a smile on my face while I told you.
Yes.
Robert says, thinking of doing a Puka Puka Luukkonen rookie collection. 6Ks in your name is impressive. Yes, it's impressive. That is quite a bit. My new kick of all-time great placards and gold refractor similars was stupid fun. Yeah, why not? Yep, that was earlier this week. He turned the infamous 555.
It was yesterday. And so I roughly know what time I was born. I was born around 6:30 at night. So I made sure that I was in the garage riding my bicycle as I turned 50.
That was very smart. Oh, should play you that song they played at Mickey Mantle's funeral yesterday when I was young. Yeah.
But I know exactly where I was when I turned 50. I was riding my bike.
All day? Or just at 6:30?
Just for a minute.
It's like literally, it was like 6:59, 6:29, 6:29. Ah!
That's it. Game over.
And then at 6:31,
my back.
We're done. It's over.
No, I only did 10 miles. I'm only doing about a half hour. So from about 6:15 to 6:45, I rode.
In place. You didn't get too far.
When I'm in shape, it's always an hour, if not an hour and a half. But
hey, rounds of shape. What are you talking about?
How did you ever have time when you were on Clubhouse?
What about it?
How did you ever have time to do an hour and a half? You were on there 24/7.
Oh, not anymore.
No, when you were.
Back in ye olden days. You were on your phone on the headset and then biking and doing like, hey guys, hold on, I need to mute. I gotta finish winning this cyclocross. Ah!
I have in the past, I have been on Clubhouse while riding my bike in the garage.
Did they ever ask you why you're breathing heavy?
Yes.
When you're talking about the cheerleaders, the bench warmer, no cards.
Yeah, there was, it became a regular thing. So they knew that if I was breathing heavy, I was probably on my bike.
Probably.
That or, just walking up some stairs because I'm a fat ass.
Yeah, the thing I think what's interesting is so Eric, I have a question. Obviously, as you become more sedentary, you gain weight and such. But are you trying to tell me that so did you gain 30 pounds, 40 pounds, or were you like not effectively? Were you like biking and then breathing down chocolate sticks? It's like, all right, I think I burned 1,000 calories. All right, time to eat 1,500 calories of chocolate sticks. It's like I did nothing. Let's go.
So ever since I hurt my hip, my weight has ballooned. So I'm probably 35 pounds overweight because every time I start doing well, something else happens. So between my hip being replaced, the torn quad, the torn calf, the torn tendon in my groin, then my back, every time I start making progress, I end up back on the shelf. So this last time it was 3 months in bed, right?
You have Dr. Now visit you?
What?
Dr. Now, did he visit you?
Dr. Now? I don't know.
You never watched your 600-pound life?
No, I don't watch that. No.
Okay.
But sitting in bed for 3 months, even the regular calories you burn just walking around in your day-to-day running errands, none of it. All I could do was lay in bed. So it's going to be a long road back to lose 35 pounds and be able to keep up with my buddies on the bike. But I'm all in, You're
going back on the bike.
So have you given up chocolate sticks cold turkey?
I haven't had one in a while.
How long's a while?
I was going to say.
This has been
Eric, I haven't insulted anyone in a while.
Yeah.
I define a while as several seconds.
People keep trying to celebrate my birthday this week. So a lot of things have been eaten when they shouldn't have been, but I'm back on track now. Birthday's over. There's no more parties. There's no more breakfast in bed. There's no more, I was thinking of you. Happy birthday. Here's some chocolate sticks. No more apple fritters. No.
Like, that
doesn't sound like a while, Bobby. That doesn't sound like a while. It sounds like look. It's been at least since before I started the live stream. I haven't touched a chocolate stick. I swear.
Like for lunch, it's turkey wrap with carrots, little miniature carrot sticks with water.
If I was a lawyer, I would treat you as a hostile witness at this point. Because I think
all right, I'll finish reading a couple of these comments. Shouts, I missed your birthday, makes me sad. Happy birthday. Happy Champ says UPL's been the best goalie in hockey since January 1st. There you go. I didn't even know there was tobacco football cards. It was Mayo cut tobacco. Nice. What scanner do you guys use for cards? So I don't use a scanner. I basically take pictures with it. I would love to, but there are some good recommendations. So I will say, I've heard good things about the Epson scanner. There's a few other ones that I've heard are pretty good, but Epson's Hobby Champs, really that's a good recommendation. Yeah, that's a good recommendation.
The one thing I can tell you about a scanner is get something that can do a depth. Because if you put a PSA card on it, it'll look blurry, a lot of the scanners. Mine, you can almost go about an inch. It's amazing. And some little ripple in the paper will get blurry. So make sure you get the depth. On an Epson, 540, 550. I think those are the best ones.
There's a few models.
And I do a lot of stuff scanning for obviously my books and what have you. Very good quality.
Makes sense. Missed the first 2 hours. Anything interesting going on from Zach? It's a lot of carryover from last week. So that's kind of the reason I've been a little lukewarm on touching the top. We hit on it here and there, but honestly, I haven't been too keen on going back to it because I feel like it's been beaten in the ground already. And then we'll get it in 6 months anyway. We're just waiting for the next thing. It'll be fun. Niche is fun. I enjoy curling cards. It's fun and fairly cheap way to find autos and memorabilia cards on eBay. Fair enough, JW. Fair enough. Josh, you're saying, I was looking up Vesna winners and it surprised me that Dryden and Michael LaRocque shared the Vesna. Someone wasn't, what's that?
Michel Bunny Leroux.
Hey, listen, you're the guy who can't pronounce lemon. I'm not going to trust you. Maybe Yana can tell us the truth, but I'm not trusting your pronunciation.
Michel Bunny Leroux. What do you want me to say?
I already told you. You can't even pronounce your favorite hockey player's name properly. Share the Vezina. Someone who hasn't born yet. Why did those two split the crease? Dryden was really good. So I actually listened. I listened to the audiobook of Dryden's autobiography. I listened to it, and I think that's kind of a Scotty Bowman thing. It's kind of the way he decided because once Dryden took some time off. He actually took leave to go finish his law school. So it was a situation where they kind of decided. Obviously, he was playing extremely well, but it's one of those things where Dryden was always kind of in or out, and they kind of made arrangements to give him some time to work it in. So I think they really wanted to make sure they had a balance between the two goaltenders, and Scotty Bowman, I think, wanted to kind of play that game. I think that's the sense I got from a lot of the approach he took to it.
So back in the day, and I don't know if Bobby can hear me or not because he can.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
So
I'm
back
just
in the
looking at
day,
some messages.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Sorry.
We can hear you. Yep.
The Vezina was pretty much given to the goalie tandem that had the lowest goals against average in the league. And then they came up with the Jennings Trophy to give to that goalie tandem with the lowest goals against average in the league. And the Vezina then went to a single goaltender. But if you look at the history of the Vezina, many times it was a goalie tandem that won the Vezina. I know in the it's Gump Worsley won the Vezina with somebody. Ed Giacomin won the Vezina with somebody. It went on and on and on. So
Giacomin and Gump Worsley, I think it was, and then you had Bauer and Sawchuk and a few others.
So
now one thing I'll add though is that part of the reason why the question comes up also, you're right. Part of the reason the question comes up is also Dryden, the most games he ever played in a year when he was part of the Vezina tandem was, I think, here 62. For a year, we actually won a Vezina, which was 5 times. 5 times he was in part of the Vezina tandem. So there was still a fair number. There was still a fair number of starts for the other goaltender. So it was a little bit of a split. In other years, it was in the 50s. So it's a situation. And the last year, his last season, he's played 47 games. So they had a little bit of a split with the two players. So that's kind of a thing you got to bear in mind that he was. They were kind of balancing out the two goaltenders. We said at this point I prefer speed. I want to read the comment because I liked it. Pelle Lindbergh had worse stuff follow from Vezina winner. We wanted Vezina and Stanley Cup.
Yeah,
but yes, it's just the one.
It is too soon, and it is too soon. Shame on you. Shame.
Man is trying shame. He only eats carbs. What about those cookies? You have a short memory. I know. We knew the man was lying. We understood Kathy is speaking lies.
I'm working my way back. Okay. Good.
Yeah, working real hard.
Thanks, Mom.
Real hard.
And my daughter made those cookies. It makes her feel good when I eat them.
Mm-hmm.
I was really doing it for her.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a good dad.
Name?
Shut up.
So no soaking cards, sock card. No, we can talk about it, but what is there to add? I'm actually open to having the discussion if there's another angle or a twist that we haven't explored already. My struggle is that I've been listening to a lot of folks, and I feel like I'm hearing the same thing over and over again. And it's like, well, then what else is there to add? What do you want to hit on that hasn't been discussed somewhere already a couple times? Yeah, Vezina back then was purely goes against before the Jennings. Yep. Robert here says Vezina was tandem. Great Vezina card in 71-72 O-Pee-Chee.
You mean this one? That's dual auto, do you mean? Is that the one you're referring to?
What color is that label there, Eric?
The label looks like ass, and it's SGC Authentic. Looks like total garbage. But that is the card you're referring to, and that is a dual auto.
Yep. How many goalies needed 20 games played to qualify back then? Yeah. And I think that's where the situation fell, that they had the opportunity to have that situation multiple times. It worked out well for them. Obviously, look, they won plenty of Stanley Cups, so it's not like it worked out for them. For low dollar cards, raw cards, I use the Fujitsu 8170 now. I have about 70,000 listeners on eBay with the scanner and happy with it. Well, if it allows you to scan in volume, that's pretty solid. Pretty darn good.
Yeah. There's some good ones out there. The depth is the biggest thing you want.
Yeah, and I would say also, in addition to what Bobby was talking about, like if for some reason you're trying for your collection to scan a bunch of jersey cards or something, those also have depth. It's the same issue.
Yeah.
You've got like the front of the card is touching the flatbed, but then you've got additional elements that are a little further back, so it can become blurry and mess the whole thing up. And one other thing that is tricky with some of the scanners don't like, again, different brands will do different things, but some of the scanners really don't like foil. So some of them just won't respond well to foil, and it'll actually make the card look really crummy. Yeah, some really good options there in the chat. So thank you everybody for that. That was good, and also appreciate folks sharing stuff that they picked up. So I saw some really good stuff there. So it was really well done.
Well, this guy actually, this is why I'm away. A guy said, "Have you ever seen this card before?" And it's probably about 2.5 times same height as a normal card, almost, and about 2.5 times as wide. Mm-hmm. Now it's a New York Americans. It's around 1935, and it has a picture of the player, and it has his name, and it says a series of one. This is series number 1 of series of 12 pictures. I'm going, shit, I've never seen this thing. Then he showed me the back, and it's pink. Now I know that history has shown us that blotters were often pink or blue backed, a lot of them. But this is going back pretty early for blotters. So I'm thinking it's a blotter set, and that's why I've never really seen it before. So it's interesting. That's why I had to go to it, because anytime there's this kind of information, I don't want to lose the guy. So interesting. Yeah, so you get these every once in a while. So I told him that, and he goes, "Any idea what this set is?" It's a New York Americans. I don't know. Interesting stuff. So
very nice. Very nice.
There you go. That's the emails I get. So sometimes you have to jump out and just go to them.
Makes sense. Makes sense. So Eric, since we were talking a little earlier about picking up items because you enjoy them, so I'm going to show off one of the items that I picked up. So another piece that's going to be coming in for the Not So Fella PC, but then you'll see quickly why I did it. Yeah, Not So Fella PC. So this one is one of the newer Prism ones. It is kind of the red shimmer, one of the variants here, number 35. But that isn't the reason I picked it up. It's an addition to that section of the PC and all of that's fine. But the real reason I did it, we'll see if I can zoom in.
Oh wow!
Look at his face. Look at his face in the eyes. Yeah. That's another solid. Eric, I make a lot of hay about that one memeable image, and like right here, this is in that category. This is looking like that.
There's a lot of hay in the background.
Yeah. So I was like, I don't know, guys. I was like, right now that's fitting very nicely into that little subsection category. Like I'm into it.
Like he's in a wheat field back there.
What's going on? Yeah, that's the red shimmer, Bobby. The red shimmer.
It's a red.
Yeah, but basically, when I get it, I'll show it on the video and I'll move it around with the light. It'll be more clear. On a still image, it's too tough.
Yeah.
Here you go, Jay. Good evening. I know I saw your comment there. Appreciate that. Have you added the driving the lawnmower of Havre yet? No, it's too expensive. I've got it on my watch list, but it's too. We're talking bougie Eric money here. Like it's ridiculous how much it's ridiculous how much money they want for the damn thing. I wish it was only $20. Listen, Eric spends $20 on each chocolate sticks because he has them personally hand make them. He's like, I'm going to need 50 of those. It's like, but sir, handmade are like $20. No price is too great.
Hey, you want quality, you got to pay for it, baby.
That's what I'm saying. Good stuff. Appreciate it. But yeah, so for me, it wasn't necessarily that I needed one of those. I actually prefer the early 2000s, 90s version of his autographs. But when it had that picture where he's doing his eyes are darting over and he's looking suspiciously at something, I'm like, all right, I'll have some fun with this one. This was a fun one to add. I'll work with that. That goes under that theme.
A good, not such a great fella shot.
Yeah, but that's the thing. For me, it was honestly, it was the picture that sold the card to me. Otherwise, I was like, nah, it's like there are just so many of those. Like they kind of blend into each other. But the picture was perfect for like my entertainment value. And I also even picked up on ComC. I picked up another Chosen Rosen card. So another Chosen Rosen.
Chosen Rosen. Yeah.
Yes. One of my favorite PCs. We talked about it on the podcast. Like one of my Bobbles referenced it. It's like one of my favorite PCs. Why did it? Because I can.
Speaking of the chocolate sticks, I had another one of the walnut crunches, chocolate walnut crunch, which is like chocolate stick kind of thing. And I'm realizing it's just too funky. I don't know what happened, if they changed it a little bit or something, but the walnuts really don't go with chocolate. You got chocolate covered almonds, you got chocolate, but never chocolate covered walnuts. it's not like it really goes. And I think that's the problem, is like, who put this together? Maybe it should be like almond chocolate crunch, or I don't know, something else that goes with chocolate that's a nut. I don't even know.
I agree that walnuts probably aren't the best choice for that combination. It doesn't. Walnuts have a distinct enough flavor that I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if I would combine those two.
Yeah, and I think that's what's giving me that funky. It takes away from the chocolate and gives it a little bit of a, I don't know, whatever.
That's fair. I guess.
So you stick to your addiction. I'll stop playing.
CC here. Good evening. Not meaning to do politics, but I want to say get your Green Bay Rogers cards now before he becomes VP. So I got this sent to me a bunch of times. He of the Darkness, Aaron Rodgers. But here's the thing: I was sitting there going like, there's nothing for even. I think they were hoping for some kind of a reaction from me, but I'm like, dude, I don't really care. Now, number one, because at this, I was happy that Rodgers was on the team. He's a good player and everything, but I don't give a fuck about him after he's done. He's gone. I don't give a shit about him one way or the other. However, the important thing is like he's being considered a VP for Robert F. Kennedy Jr. as a third party. In other words, he may as well be a vice president candidate under Eric. Who cares? like whatever. Like who gives a shit?
He's an independent, anyways.
But Bobby, that's my point. My point in America, the problem is with the whole two-party system thing is like he may as well be a VP candidate for some rando that's sitting some bum that's sitting over the side. Oh, but it's Robert. That dude is a 70-year-old bum. He, peddling off of his family's name. No one gives a shit about Robert Kennedy Jr. No one cares. Bringing in He of the Darkness is like the closest thing he'd have to relevance, and that might buy him another 5 votes.
Well,
somewhere.
You heard who's also on that short list, right?
Oh yeah, Jesse Ventura.
Jesse the Body.
Hey, I like Jesse.
Eric. Maybe the move is to have co-VPs and have them both.
That would be cool.
At least Jesse was the governor. I mean,
yeah.
You bring the guy right off
Minnesota,
the football field, and it's like you're going to be vice president of the United States. No.
Well, in fairness, he was barely on the football field last year.
Yeah, well, that's true.
He's close to retired.
Jesse was a governor. I think all in all, I think his state, if I remember correctly, I think his state ran well while he was governor.
Yeah, but Jesse's a nut job. Like flat out, he's a nut job. He's a raving loon. He's a raving loon. Yeah, he's a raving loon.
He's too many chairs to the head. But at least he's not like not on ayahuasca retreats in the darkness.
I'm trying to decide which one of them. I'm trying to decide, Bobby, which one of them is crazier.
I'll take the Navy SEAL and former governor over the football player on the ayahuasca in the darkness retreat.
Oh, those ones, yeah.
Are you talking about like in a fight? Can they fight in the darkness?
Both. I'll pick Jesse over Aaron Rodgers all the time.
Yeah.
And I don't want to see either one of them. They're both lunatics.
Yeah. Good. Does anyone collect Nathan Peterman, aka the worst QB ever? Listen, Nathan Peterman's made a living, man. You got to give him his props. Dude is menacing. Look, the dude is been smart enough to hang in there long enough to keep collecting checks. It's hard to be worse than Jamarcus Russell. It's hard to be worse than Ryan Leaf. Like at least the man is still employed. The man's still collecting a paycheck.
It's easy for the guys who are good. It's tough for these guys. So you got to give props, right?
Like everybody thought, oh, you'd be in the USFL by now. Nay, sir. Still collecting an NFL paycheck. Damn right.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
We should all aspire to such heights.
That's right.
It takes something to do that.
Hey, Josh says, if The Rock ran for president, would he win? I think this year there's too much weirdness with those guys. I think in the right year with the right ticket, and especially at this point, yeah, he could win.
Who knows?
I mean, it's going to go. Be like,
Bobby, Donald Trump is barely more than literally The Rock is a more competent version of Donald Trump. Donald Trump has accomplished literally nothing. The Rock's accomplishments dwarf everything Donald Trump has ever hoped to do in his entire life.
The lunacy of this country even having a conversation involving The Rock, Donald Trump, Aaron Rodgers, and Jesse the Body Ventura in the White House.
You can throw Arnold.
Aaron Rodgers and Jesse Ventura are not part of this conversation.
It's just
they're
Right.
potential VP candidates for an irrelevant candidate.
I don't like
They don't count.
I don't like it. I'm scared.
It's a joke.
Oh,
anyways.
you already gave up on that years ago.
I'm
The
scared.
fact that you got 2 geriatrics as your potential, like
I
both
know.
guys should, in a just world, they both drop dead.
Pretty
Oh,
much.
I would
You'd be
hope.
better off. You'd be better off.
Nope. I don't want
Shorten your
either one of them.
terms of
Horrible.
presidency.
It's either one of them's a complete embarrassment.
Yeah. Jack says at this point, I'm good with Roger. Trust me, Rogers is not good for anything. He's barely good for football. Just leave him in that spot. He can hang out with Pat McAfee. That's where he belongs. Maybe he can co-host the show. RFK Jr. was actually polling high enough to get a 3rd podium at a presidential debate. Listen, I think it's a fantastic idea for him to be in there because he splits the votes with the other guys and basically makes it into a waste of time. And polls don't mean anything. Have we learned nothing about polls? Political polls? Have we learned nothing about political polls?
Well, someone makes money doing them.
They're silly.
Oh, sure, but it's like, oh, who are you going to vote? I remember. Look, one of my favorite things, Bobby, is I used to get calls because we've got a couple of pollsters that we use here, and they would call you, and they'd call you the most stupid and inconvenient times. And occasionally, I'd be in a mood, and I'd be like, all right, fine, I'm going to fuck with these guys.
Yeah.
And I'd be like, and ask your question, go ahead. And I remember getting questions like, oh, what would you vote for on this? And I would literally pick the most ridiculous thing. Oh yeah, I'm definitely going to vote, communist. That's what I'm thinking. We got the Rhinoceros Party still, right? We got that one. Can we do that? Can I vote? I vote for that one, no doubt. Yeah. Get out of here. I don't care. Yeah, as long as they don't count Chads, I'm happy. There you go. But yeah, you can say whatever you want. By the way, you can say literally whatever you want in one of those polls. It's like, and they count it.
Yeah.
One of my things is when I was in university, we actually would pull some of the old polling data as part of research papers and projects. They would ask some weird ass questions and get like polling data of folks and different things. And sometimes they're like, why would you even ask that? Why would you even care? Why is that even a thing?
Maybe it's a
psychological
psychological
thing. They reword
thing.
the same question like 5 different ways. And then oftentimes they would get different answers from the same person for the similar question that was just phrased 5 different ways.
That's how they feel.
So you could pick the one that gave you the answer you were looking for, so you could get the number you were looking for. So do it as many times as you want.
Yeah.
They hit the right answer. Number 4. That's what we're looking for.
But that was the key. When you actually go looking at the polling books, when they were doing it at the time, you could literally pick. So there'd be like 4 questions that were almost exactly the same, but phrased differently. Same questions.
Yeah.
So you do that.
Makes sense.
And then you go looking for it. And then when you're done, you basically be like, okay, I don't like the answer to this one, so just pick this one. 86% of Americans believe in this. It's like, are you ignoring the other 3 where they said the opposite?
Yeah, that's right.
But okay, if that works for you, that's awesome. So anyway, but yes, bottom line, I don't put too much stock in that. But that is the end. So that is the end of the political conversation.
That everything in the United States politically is a complete joke. I agree. And since I'm the only American here, I can say that.
There you go. Make Rock Hard 8s great again. Make Rock Hard 8s again. There you go. Make Rock Hard's 8s again.
Oh.
I struggled with that one. I was trying to get the pieces together, and it was tough. It was tough. It was tough. I made it come back, but only after. I clearly have to refill the beer. That's important.
Oh.
But that'll be forthcoming. But anyway, yes, so that's it. So bottom line, to Josh's original question, at this point, any celebrity who has a decent constituency, like Taylor Swift could probably run, and she'd probably get most of the vote. It doesn't mean anything anymore.
So many hit songs, and I can't name one.
I can only name one.
I don't understand it. I just don't get it.
Why, Bobby? At what other time? There's a bunch of other folks.
But anyways, yeah.
But there's a bunch of times in pop culture where like a lot of people could be like, okay, fine, name one of the songs. Oh, I listen. It's like on the radio. So what's the name of the song?
Yeah.
What is the name of the song? And people would be like,
yeah,
they could like hum to it or do whatever, but they can't tell you what the name of the song is because people don't pay attention. Yeah, people don't pay attention.
The glicks and the get out of here.
So I don't rely on that for popular music. It's like, yeah, you don't know what the name of the song is. It's fine. Even the ones that are like that. But it's one of those deals. So let me see here. I'm just taking a look. Got it.
I remember there was Hobby News Daily had something on. What was it? Is social media good for the hobby? It was on.
I saw a thing like that.
Yeah, it was John Newman and Danny Black there. So they were on from 9 till 10, I think. I have to go back and have a listen. Because I write for Hobby News Daily, if you didn't know.
You do?
Yeah. And we already discussed that you were interviewed by them. So
Yeah.
You were?
I know. Shocking.
Yeah, it's fun writing. Nobody reads a lot of stuff. It's like anyone's going to read that HGA. How many people?
Oh, they really. So here's the thing. I did read through it because as I kept going, I was like, "There's more," and I just kept going. There's
Did you
more.
skim it or read it?
No, I actually took a little bit of time and I started, but I thought it was shorter initially, so I started reading through it, and then I'm sitting there like, "There's more."
Kept scrolling.
Scroll. More. Scroll. More. So once I was at a certain point, I was like, "All right, I'm committed. I'm gonna finish this shit. Let's go."
You got it.
Look,
Yeah.
I'm a history major. It used to be my job to read like 1,000 pages to research for one paper. So I can do this. I can do this. But it was rough. It was rough.
Man.
Hobby Champ says, "Don't laugh. I've been listening to Creed lately, and damn it, they were pretty awesome. Not all of it, but a lot of it. There you go.
Creed is
Hey,
good.
no
Yeah,
judgment.
Creed's really
All
good.
good.
You like?
Do your thing. They had a lot of hits, man. They had
Sure, man.
hits. They had hits. So no judgment. It's fine. No judgment. And if you enjoy it, that's the only part that matters anyway.
I mean, a little bit of judgment, but you know, it's okay.
Eric, you're part of the Kiss Army. You don't get to judge anyone.
I am.
They were the last of the rock band.
Yeah, they're barely musicians. So Josh says, just read the first and last paragraph. Got me through university. It could work. It could work. Rock would probably get 12%. No, dude. Dave, your vote doesn't need. He doesn't need your vote. Trust me. I think people keep forgetting that they're like, well, I would never vote for. Who cares? Go look at what happened. Go look at what's voted for. At this point, given the shit that's there, it wouldn't take much. The bar is so low. Why do you think you have two geriatrics in place?
It's bad.
Nobody wants to.
There's a reason for
that's
it.
Good.
There's a reason for it.
Yeah.
If you had anybody who's even average, they should be like, get rid of the old guys, move, get out of
I'm
the way.
going to run for president. What my platform is going to be, we're going to change the light colors around on stoplights and intersections, just to mix things up a little. And
Are you gonna pick some colors that the colorblind can't see for entertainment?
Yeah, that or I'll just like switch red and green, and just see how long it takes for people to, realize that.
Rule number one would suggest
Wouldn't
never.
hurt in Quebec. You see
Yeah.
the way they drive.
Yeah, rule number one would suggest never.
Hey, Toronto is where my wife and I were on the highway and saw somebody in the other side of the highway driving backwards with us.
No way.
You may not believe me. You ask the boss. She was going, "Oh my God."
I drive it every day
shit.
for the last 50-something years. And maybe not 50, but anyways. But I've never seen that. How can you see that? I know there's 12
I'm
lanes.
driving. Something is in my peripheral. I look over, and there's a car on the other side of the Jersey barrier, on the opposite side of the highway, keeping up with me going this way, this direction, and it's going in reverse.
100 kilometers an hour?
So Bobby, can I ask? There's an obvious follow-up question here. There's a very obvious follow-up question.
Sure.
So, Eric, you are now describing your peripheral vision that allowed you to see these things. That you have seen things with your peripheral vision. Just so we're clear, seen things. Okay. This is the same person who sat down at Chopped and couldn't see a little mayo thing directly in front of his fucking face. But Mr. Peripheral Vision, like you can't, it's in front of you. And you had to sit down before you saw shit.
You snuck
You
it.
blind bastard. What are you talking about?
You snuck it.
Yeah,
Nope.
Snuck it. Sure. Yeah,
Snuck
right.
When someone's driving 100 kilometers in reverse on the other side.
Yeah,
of the road.
maybe if they had thrown it at you, you would have seen it out of your peripheral vision.
Those things don't even come up on
Listen,
like YouTube's kind of
it happened.
car thing.
I have a witness.
Mm-hmm.
So you can ask the boss. She was in the passenger seat. Both of us were freaking out, waiting for them to, a car to hit them. It was crazy. Crazy.
I wish I had a videotape of that. That would be awesome.
Well, I am not going to be driving and videotaping, but
Well, you
it
have
was
the passenger.
You gotta set it up with your peripheral vision.
Nuts.
Because that's almost impossible to do. Because your steering is in the back at that point. So one slight little turn, you're gonna
listen.
Take it from me. I was a motorcycle driver.
Happened.
I understand that part of it. It's just impossible.
Happened. It happened. It happened. I'm telling you.
How long did this happen for? How long was this
he was probably when I saw him, and by the time I just gunned it and got away because I didn't want a collision to hit and come over on top of me over the Jersey barriers, probably about 50 yards.
Oh, that's not much.
Who cares if it was 1 yard? The guy was going backwards on the highway.
Okay. Was it the collectors or express lanes?
I don't.
If you answer wrong, I'll know.
I don't know. I don't care. I gunned it because when I was afraid when another
Eric
one
Barry knows where he is when he's in Massachusetts.
Over on my side.
They don't just.
I just punched it.
All he knows about is the turnpike. He only knows the turnpike life. That's all there is.
It's turnpike life for
him. Yes, for him it is. All right, David G says, I've had a drunk guy drive towards me the wrong way on the New Jersey turnpike. See, speaking of turnpikes, comes
There
back
you go.
around with the family in the car. I thought I was done and it swerved into another lane before he got to me. There you go. Zach says, had someone coming at me in a 4-lane highway about 4 years ago. They died in a head-on collision about 15 minutes after they passed me. It was probably Eric bumped them, NASCAR style.
Mm-hmm.
Just saying.
Robin's racing. Robin's racing.
Eric's having a rough night. Every night's a rough night.
Oh,
And now he's 50. He's old.
Oh,
He's
yeah.
losing speed off his fastball. Like it's done.
I got nothing.
It's done for him.
I got nothing.
See, Bobby, we always talk about this. Like Eric's a hard 50, like real hard, like a beaten down 50. Like
I don't even have all my original parts.
Put the boots to him.
And Brandon's a hard 40.
It's still going to be my favorite thing. So on the next podcast episode, I'm going to enjoy having a segment where we're going to remind everybody again, he's the oldest one. But then we're always going to look at Brandon. Yep. He's the oldest one. And the thing is, the age gap in the three persons on that panel is not as much as you think.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Eric and I have the biggest gap between our ages, and it's 9 years. That's it.
Oh, so you got 9 years, and I got 9 years on Eric. So
you go.
There we go.
You are the elder statesman.
I am. But I'm the easy 59.
It's all about being chill, Bobby. Taking it tranquilo.
Just relax.
You just relax a little bit, you know? Eric, you gotta be a little tense. Calm down, sit down, and enjoy the mail.
Tequila Sunrise. That's it.
That's disgusting.
That's all you need.
It's that song by anyways.
That's disgusting.
Yeah, it's just saying. Paul here. Did Carlos just admit he's 894 years? I'm a clean 894.
Close.
Relax. Tranquilo. Low stress, Paul. Low stress. It's good for the soul. It helps you age gracefully. These are facts, Paul. Listen, my younger brother is younger, but you wouldn't know it.
There you go. Yeah.
He's a little more high strung. It's got to be more tranquilo. That'll help you out.
Tranquilo.
Did he trade his top hair for his beard?
What's that?
Did he trade his top hair for his beard?
It's still there. Like it's just thinner. But no, the beard game is strong. The beard game is pretty strong. Yeah, that's why I say like he my dad. I don't think he's tried to go that far.
Oh.
Yannick's beard game is on point, but he's been working on that one for a while now.
Oh yeah,
so he's got it down. But again, back to maintenance, right? Like you can't just leave it be. You got to work on it a little bit. Otherwise, it doesn't work out that way. That was always one of the considerations. Like, sounds like effort, and I'm not into that.
Yeah. No. Thou shalt not effort. That's one of the rules.
That's right. I got a rule about it, man. Like I can't do that.
An official rule.
Yeah, it's much easier for me just to stay clean shaven most of the time, and I'm good to go.
Mm-hmm.
Works
You had
out.
a bit of a mustache at the show, I noticed.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Because I was honestly running a little bit. The last couple of weeks have actually been a little bit long in terms of the turnaround between the hours. Because for me, it's not even the time you go to sleep. It's what time you have to get up right after. And if there's too short a period between one and the other, and you do that for enough consecutive days or enough consecutive weeks, it starts to wear on you. Then you lose a little bit of your scheduling. Normally, I'm very good about that, but at the show, I was like, all right, I'm going to come here, hang out a bit, and then I'm going home. So that's why it was good that show isn't. It's not a show that I'll stick around from the beginning to the end.
Yeah.
Because I know they had a trade night and stuff, but it's not my scene, so I don't need to be there for that.
Too? Wow.
Yeah, they had a trade night. Yeah,
on a single day show, really.
Yeah. And the thing is, there were some people who enjoyed it. It was good for them because obviously there's some folks who are like the non-dealers who like the trade night part of it.
Trade out in the like where they have nice seats and chairs, and like there's a lot of seating area actually outside for people in the main foyer ring. Right,
I think the venue of that convention center is actually quite good for that.
Yeah.
So like to your point, you could host your own little impromptu trade night and just be hanging out, moving cards around all there, just outside of the hall. And it's not, you got tables and chairs, and you can do it comfortably.
I'm surprised other people haven't taken that one on to make a bigger show.
I don't know. Maybe they'll think about it at some point. Like I said, I think they've done a decent job with what they've built, with what they've been trying to do out of basically nothing.
Yeah.
It's going to be tricky though.
Nowhere. Yeah, it was nice.
Yeah. So considering that, I think it's pretty good. But although I did tell you, I did laugh that somebody else actually tried to run another show at the same time, which was, I think that's a mistake because I was like, I think that was a mistake because it's like, this show is already building a little bit of momentum. It's already a little established. It's like, it's going to be tough to siphon too many people.
Was there any feedback on the other show?
I barely heard anything about it. I think I saw one image of like one part of it. It didn't look like too much was going on. Which isn't surprising. Like this other show at least had, like, the venue is good for that, for what they're trying to do.
They were kind of partners.
Yeah. Well, I know the Mint Inc. guys were working with the other one.
Yeah.
So then at the same time, the Mint Inc. guys had been at this one, but Slab Sharks was at this one. So like Slab Sharks is at this one, PSA submissions are happening here, and the other one has the Mint Inc. one, and there's stuff going on over there. But this one also has, you got Marcel signing. Come on.
Hey,
it was so good.
Yeah. Be nice.
Man. Come on.
Hey.
There was quite a few vintage guys there. There was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 decent guys with the regular stuff. They didn't have anything special. I don't think anybody saves anything for the shows anymore. And they're too often as well. So it's hard for them to recoup.
I think if you're trying to be like one of those dealers, if you're dealing in stuff that is liquid, that just moves constantly, then it's not going to be an issue because you'll just refresh the inventory a bunch of times. But a lot of the other stuff is just kind of like, that's why I went to a couple of dealers that I've dealt with in the past, and a lot of their inventory was the same, or even if it shifted, it's a lot of similar stuff. And I was like, yeah, okay. So I had more luck buying on eBay during the show. I was buying stuff on eBay. So
that's the thing.
Although I did get those boxes, obviously the boxes at the end worked out. So I can't complain about that.
Nope.
That worked out nicely. But it just depends on what you're trying to get out of those shows. That's really the big thing.
Yeah.
So we'll see. What I'm trying to, that's the other thing. Exactly. What I'm trying to work out right now is like, we've got about a month. I'm trying to decide if I should book the hotel for the Spring Expo now.
I
feel like around now. Yeah, I think around now probably.
That place is still busy. I know PSA isn't showing up without the 100 people again. So
they're going to take a crap ton of submissions though. They're going to take a bunch.
It doesn't matter. I'm just saying for the populace of people that that are going to fill up the local hotels. I think it's probably going to be a little bit freer, but still pretty busy.
Oh, plus we got William Shatner, man.
Depends where you want to go to.
And you got the shot, man.
Huh?
Yeah, we got William Shatner, man. Come on.
Oh yeah,
that's basically it right there. It's done.
Don't forget that.
Yeah, I'll have to meet him before. Well,
guys.
Okay. I don't
before
say
he
that.
dies. You should meet him before he dies.
Nice.
He's
wow.
He is 90-something years old.
Eric, you see, you turn 50 and all of a sudden you're facing your mortality and all of a sudden you're killing off William Shatner?
I know.
Dang.
He is 90-something years old.
Yeah.
Doesn't have a lot longer to go.
Wow.
Well, obviously not.
Not with that.
People do at 92. They're lucky if they wake up the next day. Like,
right. So don't get mad at me. Guy's 90+ years old.
Mad at me.
Don't get mad at me.
Around much longer.
Want to get it before he dies. Yeah,
works.
before he dies. Yeah, finish it off. Yeah.
Brutal, man. Like, geez.
I know.
We're sitting here having a nice chill conversation. Again, tranquilo. We're sitting here having a nice chill conversation. You're trying to kill off William Shatner.
I'm just telling you, the guy doesn't have much time left. Get your autographs now, people.
Okay, so let me ask William Shatner a related question just for a moment. I'll get my refill here in a second. All right. Shatner's had a super long film career, and there's the obvious ones. But here's a question: what's your favorite William Shatner role? I'm gonna start because I'm gonna go probably in the direction that most people won't go. I really like Denny Crane in Boston Legal. I really like his Denny Crane stuff in Boston Legal. I enjoyed that character and how he did it. I had a lot of fun with that. I got a lot of belly laughs out of that particular show and that character because it was so ridiculous. I enjoyed it. But that wouldn't be, I don't think, in the top 5, top 10 that most people would pick.
I grew up with the Star Trek, the original, so
that'd be an obvious one. Yep.
He was cool then. But the monsters were so fake. It was just, oh my god, the aliens or whatever they were.
My favorite William Shatner role was Twilight Zone.
Oh, the one specific one where he was it was the
gremlin on the wing.
Yeah, that was cool. Tearing apart the wing. Yeah.
That was my.
That's been reused a lot.
Or the engine, throwing something in the engine. Yeah, I remember that. But he had that show, Strange But True, was it, or something like that?
He still has something on the History Channel.
Yeah, I think it's that. Yeah, can't remember, but yeah, he's done a lot of other small cameo roles galore.
Oh, a million of them. I was waiting for one of you to pick T.J. Hooker.
I was waiting my turn.
Oh, yeah, that was a good one. Yeah, true enough. Yeah,
I grew up watching that.
My point is, you have a lot of options. You have a ton of options if you want.
Well, Miss Congeniality, he was in. A few others. He's been out there, man. That guy's had a full life, honestly.
Yeah, I agree.
Remember Clint Eastwood's 93. He's still walking around doing, Usually the tall guys don't live too long, so because they die.
They do.
Wow, Corn Eric is dying any minute. Jeez.
Hey, if you lived to 92, shoot, you still got another 42 years left.
There you go.
A whole nother life almost.
And then he'll almost be as old as my mother.
There you go.
Wow. There you go. Shadow was the murder in Colombo twice. There you go. There's a solid cameo.
Everybody was in Colombo with it around that
time. Hosting Rescue 911. Oh, yeah. I think I remember that one. That's a good call out. That's a good one.
Yeah.
I hadn't thought about that one in a long time. That's a good one.
Wow.
Good call out, folks. Well done. Let's see here.
Like if you say illustrious career.
I feel like this was completely out of context, and I'm wondering, like, did Zach go back in time, forward in time? Like, I'm just curious. This was PSA doesn't care. They'd rather have the backlog. Guess what happened? Their backlog just kept growing. People complain, but still send cards. Yes.
Is it 3 hours ago?
That was the first hour. Yeah. Zach was with us earlier. I don't know what happened.
I know I'm
passing so fast after 50 for you.
I know I'm getting older, but I could have sworn we had this conversation 3 hours ago.
That one specifically, yes.
Mm-hmm.
That was like interesting. All right then.
Getting confused. Oh crap! It's true what they say.
It is.
Oh,
probably
the age kicking in, man. It's the dementia.
I'm very confused. Mm-hmm. Where am I? Who are you?
I'm your Alzheimer's coach.
Oh, awesome! You gonna teach me how to do it right?
Yep. What'd you say?
Who are you?
Exactly.
Huh? Goldfish?
Exactly.
What?
It's true. These are facts.
Nice, but it's funny.
Yeah. So basically, part of the reason I was thinking about that is it's kind of Eric's, trying to kill off William Shatner. If you're going to get your autograph, well, you still can. For me, it would, like I said, it would be the Boston Legal one, just because I enjoyed that particular role. I had a lot of fun with it. I had some good laugh with it. But there's obviously a bunch of other ones that would make sense, depending on what you appreciated, one you enjoyed. So that's why. But because he's had such a long damn career, you can pick a bunch of. What I thought would be funny. I don't think he was actually in the show, but didn't he write Tech War? Wasn't that one of his? I think that was. I think he wrote that one. I think might be. I'm trying to remember because I feel like that was his.
If you pull out his accomplishments, I'm sure it's like longer than the HGA list.
Yes, but I'm saying like it was a long thing. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, it was a series of books, novels. Yeah, written by William Shatner, and then they had I think 2 or 3 seasons of the show.
And I like to just say again, when he was like 90, he went to space.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and Shatner was in 18 episodes of Tech War, so I thought so. I was pretty sure he was in the show too. So he wrote the novel, and then they made a TV show about it, and he was in 18 episodes.
Wow.
Pretty good. Like, considering it's like the 47th biggest thing people remember him for, that's pretty good still. Like, you wrote some books and got a TV show made of it. You were in the
What
episode.
hasn't he done, eh?
Yeah. Ads for Priceline. There you go.
Got to hang out
Robert's
with
getting it.
Coco. Yeah.
Loblaws. Well, the promotion.
Yeah, it's true. Yes.
Probably enjoyed hanging out with Kaylee Coco more, but yeah.
So Eric, so which one were you? So if you were going to come down to the expo, which one are you going to fight for more? You getting your William Shatner before he dies, per Eric, or you know your Dennis Rodman?
Rodman.
You know you got that one.
No,
Rodman's there.
Yeah. You'd have to get like a lot of shots before you sat next to Rodman and got something autographed or had a picture taken.
Hey, he's been to North Korea, man.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. Shots, lots and lots of shots.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Penicillin's not going to cut it. You need like radioactive penicillin.
I thought you were talking about drinking shots. I didn't know what you were saying.
Oh,
Eric's got a lot of scandalous things to say about a lot of people, man. Like it's pretty rough out there.
I don't think it's scandalous to say that Dennis Rodman is out of his freaking mind, and I don't want to be near him.
There's lots of people out of their mind around you for some reason.
Now,
it seems to be a recurring issue. Seems to be an issue, man. Seems to be a problem for you, Eric. Have you considered there's a common denominator? Old man Eric?
Yeah, you two are the common denominator.
YouTube, yes, I know. Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty bad, YouTube. It's crazy.
It's horrible. That YouTube. YouTube. But
I got this.
What is that?
That's an 1970-71 SO Gordie Howe. I picked that up.
Mm-hmm.
And it's going to go with my 1961 Sheriff coin.
That's 62.
Yeah, 61, 62. And then it goes with this.
62, 63.
And it goes with that one.
That's 61, 62.
And then I got this 64 to 67 Eaton's Crest.
Yeah, 64 to 67, somewhere in there when he was doing the Eaton's run. Actually, he did the Eaton's run right up till 69, so 70.
So those are some of the Gordie Howes I just grabbed to organize.
Yeah, the SO stamps were the best. That was probably one of the largest, and still today is probably one of the most popular issues going. I think everybody who didn't collect cards, other than the cards, the stamps were everything. I remember it was 1970. My dad threw two albums in the back for me and my brother, and a couple stamp books, and we just went crazy. I remember that day like it was yesterday. We were just opening them, going, "Oh, this is cool!" It was something different away from cards, right?
Nice. Yeah.
I want to get an uncut sheet of the SOs of with Gordie Howe on it.
The uncut sheet.
Yeah, well, they came together, and I want to get one that's not a single. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the perforated. Yeah, the full sheet of 6. Yeah, they're expensive. You should see some of those go. Like honestly, some of them like $150, $200. You get the ore $400, $500, $600. It's like still, and there's a ton of them. They made so many. That was one of the biggest promotions they ever had. ESO actually did that promotion, and what had happened? They got in trouble. I'll give you a little quick history on it. They got in a little trouble with the government because they had to go to court because some of their salespeople were pushing, because you could participate in these things or not if you were an SO dealer, and they were coercing people, dealers to get into the program, because what they would do is the dealers would buy off of the SO, the main company, and then they would buy the promotion, so they were making money off of them. Then they would supply them to the kids, and if you bought $2 worth of gas and whatever. So that's what happened there. So ESO already paid in advance for the second year because it was the greatest promotion that gas company ever had in Canada, and it was quashed by the government. They said, sorry, you're not allowed to advertise anything with gas and oil or alcohol and tobacco for children that's related to sports or premiums. So that's what happened to them.
For gas and oil.
Yeah, gas and oil.
I understand the alcohol and tobacco to kids. Okay. Gas and oil?
Yeah.
Priorities, man. Come on.
I wrote an article a little while ago. It was about CBC TV had something to do with it too. because everybody got their backs up on, and then the government stepped in at a special group of 3 people that they went through. I don't know, this, whatever it was, a governmental, meeting or something.
Usually it's like an inquiry. Usually they call inquiry as one of the
it was
terms.
called something else. It was called the special
tribunal.
Almost like a tribunal, but it wasn't that.
They throw tribunal into a lot of those ones. Whenever they do some of this stuff, they just call it the whatever tribunal.
Yeah,
it's all the time.
Bobby, check this out. Uncut low laws with
there's
the orange.
Laws. Yeah, that's what we were talking about. Well, there's William Shatner right there. Fuck.
Yeah, there you go. But that one's uncut.
Yeah,
I want to get one. I want to get some for the Esso for Orr and Howe also, but
who's in that one?
Expensive.
You know what? This is the funny part about those and the Essos is the guys go, I haven't even looked. I don't even know who's in there. Yeah, right.
Mm-hmm.
You can see right through them.
Right.
People think you're stupid. Well, why is there no ores on all the ones you sent me? I don't know. Why are you selling all these ores on? The finds of those, the leftovers, phenomenal. There's like 74 tons. So you shouldn't have a hard problem. The Esso, there's enough of them that are unused, but they're very expensive. And then there's short prints, and it's like, wow, some of them get up to hundreds and hundreds of dollars. And they do grade them. PSA grades strips of 3 or 6. It's like, why did you do both? It's like, anyways, I won't get into the PSA thing.
I'll be looking for them in November. I think they're going to be on my list to find some uncut ones. So
there you go. Yep. I read a couple of these here to get caught up. Hobby Champs made the comment from earlier. Can't take penicillin. This body alteration. See, you got to deal with Dennis Rodman. Au natural. Leave it be, Eric.
Dennis Rodman is not. Oh Jesus.
That's why I wanted to make sure we got back to the comments, man. Look, I was booking the hotel for the Spring Expo, so I needed a couple minutes. So while you guys were talking, I was showing the stuff, but I needed a moment. Now I'm back in the game.
Young lady was born the same year as me.
Wow, are you trying to throw people on the bus there?
I'm just stating the fact.
See what's going on.
Somebody wants to take time out of her day to come on to make her presence known here on the show and give me a hard
scandalous.
Okay, about my age and turning 50, and and say I turned 65 when someone else may have been born in 1974 also. So I'm just saying.
I thought you were 1774, Eric. You've been lying to us this entire time.
I'm just saying someone else may have been born in 74 also.
Somebody.
But they are 49 as we speak. That is a true statement.
I see.
When are they 50?
So we guessed right here. So we guessed right here. Eric, sorry, Zach says, sorry about the PSA comment. I backed up, listened to start, and just realized I never been back to live. It's all good. It's all good. Eric is uncut. What are we talking about here? We never know what Eric's talking about. Never know what's talking about.
I never know.
There you go. Average adult body weighs 10% in viruses or virus-related DNA incorporated in one's genome. Chew on that. Eric is at least 10% higher. He's 10x that. Month later, but wait, 1975, a year and a month.
Doesn't even know what year she is.
The numbers have changed.
Yeah, it's funny how you can do that.
How old is 15 dog years?
Dead. That's
7.
How are you forgetting a digit, Eric? You're 500. I know.
Oh, I'm getting text messages now. I'm sorry. Some people
opened your mouth. Too late.
All right.
Do you remember? Hold on. I want to refresh your memory from Eric. I know you're getting old, so I'm going to help you out. I want to refresh your memory to a couple of minutes ago when I did this. Yes. Scandalous. It was so that I could get my beer, but the point is, it still worked, like to make the point.
Yeah. Some people might be 48, not 49, and
you don't like the math, so there you go.
And I don't. We don't maths here on the Because I'm Carlos show. And I am 50 now, so I can't be held accountable for anything that I say or do.
Oh, so you don't get out of it.
I'd like to make a formal apology to those who I may have offended by saying that they are roughly the same.
Wait a minute, Eric. Are you saying sorry?
I am saying, where's my towel? There it is. Hold on. I would like to give a sincere to anyone that I may have offended.
Mm-hmm.
Sure. And please don't hurt me.
You'll be all right.
Well, I don't know. There's threats on my phone.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to make clear right there. Just saying. I only heard one person apologizing out here.
That's it?
Mm-hmm. Yep. Eric's the only real Canadian here as far as I'm aware.
Sorry.
Oh. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. The only one. Because, again, I wasn't born in Canada.
Are you coming up, Eric? Are you coming up to the show?
I won't be there in April. I'll be there in November, though. But
yeah, he can only afford the like button and one show per year.
I honestly can't.
So a lot of people aren't coming to the spring show.
I can't do it.
Yeah, the spring show is always the quieter one. What's going to be interesting, Bobby, kind of counteracting that. Here's what's going to be interesting to me. Yet less people are going to come in because it's easier for a lot of folks to make the trip. Like even Big Scott, he's picking one. He's going to shoot for the November show. Makes sense. If Bobbles and Miss Bobbles can figure out a way to cross the border with the illegalities and the questionable history, if they can, they need till November. They need till November to figure all that out. There's a lot of legal wrangling between now and then, so they need the time. All legit, all fine. We welcome you all if you can find your way in November. If you don't have to sneak,
November will be a busy ass show.
It will be a busy ass show. However, here's what's going to be interesting to me. We're going to still have Series 2, so the Bedard Mania will still be well in effect in this show. In a legitimate adjustment. Yes, in this show. That's what I mean. So November, this one, we're still going to have a lot of momentum carrying off of Series 2 going into this one because we don't really have another big release yet coming up yet.
And what's coming out in November? Is anything?
Usually around then is Series 1 of the next series. So we're not going to be.
But who's coming up?
Yeah, the only things that should be coming up is we haven't gotten SP Authentic yet, but that'll probably be during the summer somewhere in there at the rate.
I meant what rookie, but anyways.
No, but still Bedard. The thing is, we don't have SP Authentic Bedard. Yeah, we don't have that one. The Cup, I don't think we'll get this year. I think it'll be next year. But SP Authentic, I think, is still in play. I think that one could definitely come out. I'm trying to think if there's another Cup. SPX maybe. There could be a couple more.
Good. SP Authentic was good.
Yeah, so those are two that I think would do very
standard
well.
Anyway stuff.
Yeah, I think people would be into that. They haven't done Black Diamond. It's not as popular, but there's a couple of neat cards that I think would do well in that product with Bedard thrown into it. So I think there's still some sets they could throw out there. Peachy Platinum. That'll be a fun one. Team's not going in April either. Terrible. Terrible.
So Amanda, listen.
Gonna be empty.
Cancel your trip to Toronto in April. Fly to Boston. You can stay with us. Michelle would love that. And you can come with me and Amit and some other people that you know to the biggest show in New England going on around the same time. You come to the Shriners show and you'll have a good time.
They'll indoctrinate.
You want to take her all the way there to buy Shriners? Why, Eric? Why would you do this?
They're gonna have all those hats on with the.
You can't get Shriners in California. That's why. So she has to come here if she wants one.
I don't know, man. It's tough. It's a bit rough.
So I mean, she listen. You already got to pay for the plane ticket. Now you get free room and board. You pay for your admission fee to the show. You still get to see friends that are here, and you get to go to.
Just trying to show
a huge show. So
it's a big show.
It's a huge show. It's awesome.
It's a valid point. In your case, she's only getting like a half-breed Canadian, so she's not even getting the genuine article.
Well, in November, we're all going to be up there, and we'll try to recruit some more. Like our Bostonian friend who doesn't leave the city limits for some reason. This guy has big cards. Big. He's the biggest. He's got the biggest cards of somebody that
I would prefer if your statement had been followed. No, they're just really big. It's the size of a billboard. Like it's gigantic. You can't even carry it around. It's stupid how big it is.
he as someone that I actually know, he has got the biggest cards. They're just, I can't believe what he has, what he pays, what he it's just stupid stuff. I just blows my mind.
So
Quite the way of bragging about a Hellgill super collection, man.
And he walks around shows with them in a paper lunch bag.
As you
can't afford a Pelican case, eh?
No, he won't. Doesn't have a Pelican case.
After you spend all the money on the Hal effing Guild collection, come on, man.
He will walk around with $200,000 of cards in a
like $200,000 or 200,000 pesos. You get confused
no,
about currencies a lot.
No, they're it's dollars, American dollars. Like he'll walk around with $200,000 worth of cards in a little brown paper bag and walk around the shows with them.
So we're looking for somebody with a brown paper bag.
Yeah.
About 5'10".
No. No. No.
Okay.
No.
You watch how many people get rolled out in the parking lot with brown paper bags. I'm just bringing my lunch to look at this.
I was gonna say now no one with a bag lunch is safe thanks to fucking Bougie Eric.
Exactly. You don't know the
hell,
reach
man?
This show has.
Yeah.
My God.
And
you don't even know, man.
Definitely not 5'10". No. Mark's in the house.
Wish he was 5'10".
See, Mark's coming. Mark will be there in November. Yeah, baby.
Mark's cards. No,
not that Mark. Mark, run. Run. She's pissed.
Bag and run.
I was gonna say, did you mislead Amanda? Because normally the Spring Expo is the quieter one. That's normally how it works.
It is.
That's pretty standard, yeah.
Oh, it's gonna be busy in the fall.
It's our backyard, so we do it the two shows because it makes sense for us.
Easy.
Yeah. Plus, honestly, I will be able to do the extra space. Honestly, works great for me because it allows me to maneuver around and do my business even easier. And there will be plenty of activity. Look, I expect the Upper Deck booth is going to be hopping with people opening Series 2. 1-of-1, especially if the 1-of-1 hasn't been pulled by then.
Oh yeah, it hasn't been pulled.
She will be parked
later. They haven't even put it in the product yet.
She will be parked at the Upper Deck booth right on Billy's hip. Oh. Just getting anything she can get. Oh, you're gonna give me a box of Series 2? Okay, I'll open that.
Okay.
Oh yeah, she'll be parked over there.
Yeah. So the thing is, bottom line though, just for anybody who's not familiar, both shows have a distinct flavor to them. They're a little bit different. The idea though is because the spring show is less attended, doesn't mean it's not attended. There's still a pretty good amount of folks that pop in there. Oh, yeah. So for those of us that are there, the advantage is that it's a little easier to get around because you don't have to maneuver around as many people. But the reality is the dealers, again, who know what they're selling and do their thing, they do fine business. They don't that it doesn't create a big issue for them. The ones that don't understand how to price, just like the Fall Expo, they'll struggle. If you don't know how to price your stuff, you're going to struggle in any environment. So you got to be smart about your pricing. That's going to be key for you. But if you've got good stuff,
right?
We'll spend money.
A lot of things have come down, and a lot of guys don't want to give into that. I lost money.
Yep,
it's a hard thing. I understand, but you have to, unless you sit on them for forever and wait it out till the next bump pandemic.
I plan on talking about it more when we get closer. But
alien invasion, then we have,
as you do, alien invasion. Yeah.
So Amanda was with me when I went searching for this. Now I know it's in a KSA holder, blah blah blah, but I bought the card, not the holder.
The 68.
The part that scares me is that it's the old KSA case, not the new HUD.
And I wanted a good condition, or in OPG 68.
What's the grade?
This is a 6, and she went up and down several aisles with me, looking for a decent copy that I could afford, and was there when I was haggling and everything. So her good luck helped me, and her set of eyes and everything, going up and down searching for this thing. So every time I see this, I always think of Amanda helping me out trying to find it, because she has no interest in searching for 1968 Bobby Orr cards, but she did it for
me. Literally
no
one does.
No
one does.
And searched.
Not a living soul.
We were on the hunt for like an hour, up and down, up and down. So with her help, I was able to bring it home.
Or eBay in 2 minutes.
I didn't hear
Use
that.
something. Use
Well,
something.
you don't need to hear that.
I didn't hear you.
You don't have to hear it.
All right.
You're safe.
But
So CC here says, I believe both Carlos and Eric said they have not attended a national. I think Bobby's been to a national. I have not, but I think you've been to a national, haven't you, Bobby, or no?
I have not.
Oh, you haven't. Okay, gotcha.
No.
Yeah.
I have
Okay,
no
so then really none of us have. Oh, sorry, Eric and Carlos. So then, yeah, none of us said that in that case. If Bobby hasn't, then none of us have been.
nope, I don't have any interest. It's just that my national is November and Mississauga. That's
At least you got it right. About damn time.
that's the only place I want to go.
Though. Spell it.
It's the only place I want to spend
like
my money.
Mississippi, but not quite.
Yeah,
I was
exactly.
gonna say, yeah.
No, that's the only place I want to go. I have no interest in going to a national. If the national came to Boston, to the big convention center in Boston, of course I'd go. Of course. But no, I will not be putting that type of money and effort into going anywhere else for a national. Everything heads north.
For almost 20 years, Dave calls me. He does the national. And you know how, if you know anything about Dave, he's like in the 25,000 step group or something. He just keeps motoring all around. It's hard to believe he's that big. Anyways, he'll like this one if he ever hears it. He's always calling me and telling me stuff about, hey, how about this? What about this? How much does he want? Oh my God, it's more than it should be. It's like, do they want to sell this stuff? Like, come on. So the national is very expensive for hockey, which I thought it would be cheaper, but it never really is. I think we might have bought one or two things out of 20 years. That's pretty slim. And Dave makes the rounds.
Yeah. Well, and it goes back to, we'll talk about it more when we get into July and all that. We always will.
It's a $3,000 social event to go to. Yeah.
I feel like it's almost more expensive than that now. Like, I guess it depends on what the hotels and stuff's going for. Like, also, like, to be clear, and we always talk about it when we get to the July anyway.
You sleep on the street now and get away with it, so it doesn't matter.
You could. So, but the next one's Cleveland, so you're going to be in a little different spot. So Chicago one, the advantage it had was that the hotels were around this convention center. So, like, you could literally get a hotel and then literally waltz over. You could walk over. With the way Cleveland is configured, they've got a convention center there, and apparently it's a decent size from folks that I know who've been down that way. But the thing is that where the hotels are and everything, it's a bit of a hike. So you're pretty much going to have to drive in and drive out and factor that into what you're doing. And if you want to do anything else, as much as I like to make fun of Cleveland, and we do, the reality is that I was in Cleveland in, I want to say 2018, maybe, because my buddy is deranged and he wanted to, and out of all, we literally said he was getting married and we said, all right, where do you want to have a bachelor party? We pitched a couple of ideas and everything. He goes, oh, we could go to Cleveland. And I'm sitting there like, why?
No, nobody's
why? Oh no, he said it, Eric. He said, Eric, I was there. I was there.
I call bullshit. No one's ever said that.
I was in Canton, Ohio because I was in Canton, Ohio because we were in Cleveland because someone wanted their bachelor party. That's where we went.
I call bullshit.
I don't care what you call. It happened and I was there. And we went to the baseball game. Canton, Ohio, visited the Football Hall of Fame. So to be fair, if you're going into it from that angle, because where the hotel was beside the baseball stadium, so it was a good spot there. So we actually did attend the game, and we went out, hung out at the bars and everything, and then we went to Canton, went to the Football Hall of Fame. That was fun. It was good. It was a good Hall of Fame, and we went to some of the microbrews and stuff. So there's stuff there to do if you're operating that way. If you're doing it for the national, I don't know if it would work as well unless you really think about how you want to approach that. Like there's stuff there. If you structure it in such a way,
do they have the hotels available? That's the thing.
It's that they have hotels available, but they're not close by.
No, that's what I mean.
It's a hike. Yeah. So you got to understand for that one, you're not going to have the same level of convenience. You're going to have to think, you're going to have to plan ahead, really think about how you want to approach it. So that's different. But unfortunately, like, look, I would have happily gone to the national. Unfortunately, I just booked a hotel room here for the expo thing, and it was more expensive this time than last time. So
really,
for this time around, I think it was like $290 a night. It was expensive, yeah. I got literally the same hotel that I got in the fall, literally the same one, but it was more expensive this time around for whatever reason. I don't know. Late April, I guess something's going on. I don't know.
Wow.
Is there anything else about to say? Is there anything else being held in that area at that time?
I don't
There's
know.
usually something big, but I mean,
Yeah.
it does fill up. Like there's a lot
Yeah.
of people who come in.
Yeah,
from
I was
the
able
airport's
to get the room and everything, so no issue there. But it was a little bit more expensive than last time. It was a little bit cheaper last time.
We have an international airport close, like they do in Atlanta.
Yes, Bobby's always ready to restoke the flames of rivalry with Atlanta.
Hey, we have like the airport is like 5 minutes from the show. You can see where the show is. You can see the cards on a table if you look hard enough.
The runway's across the street from the.
Yeah, exactly across the street. So
yes,
but Atlanta, it's not really close. But
wow,
like half an hour, 40-minute drive or something. He was saying. So
wow,
we talk about, and this is the expo here. We're not talking about a little, 20,000 square foot, whatever it is.
It's a good size venue, especially now they've opened up 2 halls and done the 2 pieces.
Yeah,
it's pretty good. So Paul says the National's worth going to if you've never been there. Yeah, we always have this debate in the summer. Not for me, even whether I've been there or not. Like, oh, but hang out with the people. Still not worth it for me.
No,
I like the people, but I've met.
It's like, but I don't like you all that much. No disrespect.
God,
I don't like you that much.
No, God, no.
Yeah, but look, but Eric, you know what's funny though? Jokes aside, I've used this analogy before. If one of your friends calls up, hey, you want to go have a drink or have a coffee or whatever, yeah, sure, whatever. But at a certain point, it's like, yeah, okay, so where are you? Oh, I'm in Bangkok. Yeah, hell no.
Yeah,
I'm not going through this much. Oh, but I thought we were friends, dude. There's a certain amount of energy that I'm willing to expend to go have a drink. Like, yeah. I'm not hopping on an international flight and going all this stuff. Like, no, that's not worth it to me.
As soon as you hop on that flight, your dollar dropped out of your pocket, 35 cents.
Yeah, but it's all part, but Bobby, it's all part of the discussion because it's like I can't ignore the cost. Oh, but it's to socialize and hang out. Like, no. If I'm going to go through that much trouble, then I also want to buy shit while I'm there and add costs. Keep hitting the cash register. Keep hitting the cash register.
You do really. You could get like $5,000 and be,
Yeah, the sound of the cash register going off continuously goes off. So I'll give you a quick story about the Cleveland thing as well. So Cleveland's great for live sporting. Cavs, Browns, and Guardians over the walking distance. They are football and Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Also, those things are true. Although the Football Hall of Fame is in Canton, so you do have to make sure you plan it out because it's a little out of the way. But it is really nice. When we were there, it was actually very cool. The displays and everything were very nice. I would recommend it to you if you are down by that way to check it out if you're into that kind of thing. But what I was going to say about this is that. So with the Cleveland thing, the way we worked it out is because that's what he wanted to do. So fine, we planned it out. We booked the hotels. We did all that. We drove down. So fine, if you're driving down, now you're decreasing the cost of certain things. And then we can plan it out and grab everybody and drive everybody down. So we all knew where we were going to be and we were all able to arrange everything. Dinners and everything, hanging out at the game, buying the tickets to the game. Everything was figured out and planned out ahead of time. So it made it a lot easier to keep the costs under control for everybody. So we were able to work that out. If you're doing that, that's fine. But it was a vacation. It was basically a glorified vacation for all of us to hang out and do that. It was fun. But yeah, for the national thing, it's like, okay, cool. But you're going with a lot of other folks are going there too. So hotel reservations become at a premium. It increases the price of those. And then if you can't get it close by, you get it further away. Now you're adding another cost to it. So at a certain point, it's like, how much effort are we putting in? How much extra cost am I eating just to get in the door at this point?
To go say, hey, it's great to see you in person now.
Yeah, exactly. And then also, what do the people say?
You don't say that to me.
No, because it's never a pleasure seeing you. But anyway, the point is that what happens when you go there, and let's say you do want to socially hang out with a bunch of folks, and then you discover what happens with a lot of them is, oh man, I was able to say hello to them, but I wish I could have sat there and talked to them. Yeah, in this gigantic thing, you're not going to randomly find each other. You're going to have to plan it. You have to plan it out if you want to have any, and if you want to have a meaningful conversation that's more than a cursory, hey, how's it going? Then you're losing the ability to either go through the floor and find things or the ability to chat with others. So somebody is going to get left behind. You either say hi to 1,000 people and barely have a conversation, or you have a couple of deep conversations and miss out on a bunch of other folks. So you're not really doing the socializing you wanted to do in the first place, or you're doing a minimized version of it anyway.
I mean, in all seriousness, you guys have a different way of doing the show than I. Especially
yes, you're chasing down hockey players, is courting restraining orders. Yes,
I don't want to stop. I'm go. I don't even want to stop for lunch. I don't want to stop and hang out at an area where you can all talk. I want to see people, but only if they're willing to, go look at tables with me. So a lot of times I would find you guys, and of course in with the bigger group and more people, like either over at Bobby's booth this past year or over at a lunch table somewhere, or where I'm just like, okay, I want to go. You guys live in Canada. You can go to any card shop in Canada and see a lot of these cards every day.
No.
I can't. I'm not seeing like
not a lot of card shops here.
Well, all right.
You're looking for,
but I'm not seeing a lot of absolutely perfect vintage O-Pee-Chee in the place where I work, or any of the shops in this area, or the card shows. You guys, it's like, we joke about, the Gretzky O-Pee-Chee. They give them out crossing the border and they use them as doorstops. Not down here, they don't. So when I'm there, I'm on a mission. I am on a mission to see as much as I possibly can. And I'd rather wait to talk to you guys at dinner, at the end of the day, where you guys are more comfortable just getting up, looking around for a little bit, and then go and, sit and in a circle and chit chat. And it's just different ways of looking at it and different ways of doing it. You guys,
well, I think what it comes down to, though, kind of being honest about it, is that the expo is basically old hat for us.
Right.
Like we're not that. Look, I don't want to misrepresent this, so I want to make sure I phrase this correctly.
Yes.
We're not excited in the way that somebody that is approaching it as it's something different would be.
Mm-hmm.
So someone who's never been there, or someone who's looking for certain specific thing, I don't need to buy shit while I'm there. It doesn't matter anymore. Most of the time, I find the stuff I want elsewhere anyway. So the expo is irrelevant to me from the card acquisition side of things. That is where I'll go hang out with Steve. We'll go have dinner. Bobby, if he gets us to chop together and we're all sitting down and we're having conversations and stuff, that works. But the last couple of expos, I can tell you definitively, I haven't made the rounds all the way through the whole thing. I've walked through a chunk of it, but I don't care. To be blunt, I don't care.
Right.
It's not even worth my energy level to bother with it. I got other shit to do. And that's why I can afford to waltz in at the crack of noon a bunch of the days, because I think, what do I give a shit? Oh, but you missed out. Who cares, man? Guess what? The person who just bought that is probably putting it on eBay, and I'll buy it then.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'm fine.
So I can still get my hands on.
I'm always out there early before the show's open. I've made the rounds 2 or 3 times.
Yeah. That's basically
Nothing
it.
really comes in and gets put out immediately, very rarely.
Yeah. If you're going for something like that, then yes. Then you go before this. So by the time the show opens, that deal's already done. That transaction is completed. That those items have changed hands. They are done.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm talking about, like, even for the rank and file person who's looking for something that's available, like, whatever, you want to do a little shopping around for it. Most of that stuff that was available elsewhere, like, realistically, honestly. Or here's the worst part. It is something that isn't purchased before the show or whatever, but some dealers, they know what you like. They've already pulled it aside and go, by the way, I've got some stuff for you. You go over there on your own time and they go, here's what I got. Yep, I'll take that. Okay, what do you want to do? This amount? That good? Great, done. Done.
It's easy.
I don't have to kill myself. I'm not chasing crowds. I'm not playing these games. Like, I don't need to.
Right.
So that's not fun for me at this point. Like, I'll check the occasional, like, bargain bin and stuff, but, like, it's once in a blue moon, man. I don't have the energy to do it.
And then
I used to, but I don't play that game anymore.
I want it to last 3 more days because I still don't think I get a chance to see everything. Now, I know this last show I was busy and I wasn't on the floor as much as I was the previous 2 that I was there.
You're with all the autograph guests.
Hey, I'm not even mentioning names. I'm just saying I wasn't on the floor as much. I was busy. But even the previous 2, I still didn't think I saw everything that I wanted to see. I could easily have gone 3 more days and just
loved this show. You're going to
in November.
No,
I have no idea what November will.
You're not coming to this show. Okay.
I have no idea what November will bring. It may be like last November. I might not be able to talk to anybody. I have no idea.
Talk to anybody about what?
No, I mean, I may not be following around all the famous people like like a hungry dog, like last November.
Famous people,
Oh,
famous
gotcha.
people. Who the hell's was at the show? What are you talking about?
Yeah, exactly.
Me.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, like that I assume, Bobby. I wasn't talking about
Yeah.
you. I was talking about someone else. He says
Well,
famous people.
The previous
Plural.
The
That sounds like
previous
plural.
years, you were the most famous person I was hanging out with, but
Obviously.
but yeah,
Look, if you can all watch the YouTube short where Eric is talking some nonsense and he's put in his place. He was trying to flex too hard and he hurt himself. It was terrible.
Yeah,
I did pull a muscle.
By the way, that short has performed much better than I thought it would. It's pretty good.
Well, if you do have a want list and for this expo, find somebody to give it to.
Listen. Why don't you go back to doing whatever it is you were doing? Nobody asked you to come here. Nobody wants you here. So I don't know why you keep popping into the chat and making these comments.
Who's
Go
that?
back to boiling hot dogs for your kids.
Oh, apples.
And no one wants you. No one likes you. No one likes you.
Seems a bit strong.
We do.
No
Seems
one
a bit
likes
strong
you.
there, Eric.
No one likes you.
I don't know. Seems like a scandalous allegation. Why don't you be nicer to our guests?
Paul. As has been stated, I turned 50 yesterday. Do you believe that tonight is the first time someone has added an A at the end of my name to try to hurt me? This is not the first day.
And also, I would add, I have insulted you in a variety of different ways that don't involve me having to change your name at all.
You've called me a few different names, though.
Yes,
but
I have.
You haven't tried to alter Eric.
I feel like Eric, I am above that. I feel like I am above that.
Yes.
There are levels to this. I feel like I can put a little extra effort into it. I tailor very carefully the pot shots that I take. Man has been very nice to you. Says he'll wash up your wine list.
I can't believe he didn't show up in November. I still don't know the exact reason why, but he was missed. I love seeing him in November. He's a highlight. So I don't know why he did. I know you know why. I don't know why he didn't show up in November, and it's but
better. That's better. I appreciate the better effort.
Shut up,
The
Josh.
Duke of Mayo. I like it.
Eric A.
See, I like the chat. I appreciate folks
That's
are
funny.
putting in the extra. I like it.
That's funny.
I appreciate the effort.
That.
Good job by you all.
You get a thumbs up. All right, let's see if
I think you have to. There you go.
there it is.
I want to see the confetti though. I think there's like I don't know what the gesture is. There's a gesture that gets confetti. I don't remember what it is.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
By the way, it's completely on your machine, just so you know. There is a thing. I don't know how it works. I don't know what it is.
I don't know.
We've been having some fun that Eric's machine has got configuration where he gets that. That's where that. If you watch the last podcast episode, you'll see Eric getting increasingly frustrated. The thumbs up kept coming up, but then because he kept doing this, he had it right to like his chest. He literally had a gesture of thumbs up the whole time, so it kept popping up. Yeah, it picks up on it occasionally. I don't know when it does, but it picks up on it.
I had like my thumb here or something like that.
Yeah, something like that. Exactly. It was something like that, and they kept picking it up.
It just kept pinging. It was crazy
over and over again. It was hilarious. I enjoyed it.
No, it wasn't.
Oh, by the way, so just for the record, I know it's 12 hours, but the baseball draft, the rotisserie draft is stalled. So my chance of getting Fish Boy so that I can bench him is stalling right now. I'm waiting. Like, we're stuck. Terrible. But fair enough, at least I appreciate that it's 12 hours, so you're not in a rush per se. We got time. I was going to mention, so let me mention a couple of things, and then we'll kind of play around with it. We'll finalize. We'll start winding her down, but the last episode went a little long because we got very animated at the end. It was very entertaining, but we also got very animated. But what I was going to say is, so you know what I actually started this past week? I didn't realize it was coming, but I ended up watching the game because I didn't realize it. Footy, Aussie Rules is back on. I was like, yes, all right. So I was able to watch one of the games. I was able to record it on the PVR and watch it. I was like, all right, I'm excited. This is good. So I was able to watch the game. The problem is the time zone, man. Time zones, especially now that I'm back working like office hours again. It's like, oh. So I would say, all right, the PVR is going to have to be my friend. The PVR is going to be my key to being able to watch these games because I can't be sitting there watching. I just got to set it. There you go, Name. See, Name. See, what we got to do. So forget, obviously, this expo is Name. We got to get you to abandon one of your 47 kids for like one weekend. You got to get out to the expo for one of these, man. We need you there for one of these runs. You got to come and insult Eric in person.
No, I won't come. I refuse. If he says he's planning on showing up, I'm canceling my trip. I will not come if he's in the same province as me. Province. I will not tolerate being in the same province as him. So wow. if he shows up, I'm out.
Accept this challenge. The gauntlet has been thrown, Name. Make it happen.
Yes. Well, go in April. I won't be there.
The same province. Sorry, I was doing some commerce.
Ooh, good old commerce.
Yeah, that's nice.
By the way, I had a card that was actually coming in. I thought it was actually going to arrive today with the tracking and everything. It got pushed to Monday, but it was going to be. I was hoping because I was going to be able to record a pickup video this week. I was going to be like, oh man, is it 3 weeks in a row? 3 weeks in a row? I was so close. No, I missed it. Just missed it.
Aren't people in bed yet?
Might have did the Oregon trip. Oh, okay. Yeah, we know you're like your Ducks.
Oh, Ducks. Jesus.
Oh, Eric, I don't think you were online when I said this to Bobby. I think I said it to him before I said the show. All right, I'll share this with you because I think you'll get a kick out of this. So Josh shared this with me, and it's from my old alma mater, the University of Guelph. Your personal favorite place. Guelph. Yes. No. All right. So here it is, Eric. So this is important.
Not real.
This weekend is St. Patrick's Day weekend, right? So we got St. Patrick's Day coming up, right?
Yes.
So Josh passed this along to me. Apparently, I don't know where he picked this up on this, but apparently is pulling from somewhere. He goes, at U of G, there will be a campus recovery room on Saturday from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. The room is a non-medical space for students to recover from alcohol intoxication. So the university has put a room aside for this. It is available to, quote, help reduce any potential strain on the local hospital.
You know what we used to call that in the business? Enabling.
I call it, I am both proud and ashamed. I'll explain why in that order, though. I am both proud and ashamed. On the one hand, it is a responsible thing. On the one hand, it is them thinking ahead. It is a university town. Things happen. On the second hand, Eric, back in my day, this recovery space was being found on the riverbed of Speed River. It was that there was a spot already. Nature had already built a spot for this where you would find the bodies beside Speed River. So on the one hand, I applaud the university for taking the proactive approach. On the other hand, I'm a little offended. In my day, you dealt with the consequences, and if you found a body in Speed River, it happens. So be it.
It was expected.
If you don't want the body in Speed River, then carry the dead somewhere else.
Kids today are weak.
It's so weak.
Yeah.
Weak.
Safe space.
Just weak. Weak sauce. Weak sauce.
Safe recovery space.
Man, you can't even recover at the side of the river in peace.
I know. Waking up and
it was a simpler time, Eric. It was a simple time. It was a simpler time, Eric.
Yeah.
And I think Name should go and see his Mighty Ducks. Because I know that's important that, they do the flying V on the football field for him and stuff. And
he's making multiple Mighty Ducks references.
And they all quack and everything.
Wow.
And I think that's where he should spend his money, because I definitely don't think he should make a cross-country trip, and ruin my vacation that I look forward to every year. I don't think that's fair. And then he's got to bring his like 10 beautiful kids. How he has such, beautiful children is beyond me. They all must be adopted. And you got to make me feel bad, right? Because
you should feel bad.
All these, beautiful children of his are all going to be sitting there with those big old eyes and everything. And all I want to do is just hurt them. And, it's just, I just think he should go to see the Mighty Ducks and forget about coming to Mississauga and ruining my time.
Or Eric, or alternatively, Name could show up. Then he could hang out and chat with me and the Burrell, and then we could collectively throw mayo packets at you.
I told you I will not be in the same province as him. So how about this? If he goes to Mississauga, I'll head to the other side of the country.
You don't know where the other side of the country is.
It's up in
Newfoundland
the area.
At the rate you're going, you would go to the other side of the country.
Oh, I know where he lives.
Brad's neck of the woods. Over to Brad's neck of the woods. And you'd wind up with a whole province full of people.
Oh, he lives in Tijuana. I can't pronounce it. Yeah.
Eric, this is not a Peabody Worcestershire situation.
Well, he lives in a place that starts with a K or something. How many of those can be up there?
Lots.
Oh, there's a lot. Oh, crap ton.
Mm-hmm.
I know where.
Listen, we got Moose Jaw and Moose Factory. All right, we got we got multiple mooses. Mooses.
I'm gonna go over to Tijuana, and I'm gonna break into his house and steal.
You should go to Tijuana.
And I'm gonna
if you go to sunny scenic Tijuana.
He might not want you.
And I'm gonna steal all his Jordan tutus, his 4-4s, and I'm gonna steal all those cards while he's ruining my vacation in Toronto.
See, Amanda, this is a great suggestion. He should go. He could go in the neighborhood of Yannick. Even better. Eric, you're compiling quite a list of enemies in a lot of different geographical locations. You may eventually run out of places to hide.
Nobody likes
making most of them up. He'll never run out.
No one likes me anyway. It doesn't matter where I go. And
north, south, east, west, trains, planes, and automobiles. He can't hide.
You know, Quebec has an expo, and it's a closer drive. So, you know, maybe, Amanda, you might be onto something. We'll go to the Quebec Expo, and Yannick can translate for us.
If I was going to go back, with due respect to the expo there, look, if I'm going to go to Quebec, you go to Montreal, man. Just go to Montreal. Just go to Montreal, have a good time, hang out. Like it's good. Montreal's good.
Yep. There's good smoked meat sandwiches there.
There's a lot of things you can enjoy in Montreal. That's all I'm getting at. And you can parlez-vous Anglais. Without any issue. You'll be fine.
Yeah,
how does Eric feel about Gerard Mayo coaching the 3rd overall pick, Drake Mayo?
I am living in an alternate reality, and Bill Belichick and Tom Brady are still a thing, and I'm looking forward to the upcoming season.
Eric has more enemies than Batman. Facts.
Wow.
Great poutine in Montreal. Like I said, you want to eat in Montreal? You got it. You want to drink in Montreal? You got it. Nightlife done.
I'm surprised. I'm surprised this moron didn't end his sentence with "There's great poutine in Montreal 2-2."
There is.
But yes, you
There's
can go to 3
restaurants I wouldn't mind going to.
Oh, in Montreal, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, Chuck's. He had a TV show. I always wanted to go to his place. Chuck, forget his last name.
Chuck Connors, rifleman.
No, I'm sorry, not him. He played baseball actually. He's on a baseball card.
Played for the Dodgers and for the Boston Celtics.
And what card was he on?
The baseball
Canadian
card.
issue.
The baseball card.
A baseball. Okay, enough said. Move on.
There you go. That is the thing, apparently.
We got one of those bots happening.
Yeah, I got it.
Go away.
Yeah, I got it. Taken care of.
Business.
Yeah. You always got to watch out a little bit. I like this out of context. 52 Mother's Cookies. Yes.
Mother's Cookies, yes. Oh, that's a rare one. Oh, yeah.
That's the Chuck Connors?
No, he's in another one, too.
No, all good, Paul. All good.
Oh no,
Paul, get your shit together.
I will say, actually, I will say one thing. This is actually the first time I think that StreamYard showed it to me before the YouTube one. So just so you all, so quick behind the scenes thing. What I do to make this work, because I always laugh at Eric, and you know, we've always talked about this in the past. It's sometimes like piloting a spaceship times because you're keeping track of tabs. People are messaging me, and a bunch of shit's going on at the same time. So sometimes that's why I get a little distracted. It takes me a second.
Sure,
but I've got the YouTube stream on this side paused, so I'm not listening to us in real time. But I do have the chat, so I can actually do any blocks or anything. I could technically do it from StreamYard, but I like to have it just in case, because sometimes I see something over here, it doesn't appear over here, and vice versa. So it just makes my life easier to make sure that I've always got a window open. So I've actually got the stream open at all times. So it's a little tricky, but if I see something, I can usually take care of it.
Very good,
Pretty
sir.
quick.
Now, does anyone know, does Chuck Connors have a basketball card for the Celtics?
No.
Because I'd be interested in that.
There you go. Chuck Connors is in that set. So the 52 Mother's Cookies that Dom was talking about is our Joe Gordon and Mel Ott as coaches. Nice. All right, Dom. Appreciate that. Thank you for that insight.
Chuck Connors is also in the is it Canadian Worldwide Gum? Baseball. Something.
I would think so. Makes sense to me.
But I would love to get him on a basketball card if one exists. Probably can't
play basketball too.
It's Boston Celtics.
What year?
Shortly before his show started.
60s?
Yeah. One of my favorite pictures, and I haven't seen one in a long time, but I want to get one. So years ago, I go into the shop. I wasn't working there. I was a customer. Big, I don't remember exactly how big, but a very large photograph. And it had Chuck Connors in his rifleman costume. Okay. And on each side of him was like 3 or 4 guys. And it was all his former teammates, including Bill Russell and Bob Cousy and all these guys.
Wow.
And it was all autographed.
Wow. Should have bought it.
It was awesome. And I don't really collect that stuff, and I definitely didn't have the money back then. But to this day, I still remember it. And I've always said if I can get an 8x10 unautographed, obviously, copy of it, I definitely want one for my collection, because I think they all went out to play the Lakers and stopped by the set to see him. So that's why he's in costume and they're all like in suits, because they were out there for an away game and went to visit him on the set. And that's where the picture was taken. So I would love to get an 8x10 of that.
Have you ever seen The Rifleman, Carlos?
Sorry, for which set are we talking about?
No, have you ever seen The Rifleman, the show?
Oh, the show I have not.
Okay.
It's one of my all-time favorites.
Okay, Paul.
What era? What era?
It was on in the 60s.
Late 60s?
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, I didn't catch it in syndication. I watched some shows that made syndication. I already we joked about the McMillan and McLeod or McMillan and Wife, and those ones.
McMillan and Wife.
Those ones were on A&E. So there was a block of those on A&E.
Yeah.
So Carlos Sr. and I would be sitting, chilling, kind of watching those.
Well, it's
we
kind
get a
of
laugh
one of
out
those
of them.
ones that would come on different times that, if you were into it, you'd watch it. And who they have? Matt Dillon. What was that one? Gunsmoke. A few of the other ones,
Gunsmoke.
they were right in the same venue as those ones.
That's why I mentioned a lot of the stuff, a lot of the older TV shows that I caught in syndication were where they put them in blocks like that.
Yeah.
So A&E had a block of those different detective shows, cop shows, and stuff. And Quincy MD,
I love
the joke about Steve and the whole thing. But I knew what the handle was because I had seen the show, but it was part of that block. And they would swap out different shows. And then Columbo would be regularly in the rotation. So that's where I would see those shows. Outside of that, I didn't have too much cause to see a lot of the oldie TV shows, unless they happen to be in a block.
Well, they had all those cop shows, but I think a little prior to that, it was a lot of Western shows.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
But there's a few good ones. And the Rifleman, he was just he was just one of those rational, nice guys who was good with a rifle and didn't... He'd stand up for all the people in the town and stuff like that. Small town kind of thing,
Yeah.
Had a little boy, and wife, I think, died.
Wife died, yeah.
Yeah.
So she had had the fever.
And it was the moral story, to teach the kid lessons and kind of stuff like that. Good show.
I wasn't bored. I'm glad Eric watched it because he learned many moral lessons.
Mm-hmm. Mark McCain, that was the son's name. Lucas McCain was Chuck Connors. Mark McCain was his son. And Paul Fix played the sheriff Micah, and Paul Fix was one of John Wayne's good friends that was in most of his movies.
Good. Let's move on.
Yes, that's.
You're losing a lot of people. You're too old.
I was gonna say,
Done.
Eric turned over, turned over the age cat, the odometer switched over, and all of a sudden it's like, oh, let me talk about ye olden days.
Oh yes, Mom Pog Pedals next.
It's okay. It could be worse. He could be talking about vaudeville shows and everything. You just keep going further and further back in time. Like, it's bad, man. It's bad.
It's funny. I watched a lot of the 30s, 40s, and 50s shows growing up. There were a lot of reruns on blocks, like you said. Certain channels had them on like every day after school, and you just kind of watch them. It was good to take it in,
Yeah, I think it depends. Like I said, they would show a lot of stuff in syndication. My dad enjoyed a lot of those where they have it helped because they would have it in syndication, and he'd be doing some stuff, but he'd have it on the TV and whatever. And when I was around, I'd be watching the shows while I was on there anyway. There was another one. The name escapes me. I want to say maybe Hogan's Heroes, but I feel like there was another one as well. So Hogan's
Heroes.
Yeah, so that was one that he liked, and there was another one. The name escapes me right now. I have to think about it. But there were a couple of shows like that would be in syndication. He'd watch a lot of those.
Like Gilligan's Island was probably the other one.
Probably. I don't think it was Gilligan's. I would have remembered that one, but it was something else.
That time
similar
period
vein.
too.
Yeah, similar vein. But again, this is the same guy who used to, when he was a kid in Panama, he would go to watch all the movies in the movie theater. And I've said this story before, but I'll quickly reiterate it. So if you've checked out Mystery Science Theater 3000, their gimmick was that they would riff on movies, but a lot of them were like really crappy movies, because they would be available so that you could replay them that way. They had to be crappy, otherwise the studio would have charged you more for it. But one of them was Santa Claus versus the Martians, which is a truly garbage film from the 60s.
Never seen it.
But it's exactly what it sounds like.
Yeah, okay. And the
so
60s?
I've explained the story before. I was watching this. I was showing, I think, to my brother, the Mystery Science Theater 3000 episode. I think that's what the context was. So I was showing the episode, and it was them riffing on Santa Claus versus the Martians. And my dad walks by, and he looks, and he's like, "Is that Santa Claus versus the Martians?" And I'm like, "Fuck, come on!"
Like, who knows?
Really? Nobody has seen this film in its original iteration, because he didn't see it in Mystery Science Theater 3000.
You would only have to see it once, though.
He saw it in the theaters. He was like one of 18 people alive on the face of the planet who saw this stupid garbage film in theaters originally in Panama. It was probably in Spanish. probably worse. Yeah, so they're like, so I'm saying, like, really, dude? But so he was able to call out the movie. He saw the movie. He knew what it was. That's what made it funny to me. I was saying, like, really, dude? Come on. You really watched all manner of trash in the theater back in the day. It didn't matter what it was.
I'm just trying to think of the other show that he watched at that time period.
That's what. But the reason I gave that example is, trust me, it may be even more obscure than you may think, because holy crap, like, he watched a lot of crap in his day. Now, I will say one other thing, and I've given this story as well. That's why it was fun, though, when Blu-ray started really taking off a little bit more, and they started remastering the old Bond movies. So Carlos Sr. in that situation was the perfect person to talk about when they remastered Dr. No. Because he also saw Dr. No in the theaters, 60s, right? So it was good to watch it with him and go like, all right, so here it is. What do you think? Because they had remastered and redone it and everything. So, and he gave a thumbs up approval for that. He goes, it's better than I've ever seen it. Looks good, sounds good, looks like they did a good job. So he was very impressed with what they had done with the 60s film, because they took the original source material and really redid it nicely. They did justice to a classic film.
Yeah, they did John Wayne movies too, like that. They redid them.
But that's important, because a lot of times they'll transfer it over and they'll just like sloppily throw it together and do whatever. With those couple of those early Bond movies, like Dr. No and those ones, they actually remastered them properly from the original negatives and everything and took it. So it actually looks really crisp. It looks better than some current movies. Like, it was clean. It was looking good, man. So it works out. I'm not talking about Mystery Science Theater 3000. I'm talking about Santa Claus versus the Martians. I'm talking about the original movie without the riff track, without the Mystery Science Theater 3000. Mystery Science Theater 3000 adds something to a lot of those films that they don't have. But if you saw the original without, look, Manos, the Hands of Fate, without the riff track on it, is unwatchable. The intro sequence, if any of you have ever seen that, Trainwreck, the intro sequence, they forgot to put the text on it. So it's literally a rolling countryside for minute after minute after minute. And there's nothing there. They're supposed to put the title. They're supposed to put like who's starring in it. They forgot. The movie's absolute trash. It's garbage. But then when you got people making fun of it during the whole time when that whole rolling sequence is happening, yeah, you're adding a little something to it. It was his own thing. So just something to bear in mind. But anyway, okay, I think that's good. I don't think there's anything else that I really wanted to touch on. We touched on a lot of the stuff I wanted to. And apparently this draft is finally starting to move a little bit, so I might have to draft at least one more time tonight. So we'll see.
Yep.
Oh, yes, very exciting. Look, so here's the question for everybody. Should I draft Fish Boy? Should I draft Fish Boy as my second pick to throw on the bench?
You have to do it.
You want to take this, and how much money you have invested in it? Because
it's like Eric, like $30. It's like let me tell you,
pick the fish.
Tank this shit.
That's it, right?
Like I don't care. Eric, at this point, it's not like my clever drafting is going to get me anywhere with this. Like after a certain point of depth, I think how many people do I have to draft in this thing? I have to draft 32 players. I'm going to struggle to figure out a lineup of players.
I mean,
you might end up winning.
According to
sure.
According to you, he can't hit or do anything anyway. So
no, he can't. He's trash.
Well, then
pick him.
Let someone else pick him. Trash for them and bring
Will's right. I should draft Fish Boy, and then I'll put him on the bench.
Yeah,
where he belongs.
That worked.
Yeah. Would you have found it funny, Mr. Science Studio 3000 funny, if you had no ties to it and your dad wasn't affiliated with it? I watched the Santa Claus versus the Martian Mystery Science Studio 3000 version before my dad saw it.
Mystery Science.
That was me showing it to my brother
at the time.
Yeah,
when it first came out. That was funny.
Yeah. The thing is that I showed that version of it to my younger brother, so that's the reason my dad saw it. I had already seen it.
Yeah.
I thought it was good with the riff track on it. It's excellent.
Okay, there was no internet. This is all we had. Don't take this from us. Jesus.
There you go. All right, folks. So it's been good. A lot of good. What's that?
It's not Jesus. It's Jesus.
Jesus owes me money. Anyway, so trust me, he owes me money. Bastard doesn't pay. Just saying. Don't trust Jesus. Don't. Ever. So anyway, thank you all for the comments. Appreciate you. We had a lot of fun today. And belated happy birthday to Bougie Eric. He is now fully in the full ranks of the ancients. That reigned before time was even counted.
The Geriatric Society.
My family was shopping around for some nursing homes.
Ooh.
I thought it was from my mom, but that's from what I understand. I was
incorrect. Do you feel that it's worse though that they're like well into their search, as in they were searching, they had already started the search years ago, and they're just narrowing down the field now? Yeah,
this like they got narrowed it down to like 3, so I'm guessing within a month or so I'm going to be packing my bags.
Pretty much.
The good news is it's probably going to be about the same as before. They'll let you keep your misspelled jersey. So it's really not going to make that much of a difference. If anything, maybe the nice people at the home will teach you how to deactivate the gestures. Maybe they'll teach you how to turn it off.
Maybe.
Who knows? Maybe they will.
Mm-hmm.
I think it chooses to do it of its own volition. I have no idea. You literally set it off like 5 times. There you go. There you go. It works. The system works. Anyway. All right, folks. So this was episode 180 of the longest running episodic, whatever the hell this is.
That's ridiculous.
So, it is. It is.
Yeah.
Middle March 2024, we made it to that. So we're about 6 weeks out from the expo. So we're going to get close to that.
Amazing.
And when we do, it's good. Bobby, time's moving, man. Time's moving. Look, baseball's about to get started. The hockeys are getting close to playoff time. Like when we get into that April, May time frame, things are going to get real quick, real fast.
I make my hockey picks again.
Oh, you will.
Mm-hmm.
I can only hope, like at this point, we can only hope you pick defunct teams because maybe you'll have a better chance of being right.
The Atlanta Flames, baby. Bobby's all in on Atlanta.
I'm out on Atlanta.
Happy birthday, Eric. I hope your birthday is filled with chocolate stick donuts covered in mayo icing. That's right, name.
I just
right.
I just dislike him so.
So,
folks, if you could hit the like button on the way out, Eric appreciates it, and he pays for the like button. I want to thank AMG Collectibles and the AMG Collectibles YouTube channel for supporting and sponsoring the channel and this live stream.
Yes,
that's it for us. For the ancient Eric, for the relatively youthful Bobby Burrell in the Garage of Knowledge. Have yourselves a good night. By the way, East Coast, it is now your Saturday. Enjoy your weekend. Enjoy your St. Patrick's Day. Do so responsibly without the drunk tank.
Yeah, please be
Room,
careful.
baby. Do so responsibly.
Please
And
be
those of you in the East Coast, on the West Coast, you got a little time left. Enjoy the rest of your Friday. Have yourselves a good night. Take it easy.
Bye, guys.